I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
fuga, vai. Dando fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá dando fuga, vai. Dando fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
It's time for more Valorant Game Changers North America. It is the Swiss stage. We are into round 4 as we're cruising along, and I'm Rivington here with Zobi to bring you today's action. We got 2 series to go through. They're going to be gigabangers.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're punching our first ticket to the main event already. Feels like we just got started. And unfortunately, later today, we will also be bidding a goodbye to our first team of the Swiss stage. So from one end of the spectrum, Rivington, to the other.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. As we're in the Swiss stage now, we know GC starts with the open and closed qualifiers. That was happening back in June. Now the Swiss stage, running from July to August, and these teams are trying to battle it out. You win, you play against somebody who wins. It feels pretty good, but then you got to be playing against those teams who win. It gets harder and harder.
Absolutely, and we can take a look at as well at those matches, right, that have gotten these teams where they are, and there have been, I think, some surprises along the way. I would say, Rivington, kind of what stood out to you in some of the matchups we've already seen so far, and what could be to come.
I mean, SwimTrek continuing their entire just reign over everything. Really, it makes them a very scary team. They kind of found that win over SRG. They're like, okay, it's continuing. That's not going to be a joke for them. Catface having some trouble as well was interesting to me as they're moving through. Not out on that. They still got some chance, but seeing them as they were kind of a prominent team in the past few game changers was a surprise.
Yeah, and I think for me, I think Axolotl will still have a pretty good run in main event when they make it there, but I think I expected them to come out the gate a lot stronger, to be honest. I kind of thought they were going to be like one of the top contenders just because they took the best of like bright new talent with St. Claus, and then again that old water squad. I thought it was going to breathe new life in, but they've been navigating again the role overlaps, the role changes, and what comes of it. But I'm excited to see what they evolve into, and I think that match, honestly, versus St. Otters is going to be a fun one. There's some fun ones. I think today is the most entertaining in terms of the matches across the board, for sure. And Himmers versus the Spiders as well is another one where it's like free agent players that are like also main event level players, and it's funny to see just these pug squads also making it deep.
Yeah, you look at the top of the list and you're like, Himmers, Axolotl. Okay, I need to click on these teams and see what, for most of it.
You're like, oh, Slandy.
Yeah. You're like, okay, they've reformed into this squad now. Very powerful. And so, yeah, teams you absolutely have to watch. So, yeah, I agree. Axolotl, St. Otters is going to be very good. I'm excited for our FlyQuest Swim Trek because we are going to get to talk about that in a few minutes. And like you said, Himmers also up there, 2-1 versus Spiders to see if they can just push their score a little bit further as those two find their way here into round 4.
I think the odd one out amidst those teams definitely feels like Aura Temper. I think they just are proving that if you form a squad that clicks, that it can go really far. And I think today is going to be a huge litmus test versus Shopify Rebellion Gold, just because they feel like a team that just could out firepower them. But I think that's what today's match will answer.
Absolutely. And looking at the game, it's so funny when you say that and you're saying Shopify and you're like, oh yeah, will they be in the finals this time? You're like, wait, there's just so many teams that could be in the finals now. It's no longer just a Cloud9 White that's rolling through everything in the Americas or North America, or just a Shopify now. There are definitely new ones. And we have a great match to start off today, SwimTrek versus FlyQuest Red. And I've loved that. Always absolutely love the fact that they kind of did a moniker of the name on that.
Yeah, it was kind of sad to see the logo change as well, but I think they made it their own on the SwimTrek blue side. They're preparing for when they make it to LAN and have to have jerseys and don't want it to be like too similar to the Fly one or something, who knows. But all in all, taking a look then first at our reigning champions from stage 1, right? They had to go through a rebuild, right? That's the name of the game for them because, some of their players may have gotten stolen by the competition, but I think they came out pretty strong still across the other side of it. And I think they've proven that already by beating then Shopify Rebellion Gold in the previous Swiss round, despite the subs that have been stepping in with both Aria, obviously of X-Waterda, and of Zoriant, who was an emergency sub, but played with majority of these players back on that YFPX score that also pushed SRG and also pushed that Waterda last year.
It's been an incredible run, right? Almost unstoppable in some sense. They're 15-1 in Game Changers official matches. it kind of breaks down, and fun fact, into 50 maps that they've played, they've only lost 4. Like, the consistency is unreal that Swim Track brings to the table. And like you said, we see them beating the top teams here, and the name's just going to be starting to be sung in those conversations around the world with your G2 Gozens, your Gentlemates Game Changers right now, and whoever else starts popping up.
Oh, 100%. And I think what stands out most about this team is obviously they take competing seriously, but they have a lot of fun with it compared to other rosters, right? Yeah. If it's a match that they like are very confident, sure themselves in, you'll see them playing what they want when they want, and then they'll align their systems and their in-game plans to those compositions. And I also think that when those subs come in and out, like we might have to see today, them now playing new maps with their core 5, right? They already have the groundwork set. And I think that's what makes this team different, is just as individuals, they are already so strong and so experienced, your mix of VCL, Bob, who's obviously been to GCC before, and it's definitely a very, very fun mix of players.
Their combination is still, they like to put Deadlock and Clove in compositions, things you may not play again. I mean, Game Changers has quite a bit of that, but it's so much comfort for them that they just express it so much more. And teams don't always have the timings, the realizations of what those agents are doing all the time. And when you have Swim Track doing something like that in the min-maxing department, it's absolutely crazy. And they're going up against FlyQuest Red today, who nothing to scoff at there. A team that's obviously been in many deep runs, but seen their share of finals, and you recognize the roster very easily coming in here. So.
Aw, and look at the little new Media Day photos as well, that classic F hat. I missed that at a GCC, and that kind of categorizes what FlyQuest Red's goal is, right? They've been upset by these free agent rosters. Last year didn't even get to reach GCC or that LCQ because of it, and I think that this is kind of the opposite, it feels like, of that Swim Track Blue squad, not just from the moniker, their name, but to how they were built and how they approached the game as well. Again, they went through this whole trial process at the beginning of the year and have stuck with that core 5 despite the varying results. And right now, I think it's just a time to prove themselves by getting to match up against Swim Track Blue once again, because they lost them in the upper bracket finals last year, and there's been this kind of looming cloud over their head where it's like, can they get to that first or second spot in Game Changer North America? Because the one time where they won kickoff, neither Swim Track Blue or SRG were even competing.
Yeah. It feels like it could be that time. In a ramp-up mode, slightly tested by Cloud9 in a previous matchup, and Melia is going nuclear currently. Did it against Axolotl, plus 11 on Summit, plus 10 on Haven, and that was a continuation of an incredible performance against Cloud9 that was a plus 21 on Haven. Like, excuse me? That's so, and that's not even the only thing, Ev stepping up versus Cloud9 as well. Jazzikins is all over there as a flex we were talking about earlier that just provides so much for this team.
Oh, 100%. That's the player that I wanted to monologue about is Jazzy, right? It's been playing also in those VCL qualifiers with Collegiate and with St. Clair, and I think she herself has just kind of solidified herself as a flex away from the duelist of old. And I think the way she plays some of these agents, like the Killjoy that we might see today, is just so unpredictable as well. Like I'm trying to take some of that flair as well. Yeah, it's so unpredictable and difficult to play against for sure. And I will say, what's interesting to me about this roster so far as well is those players that we mentioned, like Melia stepping up. You expect players like Edith to be the lights out firepower players. And so what worries me is this team hasn't reached its final form yet. And once they're all online, like they have to be versus Swim Track Blue today, I think it could be a completely different team in the server.
All right, I think we have the maps ready to dish on what we might see between these two teams. So let's take a look at what they felt was the best approach here. Fly banning Breeze, and they'll ban Ascent, with Swim going for a split, and Sunset leaving us with a Haven, Lotus, and Summit series.
Ooh, this is a really, really fun one because you go from bread and butter, the 3-side maps of Haven and Lotus, to then the newest in the pool, right? And I really did want to see Summit today because obviously it's been played, it's been won by FlyQuest, and we haven't yet really seen it from Swim Track Blue. But the same can be said about that Lotus pick as well, being an interesting one because we haven't seen it, right, from Fly, aside from some, again, pugging co-ed tournaments. And the one time we saw it from Swim Track was when they had both of those subs in of Aria and of Zoriental. So seeing what the composition shift is going to be, because again, that was a let's vibe it out, pug it out with those two subs versus like what is their consistently practiced, rehearsed Lotus look like. And I will say for the Fly side, they've floated every map that they haven't played before, so they have a very, very constructed map pool, and I think that's what this map Beto from FlyQuest is trying to jab at.
Seeing what it's not too much of a mirror match either if they're going to stick with their compositions right now. We said we were getting that Killjoy, and I still think Killjoy is one of the best to bring to Haven. The lockdown capability that you continue to cycle if you are online, and Jazzikins with an op and get online a little bit quicker, really starts to control the map, and she's already quite a mastermind at doing that. So that'll be neat to see. Looking at what we might see on that Haven, the Cypher Fade Jet, pretty standard from Swim Track, but what actually is standard? They're going to do something crazy with all of that to get us to Lotus, and that's going to be Swim's pick where Fly will start on defense. And I think that's Lotus, even in the past few years of all leagues, has kind of been the teams will start there on a series because you can play whatever. It really doesn't need anything. Maybe the Viper, but a lot of teams can switch up the composition there.
Yeah, and I think what's so interesting now that I've gotten a lot deeper into the Game Changers EMEA region as well is how different I think that the GCNA like agent compositions and go-tos are compared to EMEA. Like I joked the other day bringing up like, oh yeah, ISO and Lotus, and they're like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, oh
I
yeah.
heard them saying that in Europe this morning when you were casting.
Yeah, exactly. And it's something that's kind of like accepted here because they have like those really strong mount fights, right? They have the really strong operator players, and it's just like the perfect breakup.
Yeah.
And I'm not just pulling this out of nowhere. We could see this today for Swim Trek Blue because Sherrod did play it in that previous matchup. We just don't know. And that's what's so hard to prep against for the Swim Trek squad is that the composition they're going to run? Do you have to have anti-ISO maneuvers, or was that just a day of pug it out kind of composition? And I wouldn't be opposed to seeing Sherrod return to the chamber on this map, not going to lie, with Eli coming back. But again, it's only time will tell.
And then Summit. Does the banger go to Summit? And that's going to be Fly defending again. And they're actually defending on every map to start here, which is quite interesting to see. So Summit is going to be a tough one. I think that one, it really comes down to knowing a lot of the open angles. We see in VCT, the Odin just kind of wreaking havoc and being a huge proponent of teams not being able to get through choke points and things like that. And then it be a scramble on the other side of the site causing chaos. So I don't know. The control of that map is still yet to be had. Like you said before, though, this is one of the earliest. Everybody has a bit of control over Haven, and that's where we're going to start between Swim Trek and FlyQuest Red. See what compositions we get here for the mix as well, as we're about to see that.
Yeah, I think for sure this is one of the maps where, in my mind at least, Swim Trek Blue plays a very standard, a very comfortable, right, composition. It's the least out of left field with running that Jet Phoenix combination. And honestly, I'm here for it, right? It's one of the few maps we get to see Bob on the Duelist if they don't make any changes. And I mean, she's cracked on it, whatever you put her back on it. And it's more like they tap into her flexibility when needed because this is a squad that can go any which way. And I think outside of that, you then get to see some of the other looks from players like Eli, who's then on the Phoenix instead of necessarily the dive entry, instead of the Clove. And I think Sherrod as well on the Cypher is going to be my biggest question mark, just because they are so aggro, and without it being like a chamber or without it being like an Omen or anything that can get away, essentially, they might overcommit just a touch. And if they're fragging out, then they're fragging out and it won't matter. But it's something that I could see getting punished. But yeah, up against that timeless, right, double controller over on the FlyQuest side, and it like you mentioned, starting on the defense, it's gonna be fun to see how Swim tackle, again, a very, very mindful composition, I guess is the best way to phrase it.
Just kind of carve up the site, and that's
there
what it was from Elia. I was like, the Viper plus 21, how's that work? Were you just literally holding down C and taking it yourself? But yeah, here we have the comps coming out. We see pretty standard from FlyQuest. Bob is going to go for the chamber.
Changes. I mean, I literally just laid out why I didn't like Sherrod on the Cypher, and they get rid of it. And Bob, like, the Jet versus the chamber, I feel like what we're seeing is a role that is the opper, and it's like, okay, this person would flex between a chamber, would be flexing between a Jet, right? They are just your operator agent, and it doesn't matter if it's duelist or sentinel. And I think that's kind of what they're slotting into here. Now, if we see some double up, I would not be opposed on the Swim Trek defense once we side swap, and that's exactly what this kind of composition could offer. But I feel like I have seen Sherrod also buckle under the pressure sometimes on the main dive duelist instead of the chamber that they became really known for, right? Besting even like Starbound's operator and sniper statistics last year, and I'm curious to see if they're settling into it nicer as the Swiss stage rounds down for these two teams and they punch the tickets to main event.
It's going to be a good round to check it. I think like a litmus test, because it should be focusing a lot on the lurk, on who's coming around. You have double duelists diving in, so it'll be really nice for Bob to who am I kidding? Bob's gonna be on the front line with them somehow, but usually watching the back. And we'll see if that can click in. Edith, get Nancy already.
I was gonna say
tied up.
Jazzy likes to play aggro even on the Senti.
They're already pushed out just a little bit, as they have a main info control. We see that they do not have that swim. Take it, push down A as quick as they can. This wall is going to be for a really nice retake setup. Paranoia goes through, hits the target. Paranoia didn't have great acquisition there, and Thea comes up with another one and somehow dances around the danger.
And Bob, you mentioned being there to engage with the team. She's left to pick up the pieces.
Yeah.
6 bullets, 4 players, a little bit of room for error, but it would have to be crisp, and it would be a miracle to get this pistol round through for Swim Trek Blue.
Teleport's ready.
A little bit of damage. Oh, a lot of damage. And Bob was the receiver. Already a 3K to start. Crazy stuff. FlyQuest really fast to retake, and that Viper wall gave him nice position.
Yeah, it was kind of reminiscent of like on Breeze when you have just the 3 players staying in spawn, right? And then playing fast rotate on the pistol. It was that, but front B, right? Because they had, who was it? It was Edith, Jazzy, and Melly, I believe, just playing front and center there. And they were the ones that fast rotated and reflooded after that A main pick did go Swim Trek's way. So kind of adapted Strapbook, per se, is what that looked like to me. And it works out perfectly. Swim Trek not quite aware of it. Biop comes through, sniper rifles aplenty, and I'll be looking for those openers.
Fast plant. Going up. Throw with bodies at the spike site. Ellie, a little delay. Smart and finds one. Gets a little assist there from Jazzy that wasn't fully necessary, but it helps to get the Scott or Marshall online that much faster. And this read by Fly already just basically smothers Swim trying to get into the site.
Yeah, it was just a double stack of KJ util. They didn't want to brave that plus the toxic screen. You get absolutely shredded. And backpedaling is nice. A decent space has been given up by Fly here. Reinsert though from Jazzy.
Smoke just behind Jazzy. Oh, very nicely placed. That's going to give a little bit of room to Swim to get in, but still just eagle-eye. Jazzy gets a quick 2 kills. Melia with another 3 on the round. Somehow gets into the site to do a little janitorial duty on the rest of the opposing team. And now we head into the bonus. It's going to be a decent buy here for the side of Swim, but they are going to be dealing with that lower armor.
Yeah, and I've been impressed at how fast teams have just switched back to that Marshall with the Outlaw getting nerfed in these eco rounds, right? You're seeing why. Just so many of these close fights going the player's way. And I like this force-up as well out of Fly, right? You hand off the Marshall to Jazzy with sporting the Sheriff. Melia forces up that Phantom. And in the meantime, look at how disengaged from C&B they are. They have full trust in Jazzy so they can go aggro on the A main space to push them back towards that util.
So much setup. It's just a line of Jazzy util all the way to B. Love seeing the Killjoy back here on Haven.
Swarm grenade out.
Jazzy can never forget. Few shots with the Marshall aren't gonna click. Jazzy's just playing a safe angle. And Bob makes that impossible with a push through garage. Nicely done.
Spike
Swim
planted.
Truck is now gonna take their time to see how they can gather for this retake.
And I like how Bob didn't overstay it, right? It was just get the kill, get out. Now you have numbers and playing with the team. Understanding that this is a bonus for Fly, and now kind of want more than just venture recontacting here. I can just get picked off.
Yeah. going searching when they should just be kind of shooting over each other's shoulders, setting up a high-low on the platform. Maybe Sharad's able to get it. Yeah, as that orb goes down, 3 shots up long C here, but it's going to be quite low. They have to get on that spike, and I think it's going to be a little too late on that one. Yeah, going to be cutting the wrong wire. It's fumbly. They don't know which one it is. It's the red one. Oh, no.
Oh, it was the blue one.
Nice job to take that bonus. It was the blue one. It was everybody knew with them.
And yeah, Swim Trek. Even though they get the round, it's like it does feel like Fly won the war, right? They have the full buy versus it's gonna be broken light shields and sub-rifle buys, and you think about why they ran that time, and it's just the fact there might have been a slight miscom where Thea smokes off the trip, gets by, and then oh no, the poison orb is still up long, right? So Thea's sightline is delayed, those frags are delayed, and so is the backside scaling. So all something to think about when that position is gained or when it's a plan in the late round. But again, nitpicking. And they did a great job, and for now, yeah, crazy contact. Little IGL duel in short, and all that pressure is just a ruse because they're actually taking grass to see garage space.
Little spam out of the smoke, letting them know someone is there to deter the garage taken. It looks like Fly wants to start leaning a little bit out of that A site. They're kind of trying to decide it. Back and forth. Staying to protect each other, though. Down to a minute, and it just takes a bit of searching around and Swim. Get that peak again.
That's Raid boss down, Melia. At least for this Swiss stage so far. Yeah. A little over exertion will result in a similar pick round. Again, Truman Hedges. And I mean, you found one of the B anchors that fast rotates A. You found an NA player. It is the logical end here. As we reach the 35-second mark, the only question mark now that remains is Ev, and they're actually gonna fake this. I don't want to say it's overcooked yet, but it feels that way.
Oh, this is a really nice round from Swim, and just the fact that FlyQuest is gonna have to realize, okay, they kind of defaulted on us. We gave them the peaks. We have to be careful.
Ooh, that's not over
shot
yet.
From Edith, not over at all. This is a wall that they have to get through, though. The choke point of death. Set up on the other side is Swim Trek and the family photo, ready to just take as many pictures as they need.
Fast lane really bolt to
Oh, Ev. Actually coming up pretty nice there. Sharad has to take a quick triple kill to get that with 10 HP left.
Yeah, since Edith was playing just fast rotate and spawn, had that full kit to break that crossfire that you spoke of, but yeah, it's kind of tough when the weapon you got off the kill onto Corrupt was just a Bucky, unfortunately. So, like you mentioned, the default from Swim finds kills on multiple sites, and I do think that if Jazzykins got that kill onto Sharad front B, that round might have disintegrated under Swim Trek because they didn't just end A where they found that secondary kill. But again, has-beens and could-have-beens, because right now we're tied 2-2. A broken buy for Fly and backing of ultimates on the Swim Trek side should allow them to swim into first place.
Slide to safety. And they'll do it again. I wonder if this will be the save up for the op on either side here. I mean, you're going to get Tour de Force online at this point as it just rings about. This push here. Edith throws back down, tries to re-clear on long, and they suspect it on the side of Swim Trek.
It's fun. We've seen Eli and we've seen Sharad both as kind of alert players at different points in this map already. Updraft over the Poison Cloud as the KJ Yuto gets fizzled out and didn't spot anybody on the eye test, but now at that site smoke, they've funneled back in. Jazzy has tucked back in, and this is a matter of the Swim Trek timings that we talked about last round and now this round. It opened doors for Fly. It's just a matter if they can keep them open.
Jazzy wants to clear. Ooh. Nicely taken out within the utility. Thea's going to stay quiet
30
here.
seconds left.
Play the cat and mouse game as long as she can. Sees one, gets to run it back, and that may cost her everything. Shock Dart's just going to miss. They actually give her a little bit of breathing room here, and she can do some more damage. This could be pivotal. Pushes are coming from both sides. Eli will get kill onto that right now. Pushed by Melia from the back. Adventure is now up against Thea, who somehow survived all of this with 7 HP and has the weapon to make this happen. The peek. Oh, clears Venture and Garage. Follows the kill. Actually is the one to do the swinging. Probably feels like she has 1,000 HP at this point.
Honestly, I mean, even though she was at 7 HP, just keeping that backside space while the rest of the team funneled in was everything. Yeah, because then they could dump it into those refights and allow Melly to get into the action, who's sitting already at 9 and 3, by the way. Again, I mean, they're not far behind at 6 and 1. And, whew, I mean, that was a crazy... a thrifty round to have secured. So, yeah, 3-2 here. The ults have to come out to supplement this buy for the Swim Trek blue side, and otherwise should have been their lead. And look like they're done with the defaults, Rivington. They're just looking to kind of quick scale off of that firepower prowess.
Up on both sides to make it loud. They won't meet this round. Try to use Bob's peek in. Oh, what a find off the little Loper dart into the site as they peek long A to distract, and Eli and the rest of the team start to swarm off the back of that util combo.
Yeah, you just get pings that throws off the positions and they can't trade each other. Melia, that's ambitious.
I like it. But yeah, right now Fly's not gonna let.
One enemy remaining.
Oh. I was gonna say, they're not gonna let this go down, but it's already Swim. Taking them one by one. A nice shot by Edith. I think they're happy with that. There's already quite a bit of time ticked on that spike, and it's gonna be real tough to get in. So a save of the operator. Swim get in and out with 2 here. Tour de Force was used this round as well, though, to make sure that happened, and the Hunter's Fury as well.
Little mind meld between the operator players right now. Bob hunting Brutus corner and not quite gonna brave the angle, and nor are they visible, so we'll survive. But 3-3 here once again on the board, and even though it's tied, it has felt like, because of how rocky that 3rd round conversion was, that fourth round was, that Flyer kind of trailing a little bit here. This round's no exception, but one off from both Edith and Ev's ultimates could put them back into this. Again, it kind of feels like the last thrifty that Fly won, they could do again in an eco fashion with these heroes rifles. Oh,
Shot
like
miss there.
Oh, they're just gonna get the orb and ult though. Back to full HP in a jiffy. Unless.
Almost got it again.
Wow.
It's like,
I think they've been spotted.
Was like, you got that? You got that? Okay, perfect. Nope, we gotta shoot it.
There's already 4 players here for Fly as well. It feels very reminiscent of the pistol round.
Creeping. Sixth Sense, though, coming in from Venture as kills start to stream out across the map. A fast rotation now coming in from FlyQuest as they try to match the speed of what Swim might be doing. A nice from the shadows will really allow that pace to slow down.
Bob hasn't left a short
Thea
though.
Anchor.
Yeah, with a sheriff as well again.
Oh, the jig is up. And Bob squeaks in to insert a kill on Av. Get out of there. It's going to be the chase coming in, though, from Melia or Eli. Clears sight. They push back Edith. They realize that there's a chase going on the other side of the map here. And Swim check. Everyone alive as they run FlyQuest around the map.
And that C2C site mirror just shows that Swim were not making the same mistakes that they did on the last half buy, right? For FlyQuest Red.
Yep.
They don't soft clear with the shock. They are heavy swing off a curveball into Thea, understanding what her just staying alive brought into that round positionally, and even then breathing down the necks of what would have been a retake if they weren't hunting down Bob in that C choke space. So, yeah. Now back-to-back rounds of the save. I think this is where we should see FlyQuest Red's first time out, but with it being so back and forth, it is a hard call. You're not doing everything wrong as a result, but again, just through a micro lens, it does look like Swim's made now those improvements on a round-to-round basis. A bit more adeptly.
Yeah. I think one round... Swim's doing such a good job of avoiding this up. I almost want to look like, I almost want to see what it looks like when they go towards Edith. And that is obviously not that she gets kills, but it could be a miss. They could have the util to then push again and push Edith off the line to make it even harder. And we might get that
Can I
here.
wish?
Focus will be A.
Yeah, they've been respecting Jazzy and the KJ util, so putting the op on the opposite side is the move.
All right. Smoked out to cut that gap. Reposition down to short here. Oh, it's going to be Edith trying to walk up, but they're ready for it. This is the time. There it is. A quick shot on Sherrod. Yeah. And still checking. Love this from Edith. It doesn't matter if it's the operator. It's still an overdrive available. And A is clear as FlyQuest now reset to defend the rest of the map.
Ooh.
Good push
Can they
from
reset?
Venture. I don't know. Swim Trek, no, they had to hit the go button after seeing what happened on short.
I love it. You took down the ceiling player, take that space. See if you can convert this even further. Trying to isolate players that could exist across the map, and Thea's their next target.
Oh, the turret down. The timing on there with the swing.
Down, C.
Just a rock in sight. Melia there to pop out of the smoke at the right time, too. And now they protect the spike. Man, FlyQuest, heads on a swivel for every member right now.
30 seconds
Yeah, and
left.
Thea's always had a really good like game sense for IGL reads, but individually she's looking so sharp right now. From the way she conquered the 1v1, right? Versus Venture to that, just soloing her in the site, the paranoid to buy enough time for that crunch to come through, when otherwise Swim should have had a really good timing to solidify firm numbers in the post plants. Yeah, throw it out the window. Did not need the timeout. 4-4 here, but money's still alive for Swim Trek, and I think this is the round that you look at that would finally break the bank. But even then, you'd have 2 hero rifles for Eli and Sherrod, so it's like both of these teams just keeping it within reach no matter what happens. And oh, Bob and the Ob, it's coming out. They've had enough of Edith.
It is. Oh, they're gonna push, and I wonder what Edith is thinking. Is like, hey, I really vibe with that overdrive. I'm gonna drop the op to A long and go out with the Phantom. They drop Edith though, but Fly is still working off all of this pressure beautifully as they execute their first aggressive defensive strat.
Oh, little shred on the Corrupt as they will solidify the plan off from the shadows. But when you took grass space that aggressively, you have your choice of where to retake from. Corrupt now trying to interrupt that flow, trying to wrestle numbers back. The solo engage into CT.
Corrupt with a very smart move. They might shadow each other here, and it is going to be a quick 2, leaving the 1v1. Sherrod went down first last round.
I'm not planning for them.
Let's see if they make up for this. Oh. Red knows they can kind of toy with that sidestep here. Damage traded on both sides. 1 HP! 1 HP! F! What is it with low health and FlyQuest just being energized by it here to make the clutch, make the play? 5-4 now for Fly.
And you saw it. Sherrod was just chipping damage off 1 HP at a time through that wall instead of hard committing. But at the last moment, the spray betrays. And yeah,
Just
that's how yeah, Fly gets it the lead. So honestly, nice pace in there as well from Ev, waiting for the recon. Just again, understanding where the pre-fire to flush that out. And yeah, just having enough of Sherrod's antics there by the end of it. But into the next, Melia 12 and 5. That was a great pace change, right? What talked about a swimmer doing a good job fixing their mistakes, adjusting round around. It's like, yeah, adjust to this, and could not get a read.
It had to be calculated. And then they reset to take the round on the retake. Swim back to middle here to see if they can't catch an ear on someone moving or any bit of that util. Nice destroy on the alarm.
Yeah, I think they're realizing they have to destroy this KJ util because it's not played for anchors. It's played purely for info to fuel these hefty rotations and retakes that FlyQuest are confident in. Ooh. Offshot with Corrupt.
After that play. Ooh, Corrupt drops that operator. It was with Edith. Oh my gosh. I have solo cleared sight. We have A. That feels good for Swim right now after the few rounds here going towards Fly. Thea and Jazzy have a lockdown, but a lot in front of them. That would be very ambitious.
And kill cam from Bob confirms position of both those players, so you can see the framing to handle it.
Oh. So well as they position for this, but it's still just Venture. Close up, 1, 2, cleaned up, Swim get to 5 here and even up Haven.
And I'll say it, Corrupt for a second. I was like, yeah, I know you were on vacation last week, but you look like you still were for a second, right? It was 0-6.
Start a little bit.
Yeah, was still calling, so great assault, right? But then just like Solo clears the site, calls the rotate, and they are good to go. And I guess, yeah, because they've been stuck in this cat and mouse game, that's where finally that timeout's going to come through.
Yeah.
Money fully reset this time. It's not, having a lifeline of a rifle or two. And they could technically go for another force there as well, but again, neither team has yet to find something sustainable. Is I think the best word for it. And I mean, Swim are also so close in their ult cycle. Fly slightly ahead, but that's the difficulty of this composition. Is that if you don't have that overdrive online, you really have no gimmicky way to get back into a round versus the composition Swimcheck is running with the Tour de Force, with the blades. Even to run it back in one hero rifle is enough to collect another and snowball your way into a thrifty.
It's one of the things I was thinking about coming into this because I was like, oh, they don't play double duelists coming in because it wasn't a Jet and a Phoenix for Swim and Fly plays Edith on Neon. And then when I saw it, I was like, that is very strong right now. Like the ability to just, whether you're creating fakes or taking space aggressively and really making people have to move off the first line, it is big. So, one, I think Swim should actually have more rounds on this attack side. Two, Fly is playing incredible defense.
Yeah, the question mark, what happens when they get on the side swap, but it's an eco, anything goes there. Caught out guard by the pacing down short, and that's what they want is early kills. They don't care about giving up space. And, ooh, Jazzy. Pinged out, but slinks away for the time being. We'll be able to play the Swarm. Back towards C Long.
Oh. Getting the best of Bob on that. The 3 shots with the Sheriff to get that headshot, too. Jazzykins just gets a good bit of movement in, distract, and everything feels like it's clicking for them here on these lower buys. They get a few kills here and there, make it tougher for Swim to connect these rounds. Let's see how much more damage they can do here as we get into one of the final rounds.
May as well isolate.
Oh. There's another one from Melia. It's
Yeah,
not
close.
2v2 now. They do have that Hunter's Fury backed up at long.
One enemy remaining.
Fired quite early. Actually, wait. Zobi? The pit? Okay, the defuse is on the side of the box, so you can use the height
shock.
of the box to get... Oh, okay, never mind. Melia's Melia. No shot. That actually just happened. They had all the tools for the Swim to make sure that didn't happen.
And we just got through a lengthy conversation about how, like, compositionally speaking, they have no gimmicky way to win thrifties, but they said we don't need it. Just grouped up team fights, those early rotations, because Swim Trek, yeah, they've been starting with these defaults, but once you hard commit to these pivots, I think Swim are just following them to a T, and I mean, I liked the productivity from Swim, right? That's what cinched the round last time they went C, but this time in the garage, a bit overcooked. That recon was brilliant to just spray down and get numbers back for Fly, and that's a rough one to have lost, and now they're trying to take that confidence, that elation into another aggro-style play. Again, those mismatch of paces, and oh, Corrupt.
Oh, pushes one away with the paranoia, and still gets a kill on Melia approaching. Okay.
Gotta take her up down.
Crazy fast again from Swim.
And look at this, they're trying to keep that ceiling space because they know Jazzy has the lockdown. Look at Eli. Through front B. They don't even get a chance at the retake, Rev. Now they
Jazzy, Sixth Sense, has to clear garage before they can get that down.
Well, and they're gonna have to invest
Somebody's gotta go. Yeah, they run for it. Everybody's starting to look garage now. No, everybody turned one way. Wait. It's gonna be the push. Trying to play a little aggressive. Oh, Venture. Attempt. Gets thwarted there as Bob goes in and out with a rendezvous to kill one, and they're just getting the numbers as the lockdown starts to get hit up, and that's gonna be it. Another round for Swim. We go 6-6 on the first half here, Zobi, as it goes back and forth. I gotta say, I feel like FlyQuest feels pretty good about that.
As they should. And I'm just now looking towards, okay, Swim, are they going to play this double duelist very aggro, or are they going to lean to the double op? There's a lot of facets to how this composition can look because they're running it with the chamber instead of the Cypher iteration. Yeah. And on that Fly side, I mean, again, it's your lurk players, right? Like Melia, like they, I don't even want to say Cage is going to be lurking this map because I don't think Jazzy will, and that are running the majority of the bills. So how will that translate to an attack, Rivington? Hard to say.
I mean, the retake for Swim can act like the side take. Maybe they just go back into the double duelist mode, gather everyone together. We said the ops might be a big part of this. But yeah, this is gonna work a little different. Edith's still gonna be the front line, obviously, for Fly on these.
Breaking ankles.
When they see Edith, they're gonna think that's where the play is going, and Fly has gone directly the other way. They just gotta realize somebody's in between them.
And Venture got a red herring not seeing anybody in lobby either because of how fast they were down short. And they thought, oh, no way they're going A, and psych, they're behind you, they're in front of you. And now Swimtruck have to play a numbers disadvantage going into this retake.
Watching that lurk, it is going to be Eli. It takes a bit of that long route. Oh, Bandit Dance. Eli comes out on top, and that means they're looking. He knows, or they know rather, Jazzy's back in range of that. Tough curveball to hit with that angle through the wall, but still attempting to get a little bit closer. His FlyQuest is able to lock down the site as Eli's attempting to get in.
It's like a reset, right? They were tunnel visioning too much on Eli, and they actually focused on the numbers that matter, and now they can close out in pretty seamless fashion. Oh.
No! Ooh. Okay, the spike's on a pretty fast beat here, but what? Okay.
I said pretty seamless, Corrupt. Come on.
The reverse curse.
I mean, that's still both pistol rounds going over to FlyQuest, though.
Yep.
And again, it's off of really strong macro, right? We talked about the fast rotate style into the reflood on the first half pistol, and there they were breaking ankles from Swimtrek. And it's funny, too, because Fly also would rotate really fast, but they were always correct in those rotations, versus Swim just that round. Got it so wrong off the double fig garage front side, and I mean, the next is sneak around. Anything goes, including 5 firing squad down a long.
Yep.
I have the spike.
Got the spike.
Cover
Book
going
it.
out.
Over to C. Jazzy is going to be the cutoff. Ooh, turret playing off little turret detection. Nice crossfire with that.
Spike
But that's just going
planted.
to relay that it's all spawn. It's all link. It's already been aggressed on here. A nice push by Fly. The look. What was the look? Bob turned around for a moment to see if anyone was doing the far lurk, and that was just the timing Melia needed. Oh my god.
And the
can't
fact
make it
that
up.
they're getting no scope headshots with the Marshall is just criminal.
I miss those days. Can't do that as much with the Outlaw.
And not in fact, and I mean, can't even utilize shot in the Outlaw, the trophy they got from
Yeah.
Edith kill at this point is just try to die to Spike. They're covering, trying to deny orbs at this point.
F's like pips. I smell all points.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
And the Bulldog they got to pick back up, I guess.
And a sheriff.
Let's feed the bonus round is basically what Melia is saying. She's happy with an
Drop
Outlaw.
both.
Or a Phantom, actually, like the last half.
Yeah. Drop
It's a
both,
recipe.
providing for the team and bot.
And is going to continue fragging out. 21-8 right now. All right. Does Melia hit 30 this map?
Insane stuff.
I think if
Okay,
this goes
so
towards
remember-
OT, she could hit 30.
Remember, last Haven match, 2 Haven matches, Cloud9 was a plus 21 and then a plus 10 against Axolotl. So we're already on track for something special.
Does not matter the opponent.
No,
It's
it
become
doesn't.
apparent. And FlyQuest, again, very, very good read against Swim here. Very deserted site. Bob. Alright, funneling off the right timing.
They found my trap.
At least get the Hall's Cross.
I'm out of here.
Surprised they gave this up that readily. Right, this is gonna be good money for the bonus, and I mean, oh, not the hot hands missing. The roof was a little cold.
Yep. Wall in. but they're not using it to focus towards backside. They're just spamming it here, so that's going to fizzle out.
Also that
Get the flash
grenade.
now through the orb. It's going to be a stinger close up. Nice drop on Edith. Oh my gosh, Swim finds some beautiful angles as they enter into the site there. One. Ooh, the lineups were very possible there, at least the 1-for-1s, but Swim does not let it happen. They bring that round right into their hands.
Yeah, and I'd love
Get
to
another one on the board.
love to see that again because the layering of YouTube and Fly was strong, right? Start with Jazzy, Swarm Grenade, that's why they couldn't capitalize off the Blaze Wall, and then the idea was, I think, split up the Relay Bolt, the Paranoia, and just keep delay, but I want to say that Corrupt and Shot Rod simultaneously, like, just denied it by TPing and dashing out, and that's how they bypass all that choke util, so... Yeah, it's like theory versus practice kind of moment where Swimcheck just disrespected that well-constructed post plant, so... 8-7 now. Yeah, and I feel like it's been so back and forth. Like Swim had their time where they were leading, now Fly's kind of having that moment in the sun, and this round will determine it.
Bob's quick on that. And that's a fast rotate back to A-Link. Getting ready for what happened on the C side. I mean, this is weird because they've pushed that, but they also have a push C, so they know it's still going towards them. They're just trying to figure out how to now defend this.
Yeah, trying to get it contained. And they just deposited Edith and are disengaging. But you need someone on A to see you to fully kind of spring Edith into action. And, oh, Sherrod.
Attacker spawn.
That utility.
Did it go down?
works.
It did. You just heard it recharge back up.
Yeah.
Enemy remaining.
AJ's a fickle agent, and finally the
it
range
happens.
restriction catches up to them in a catastrophic way. Swimtruck, flawless. Talked about how back and forth the economy was. Around like that will definitely strengthen it for the foreseeable future. And that's
All right.
a flashback to last half, right? Just small util mistakes adding up and
Yeah.
costing big rounds that could have been, and I don't know. It's mistakes like that we mentioned cannot be made against the Swimtrek squad, and it's gonna catapult Swimtrek right back into the lead if there's no funny eco business yet again from FlyQuest.
No.
Like that, no.
Ooh. Both of them took a step there. Oh, hairline, haircuts for free.
I don't think Chamber needs
Go
one.
again. Oh, baited. Bob.
Why are we further committing? That's
Wait
why.
a minute. Venture.
Shadows traveling.
Holy. That's what they were trying to do from Garage just in the previous round to clutch it out.
Last
See,
player
it was
standing.
very much possible.
Spike down mid.
This is a cleanup of the rest of the members of FlyQuest. They're up. The slow swing will be the end of them. Okay, Edith. I mean, the 1v1s make it possible.
Ooh.
A little bit of a setup here.
4 bullets. Too many players.
Just wanted to glance at the window.
And that's the kind of classic, I feel like, Swimtruck disrespect, right? I feel like Venture, like any other opponent, any other two teams, like they should not be swinging like that on an eco into like the entirety
Yeah.
of the enemy team, but Swim can get away with it and prevent that weapon from getting scooped up, and then the space the Venture has and holds allows the rest of the players to scale to grass, and suddenly the round is secured off of just taking fights. And coming into the next, another big buy for Fly. Lose this, and I think we finally break the curse, Rev. I'll say it, but
Yeah. This could be explosive. A lot of ults here. A lot of ults on deck. Could just be rolling ults on this round. Change the pace of the game. Push up big for Swimtrek already to focus that information on A, knowing they have the right call so far.
you can see Jazzy protecting the alarm bot, saying it was my bad, I'll handle it from now on, and
Yeah.
also probably just trying to protect that ult orb as well, like we mentioned. One off Run It Back, one off Blade Storm. These are huge resources that you want to deny, and the time being, Fly inching towards the A main one.
Venture on the angle. Gonna catch an elbow.
What is that
Still
stun?
staying. Ooh. Yeah. Thrown on the run out. Maybe his shoelaces tied together for a moment. Eli realizes they were very close to losing their life this round, but swings on Jazzy after the curveball.
And look at Sherrod.
Now they start to back up.
My ult.
Same disrespect, same line, same positioning. Different response to this
left.
time from Fly. Immediate backpedal into A. Overdrive. Thorough on the clear out. Corrupt. Falls. And now you just have to play for the rotates. Bob waiting.
Joke's over. You're
What does
dead.
Edith want?
Whoa. Good timing. Body will get
Like
protected
goes in.
now.
Careful now.
Just a hot hands out, trying to disrupt, do a little bit more chip damage, follow up on what they can. We're back in business. Nice job by Ev to thin the numbers. 2v2 here. Shrod has blades. Not out though.
One enemy remaining.
Called on.
Remaining.
That's one. Not needed. Oh no, Ev. Hitting those shots. It comes down to the Sova. And a clear win for them as we go back even 9-9.
And again, the openers themselves feel like they favored a swim, right? Eli wins theirs, Sherrod wins theirs. That's firm numbers, but a concrete plan forward in that immediate moment, in that mid round, is exactly what's, I think, keeping Fly so cohesive and allowing them to find their way around these disadvantaged situations. And oh no, we have not seen the C scale directly contact into Fly yet, the stack.
The infantry up from Bob. Raise infantry up. Oh. Sun was in Bob's eyes. Had to be. Having Melia take big advantage there. And they push Bob right off C. But this is just for an insert. Melia reads that Eli's going to be playing this fast. And now they have to consider how much more of the map was taken by Swim Track.
I've left that to Melee for the time being as they backtrack towards the site. It's a good group up from this duo, but now that they haven't seen anybody from Fly makes them question if Bob missed the timing. The redart, from the shadows, show the real reveal what the actual dealio is.
Venture. Another multi-kill? Question mark? Stopped short that time. Is Bob. Probably look to keep this operator. Oh, there it is. No longer wants that situation, but this is going to be the push from Garage.
Spike
They're
planted.
hunting. Oh,
Almost red. Almost red.
I'm just gonna try and hunker down here in garden. Some flowers and try to bring this forward as Fly will inevitably get to double digits here first on their map pick, and it's just, again, them winning a lot of these head-on collision fights if they're not just like pure 1v1s, right? Swim's been, I think, excelling in those regards, and so it makes this Haven so brawl heavy, and it makes me wonder if that kind of mentality can even translate to a map like Lotus or something. I don't feel like it can, and map to map, this is just going to be absolute massacre, and 4 players surviving here means that Fly will hopefully also escape their economic crutches. And Swim, actually, it is a rare day, Rivington, when you see Swim Tribe Blue take a timeout, I will say.
A timeout does come through. And it seems like for Swim right now, that should be kind of some low-hanging fruit of we are losing someone way too early. Like, they have their protocols, but I think they're like loosely in those protocols to whereas like the angles might be a little too far for where the person with them can protect you, or the trade's not going to be as quick and more damage is done and people take chip or more util is necessary. So just cleaning up those little things I think are huge. They have the op. Bob really hasn't. 8 and 13, I'd give it up to Fly for being able to shut that down. Bob usually finds a way through your defense, through your walls, through your whatever. But you talked about it coming in. That double controller is going to shut off all of those real avenues or angles Bob wants. And we already saw Bob get pushed off C just last round, and that's been happening.
Absolutely. And you talked to how Bob is also a big flex player, but honestly, I think she has less reps on the chamber, right, as comparative to the duelist, as the initiator, and I do think that's showing here a little bit. And I mentioned that I might have liked Bob on the jet and Sherrod on the chamber more so. And that, again, we mentioned that composition shift, and it was going to be tested here a little bit. And again, it's Swiss. You have plenty of lifelines to get to playoffs. It's a time for proving yourself, for experimentation and all that. And exactly what they're kind of working through right here and right now, because this map is far from over. The buy, the ult, the blades popped. You can see even Bob now repositioned over towards A. They are not done making adaptations just yet.
Paranoia out.
Nasty shot in window.
Oh. Yeah, I was gonna say maybe they look for a curveball to see what's outside, but Eli takes a deep peek. Gets the kill, but Eli also goes down.
I need a massive flick from Bob at this rate now. Just
Yeah,
getting
yeah,
droned
yeah.
out.
I'm out of here.
They know now that all that space is free because she TP'd away. After your due diligence, it could have been a bait for someone tucked, but all in all, get the answers they were looking for. But with this pause, could weasel their way back into the graffiti.
Just between. Did that actually wait? That hit Thea's arm? Something hit that. Limping around the site right now. Regen actually gonna really help there. Oh, that's loud.
This corner never gets cleared. This corner never gets
so
cleared.
This
Riv.
is why she's plus 21. I'm just kidding.
One enemy remaining.
Another kill for Melia. Right place, right time, and that's the reason. Hunting around the map.
We need to study into just that corner of Valorant, like why it never gets cleared, Rivington. But looks like every other part of the map's gonna get cleared. Melia.
It honestly, even though we know someone can fit there, you're just like, that's not big enough for someone to fit there. Every time. This is just the way it is.
Every time. I will say, I don't think that Melia's first course of action will be to clear out garage window here. So yeah,
No.
Bob and the operator will survive. But we finally get that 2-round deficit. And this is the first time we've gone back-to-back now, 3-round-in-a-row streaks. So any premonition of a curse being broken, of this back and forth cycle, finding an escape has been dashed out the window. And I said if we make it towards OT, Melia is going to hit 30. She's 4 off.
That's crazy. And one of these is going to take the pit. And there's a very big chance there's a multi-kill for that pit round. So,
Yeah.
there is an avenue. Towards mid, they do have the lockdown here, so they can get that in the garage. One of my favorite places to split the map. They just need a little bit more C control to make it feel effective. And a good push from Swim here, so they can start to get a good read, because they do need to be at the right site to fight this.
And this is the least committed as well. That Eli's been in garage. And I think that's what you mentioned, is that they can't get a handle in this space, so they just have to give it up. And re-clear it. Drone coming out. The front B. Rubbed. Alright, now what do the rotations look like now that that's been pinpointed? And is it fast enough? Oh.
Oh. Oh, the charge. Nice shadow step to get on the safe side of that play. Edith answers with 2 shots towards Swim.
Spike planted.
It's only going to be the Hunter's Fury to thin out the numbers of Fly and even it up. 3-3.
Ooh. This is the first time.
Find death.
Oh, the timing. Jazzy's there. Jazzy and Edith versus Bob and Sherrod. And there's still util. If they want to get one of those mollies onto the planet. Wait! The lockdown! Okay. Just a flex. Jazzikin says, here, have this, and we'll take the round.
Once we win, just dump on
Yeah, they wanted that mana point. They wanted to guarantee at least that overtime, I guess. And they'll have the Viper's Pit. It's not too far off as well from that overdrive to replace it, but it is definitely Swim that is suffering as a result. Looking like the small issues in the pond with those Guardian, that Bulldog, the Sheriff, and the Tour de Force for Bob is going to have to come in clutch. And it's in the right place for a time. We saw her get a nasty headshot before from May's side.
You want to play? Let's play.
Ooh, straight out.
The fake.
This is what I was expecting before from Eli. They got Corrupt, got shot on the peak, but pushing out mid now as they take the window control. This could be a bit of a wrench in the play for FlyQuest, and the first map staying alive for Swim.
So many moving pieces,
Riv.
Riv.
That down, but there's another push. They're not gonna. You would never expect it, right? Right?
Dude, they heard it. They heard
Oh,
it.
but it doesn't matter. They did. They all
hot
turned
popping.
around and swarmed it. Oh no.
It's the corner. The corner. And the drone does clear Adventure in an uncomfortable position.
Not gonna let that happen again.
Obzo.
All right.
Teleport's ready.
They're strapped out of their angle, are now back on it. How do you break it this time if you're FlyQuest?
I respect the smoke being called from Corrupt. So give me a smoke on short so I can get this peak. Oh! No, wait. No, my God, Zobi, that's exactly what it was. All of it. Doesn't even need the rendezvous. You gotta love the Boperator when they need it on the side of Swim Trek.
30
Melia.
seconds left.
Where the corrupt mind games that could be ensuing and hold on in hand. If there's a player you want alive in this clutch, it is Melia. And I wish I knew how many kills she had right now, because that would solidify if this is the 30 bomb off the clutch or not.
Spike
And
planted.
upgrade found, pit is down. No paranoia means that this is going to be
Ooh.
extra difficult for Corrupt to navigate. You almost need to just from the shadows in the center of the pit, and that's why Melia, I think, is playing on its edge just to get out of the pit as soon as that ult comes through. But Corrupt going to do it the old-fashioned way, it looks like, for the time being.
Do it quick. Yeah, like you said, TB in. Oh, all down. Oh no! No!
Attackers win.
Fly Quest. Melia takes the shot as Corrupt hits utility in the middle of the clutch. Oh no! Oh no!
It was just a battle of the minds, right? Bullets didn't even need to get exchanged, right? Drops the pit. It's planted for heaven.
Wow.
You were trying to smoke it out because you expect them to be heaven, right? They played into just the doubt, and Corrupt, a very big brain player, has their own overthinking be it their undoing. But all I can say, Rivington, was FlyQuest entered this series so far as the team with more to prove, it felt like, by beating Swim Trek here today. And the stability, the standout moments, all of that was going their way. We didn't see that scrappy firepower on, I feel like, that Swim Trek side that usually gets them through, that erases these mistakes.
Yeah, a fantastic match there from FlyQuest. And you're right. Who else to have in the clutch than Melia? Super stoic in that moment to grab that first map. We're going to be going to Lotus when we come back. Don't go anywhere. More Valorant Game Changers North America right after this. Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers North America. We are in the Swiss stage round 4 for more action today. If you are hanging out with us already, you know that FlyQuest Red just came out blazingly hot at the end of that Haven match to take it away from Swimtrek Blue. That was very even a lot of the way through, and then the firepower from FlyQuest came online. I mean, it was there the whole time, honestly.
Yeah, I think I would have been fully convinced this was going to OT had Melia not clutched out that final round. And yeah, I think the first blood differential is kind of shocking, and I think it writes that narrative that Swim are still that scrappy firepower squad, and more Fly knew how to contain it with really concrete calling to bounce back from disadvantaged situations, which is what we were seeing, right? Like, especially on that attack a lot, like those opening kills would go Swim's way, and then they would win the 3v5 anyways once it got onto a site, right? And I feel like that was a very similar kind of style as well on some of the ecos and some of the retakes, and I think that's where I think just the depth of the Fly calling and Thea's experience, I think, superseded that, again, fraggy mentality of Swimtrek.
And they were really able to avoid the chamber. We usually see the purchase of the ops that Bob had, the tour de force that Bob had, was negated by this double controller, just confident way that Fly were playing and not allowing that to get online. It took a little bit of Eli doing what they could, but still, Melia, 28 and 13, goes for another heavy plus game on Haven. And chat was even saying, it's like, I don't think I've seen Melia like negative or less than plus 25 on these games. Honestly, it's not too far off.
Absolutely, and I think it feeds into that agenda that we mentioned, that like this isn't even the final form of FlyQuest, because you still have Jazzy, who's 10 and 17. You still have, again, these players that clutch when you need them to, but then aren't. It's like Melia's taking all the kills, right? And so on the flip side for that, I still think that, again, the composition shift that we're seeing isn't quite hitting all of the strengths that amplify the performance of Swimtrek Blue like some of their other map compositions do. And I kind of want to see this one revisited just a little bit with Sherrod on the Jet and in the chamber for Bob. And it makes me curious that if coming into this week and going into main event, are they trying to make a big swap where Sherrod's going to be on the double duels a lot more? Or is this just a Haven thing? And I think that this next map will be pretty telling of that.
I would love to see it, right? They have the Jet and the Phoenix currently. I'm sorry, we're going to Lotus. ISO Neon on that side.
Was it the sub, though? Or the subs?
So with the sub, that's true. That's true. That's a really good point. And then looking at FlyQuest, they still kind of feel out that Lotus Jet Raze is not something you see. Sometimes they leave that up to the Jet. They leave the Viper on the other side, but we still have the Vise. So it'll be pretty cool to see what they decide to go with, and if anything changes.
I will say, though, with them running the double controller on Haven, it's so funny that they're not going to be running a Viper on Lotus, right? Because it's been a while since we saw them play Lotus in at least the Game Changers circuit. Obviously, they pugged it out and in recency, but I'm excited to see what they actually approach this with, because we talked about this at the top of show. There's so many things you can do on Lotus that other regions aren't doing, that this region has a specialty for, and I do really want to see the ISO just so that I can turn to my GC EMEA coworkers and be like, see? But all in all, we'll see if it sticks with them with Arya and Zoe out and Eli and Krupt back in.
Where do you think for Lotus ISO becomes very effective?
Up against a strong chamber on the other side, which
Okay,
I
so you're
could see.
looking to abduct people.
That and just the double tap to survive, the wall to break the operator's line of sight
Yeah,
and allow them to break through
like
these
it.
chokes. It's really, really strong. And even just if you have the ISO tucked away in blue room, right, just replaces the need for a seize nade combo, right? It just conserves utility because it's the fastest moving piece of utility that can cancel out like a double satchel or a slide, right? And I think that kind of impact with that kit is uniquely suited for Lotus.
I like it. I like it. And they see they might also have the Vise and the Neon to be going crazy, so you can focus, like you said, on the other side just with what.
Please,
with
please,
that, If you
please.
do have the Vise util.
Well, they just looked. Give me the ISO, please. We're just gonna moment of
What did
silence
they?
for the ISO pick, please, please, please. We know they've been reworking a lot from the ground up. Haven was evidence of that, and again, we don't have any expectations for Fly. We're expecting like a normal meta kind of stable composition off the Vice, like you mentioned, but that's really it.
Yeah, I mean, FlyQuest may be saying pick that ISO as well. It's what we're used to. It's what we're used to seeing. No, wait a minute. We get another one. We get a 2 ISO game.
I cannot wait to send this screenshot. I
What
cannot
the
wait. let me hit my screenshot real quick, Riv. If you
Okay,
can take
wait.
the
So
mic for me.
FlyQuest Red here in a recent was Clove, Harbor, Jet, Raise, Sky. Yeah?
Okay.
I gotta go and make sure.
When was the
Because
last time you... I mean, we just saw Melia almost drop 30, so I don't think anybody can reasonably decline her being on the ISO, guys. I'm just going to say that right now, independent of your beliefs and compositions on this map. But everything else is, like, role-wise pretty standard with this team. And we talked about Jazzy and the flexibility. Maybe they're trying to get her some more stability on the Senti role. That's what this composition shift screams. But I don't think any of us were expecting this. But what do you think, then, Rivington, of the double duelist with the Rays versus I guess the Sky versus the Fate. Wait, what's like what do we think of the slight differences, like the no Sentinel on the Swim Trick blue side versus like the Vice flash over the Sky flash on the FlyQuest side? Like, what do we think of that?
Especially on 3, I'm always a fan of Eyes here, and I'm actually always a fan of flashes on Lotus. A lot of the times, this map you just see having paranoia. Right, because you would have the Viper in here, and then you would have your Duelist, and then your Initiator, so there's really no flashes in the comp. But these sites are so tiny. And we've seen G2 bringing flashes into the VCT, and it's been crushing teams on Lotus. So, love the flashes coming in. The Vice with your Senti having that is, I think, an even bigger boon. So, I want to see how both teams utilize it. The ISO fights are going to be so fun. I want to see how much they troll each other on plants, on setups, like you said, on taking out the operator before it can really get work done. They did it really well on Haven. We're heading to our second map of Lotus here between FlyQuest Red and Swim Trek Blue. FlyQuest, they would love to get revenge here. The history against Swim Trek is in Swim Trek's favor, and you got to feel like you're kind of beating who you're going to face in the grand finals right now. These
100%.
two are just crushing.
That's where I feel like obviously the Swiss format just keeps on giving, right? Swim SRG last week, now Swim Fly this week, right?
Yeah.
Now if Swim can make this comeback and be the first in the main event, it just shows for what's to come in the playoffs, right? With them having to play rematch after rematch after rematch. But for the time being, early contact mound side, Edith. Only one satchel to get out of this.
Get out of here. Satchel out.
Bandit buff. What a shot. Ooh. Catch on one, and there it is. The double tap claims the target.
One enemy remaining.
They're going to be able to break through it this time. Oh my god, Bandit Gaming out here. A little bit more coming from Bob as they look to just wait on the... No, they're not even going to wait on the spike. They're going to go searching. Don't get too crazy here.
I think they were hoping that the Vice pushed main, but now, again, knows where both players are on opposite sides of the map. Will have their pick at 1v1s to isolate. Not the time to do so. Under a minute left. So worried about the backstab. So worried.
Oh, okay, so pretty good idea that both are in the same spot now. Ooh, 4K to get that showstopper online. Nice job by FlyQuest to get the pistol, keep the momentum going.
Wow. And even though Melia can't keep farming off the double tap, well, Eli tried to let her just for a second. It brought enough distraction and timing for Edith to get right back into the fight after they did successfully satchel back out into C site. So, yeah, all in all, a very collective effort there on that C-mount trap. Shows again how fast I think Fly are going to try and keep the pacing with this composition and the confidence after a map 1 win into this, where they don't want that back and forth affair. They just kind of want to steamroll through.
Over to Roots, onto Rubble. Nice little bit of control there to insert one. And they still start to favor the isolation as well. We'll sign off on that kill contract. All right. Oh, wall comes in. It's going to be actually really hard for Swim to figure out where they want to look. And FlyQuest takes advantage of that as they come back through on the known angles.
Spike
Easy
down.
clean up there. Double tap refresh. Catches Bob with the backward swing. Thea doesn't even blink.
She hits the shot while turning the flash, right? Like, that is peak aura. That's like walking away from the explosion behind you kind of thing, but the Valorant equivalent. And, yeah, round goes pretty much as expected, and FlyQuest keep up with that third round, at least by one rifle mentality that we saw over on Haven. And I think I'm more surprised at Swimtrek's apparent overinvestment. Do you see this? Stinger full shield. Or Bulldog light. This light shield's all across the board, and Jazzy recognizes this is the Outlaw coming out.
All right. Big nade. No one tries to get out just yet, but it looks like they actually want to try to squeeze out Bulldog bites from Thea here. Look at all that util that actually helped everybody getting a piece of that. What an effective protocol here from FlyQuest. They say thank you very much for a few of these. And then they get out.
Wow. They're still spraying down this dark cover. They don't want to relinquish this pressure by any means, util or not. And
You're all the way up at C. They can just toy with this.
yeah, you're choosing to fight back into the stack of the Regrowth, or you're fighting into the Outlaw with light shields. I don't see a very bright future for Swimtrek.
So it's going to be the swing. 3, 2, 1. Oh, both smokes. And the spams come through again. Phantom Gaming. No tracers to trace back, and Jazzykins comes out a little bit more just to close that safe space. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. You know the
Run
last
down
has to be
columns.
killer.
If you only knew it was safe. Nice job with a little damage there. Edith, the showstopper out of that. And 3-0 as FlyQuest get their bonus. Very dominant to start Lotus now, too.
And I'm going back to how we did see Swimtrek actually start with slow defaults over on Haven. And we haven't really seen that here, right? Like, they've been running into these pretty hefty engagements on Mound, on wall side, and I think what they need to do, maybe independent of the eco round, is go back to that. But this round, I'm sorry, Melia won off a kill contract with an Odin is scary.
Oh, good carry.
Good double tap anti too.
Deep swing, gets one off. Okay. Okay, they're having fun over there. Dropping weapons, trying to get the close play in. It gets taken out for their trouble. Is Corrupt. Oh, that's a lot of audio grab, though. Corrupt can hear at least 3 running, so they know they're only fighting 1 in sight. That's the go button. And that's the stop button, actually.
Times 2. Pause play. They didn't have tools to shut out this eco. Fly. Just maybe just full respect in a Swimtrek, and maybe so. It's still a 3v3 after all that.
Wait. The plant gets demolished, right?
Oh, yeah.
We saw the hairline. Okay, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves here, FlyQuest. This is getting scary. Sherrod's still got the HP here, maybe no armor, but a weapon. And Bob's going to be looking to trace and track whoever's coming in with these guiding lights. They know they're both an elbow. Great timing by Thea. This was requiring a little bit of a reset here, and they're going to get together to make sure it's a 2-person play.
One enemy remaining.
Wait, okay. It was a 2-person play, yeah. Ev comes up, and that got way scarier than it needed to be for Fly, as they really thought they had the round, so they kept swinging.
4-0 is crazy. They pull that round from the clutch as a disaster.
that I heard a dink. Is that a timeout? Is that a timeout? It might be. We'll have to see if it is. Swim Trek going for 1. 4 down here, Zobi. And yeah, they're probably feeling the pressure. This isn't really a position they're usually in. They're the one having the gap on rounds, or at least a close game until they figure out a way to pull away.
Yeah. And this is where Kip gets to step in, try to figure out what's going wrong. And I mean, again, the previous advice was to slow things down, try and default it out. But now Fly are breathing on your necks, fighting into spawn off the Prowlers as well, right? This is a team that looks confident in how they're reclearing space. And I think they withstood that pressure enough, I think, on the eco round that I do think that they could do it with a full buy and still punish Fly with those outward fighting tendencies. But yeah, it's difficult when they're running something so similar to you, but almost better. And I'm a bit worried too, because without a Senti for them, their second half is going to be so rough. So if it's a 4-0 starting the defense for Fly, this time I need to come quick because you need a solution quick. Like, you want to be up like 8-4 after this.
Okay. The timeout. Coaches spoketh. The players, let's see how they go out into this. I mean, sometimes the timeout is for a round after. It seems like really could be executed now. They're going to go ahead and just do a little bit of the util destruction to let them know someone's there. But the play is to be. It's the first time one of the first times the Vice Wall, I should say, isn't here. And is now over at that C site since it's been so consistently hit by Swim. Oh, Melly is so fast with it there. And they were just sitting there waiting for the entry. FlyQuest so ready. Takedown 2 right away.
Again, you have no outward lurk players. Bob finally takes it upon herself to try and find a different avenue, but it's after your team's been massacred, right? Like you mentioned on that B main choke, so should at least be able to get the plant down, but even this feels like a gratuity granted by FlyQuest because of how far Jazzy fell off and is going to play retake with the team instead. And even Swimmer like, something's not right about them giving us this for free. And there's the arc rows, and I mean, looking into it, there's not like a gimmick either for this retake for FlyQuest, so just trying to play the numbers out and kind of like this high-low positioning because 1 kill, Venture will get that Nightfall online.
All right. And they're starting to head in. First Prowler used. Haunt sees there. If they're an elbow, they can get locked up. Both detections thrown from the initiators here. A beautiful job from Venture on the high, and you called it. Nightfall's out. They're all tagged. They're all deafened. And FlyQuest still pushes forward, knowing it's the good call for them. 5 rounds in a row, and they snuff out Swim Trek's timeout.
Just close that distance from Hall to Ben too quickly that the Nightfall couldn't keep them at bay, and that 3 needs some of the other players just have a little bit more util left in the tank to apply to that choke, so it wasn't all on Venture. And yeah, 5-0 here. I don't think this was in anybody's expectations for how this series was going to go, but
no way.
We talked about this during the break, right? We don't think it's that Swim Trek's out of form, it's just Fly looked so clean right now.
Very much in form. And they're picking up the slack for anybody that's not playing too, and it's not even the slack on that. The util they're using from everybody is impeccable right now, so it requires the whole team.
Ooh.
It's crazy. They're gonna get a death ball though.
Yeah.
See if they still anchor. I mean, look at Jazzy continuously. You mentioned all the other rounds, playing their life, getting back. Kill contract finds nothing, but that means the kind of process of elimination, the site's decently clear, but it's this retake that FlyQuest is so effective at right now.
And what they were looking for, right? They respected Sherrod and the kill contract. That's why they didn't force that game main. And like that complicated would be the util dump of Seekers.
Nice little shatter there. They still decide to peek off of it. Wow, that is the grinder if I've ever seen one. Nicely timed. Swim finds success at A after being pushed off of that A main kind of nade every round. They take it for themselves.
First time we've seen Fly also not contested, just give up and play retake on the day space. So, needless to say, they're like, okay, guys, it wasn't broke. We tried to fix it. Let's just put it back on the shelf and admire it. And that's the A main fight that they're going to try replicating. And the way last round went has given Swim enough confidence to just try and fight this head on. But this is not where we get to mention that ISO versus ISO. We don't get to see it versus it a lot. So which undercut's going to be better?
Oh Oh god, they're gonna go for it anyways. They liked what they had last time, but oh, they're being kind of dictated and where they can stand. Holy moly, Eli comes flying through. Lands with a beautiful double shot to take 2 down. And this is a 1v2. Still very much a possibility, especially with the sound just grab. Jazzy can get on that tracking.
I don't know if they'd expect Jazzy here this soon.
Spike planted.
Oh, doesn't clear the first angle.
Ooh! I
Almost
was like,
cost them.
wait, is that, they hear that correct? They're right next to each other? Holy moly.
Okay.
Okay.
It'd be really funny if Flat took a timeout right now. No, I'm joking. But yeah, if Swim have this A fight solved, which they're going to try and see if it in fact was a fluke or not this round, then this completely puts Fly off and gives a way for Swim to get back into this map. And that's where my question mark comes in. Was it simply just corrupted from the shadows that had that extra pressure from the back lines? And I don't know, with a broken bud with these ultimates, anything can happen for Fly on this fight.
Oh, running gun. Make them think you can see.
What's going
got stuck a little bit. Oh my god, nobody lit the fuse!
Player standing.
Oh, that's an error on the card. Swim fly through, even though the showstopper doesn't go off, and you just see how much more they are behind each other on these plays to fix any of those mistakes and just take down FlyQuest. Where did this come from?
Where did this come from? An eco round. No, I'm joking. I mean, they're actually swinging together. They're not going off on solo endeavors like what we saw a little bit more so on Haven. And I think that is something that we're seeing as them starting to realize, hey, this series is slipping. We've got to start stepping up. And I will say that's something Swim Trick usually do. If they lose a series, they come back hard the next time. But now they're trying to do it within this map, realizing that there's a potential of facing an 0-2 here. And Fly, there it is, finally that timeout. We mentioned how crazy it would be for them to have numbers after the half and how easy that second half should be in theory. And so, again, with them now kind of stuck in this buy safe if they lose the next, I think with the ultimates that they have, this is the perfect round to just ensure you win it, just ensure you get to at least a 6-6 half minimum. And we know that they like to invest ults. There was the eco round that almost slipped away where they invested both the showstopper and the kill contract. And yeah, you probably expect these to be used on just keeping that a main space, right? That's what's faulted the last 2 rounds. But do we really think Swim's going to go for it a 3rd time then, Rivington? Is that too predictable?
I don't know. Fly's had a good read on basically everything here. I think this whole defense start for them is such a comfort. Some teams you've heard coaches say, like, you know, if we can win the first round and get to that bonus, we play the game that we have planned. And it sounds weird because you're like, okay, so you don't win those first few rounds, then it's anybody's game. But it feels like they're locked into that avenue of those first few rounds were the way they needed. They have the money online that they need. They're getting their C-mound push. This rubble fight continues to happen from the defensive side, and they continue to crush this rubble fight. Yeah, they're feeling so comfortable on the side of FlyQuest, and this timeout really helps to push that forward.
And that's the issue is, well, first off, this fight's not over. Sherrod besting Melly in the kill contract. Might open the door back up. Oh, okay, Ash slammed it in their face. And Bob once again left to navigate a very strong-sided deficit.
Yeah. Hello. And now we play the waiting game.
Paranoia of the flanks.
Yeah. And this might be one of the situations where Bob would be able to do a headhunter rendezvous, but this is different now. It's the sky. They're bringing the flashes in, and you kind of got to wait it out. The flash could still be a play though, with 4 looking, 8 fully blind eyes is the goal.
Dang.
And
First Ev gets it.
Ev gets a 4. Yeah.
I mean, that was basically just like, Mom, it said it's my turn with the ultimates, and that's who's winning the A fight, right? Every time.
Yeah.
It's like whoever has the guns or the ults is winning it, and that shows how neck and neck I think these two teams are, more than it appears from the 6-3 scoreline. But yeah, that was just, I think, Ev committing more so on the wall fight that completely disrupted that satchel out, and that's because of Melia's ISO undercut that Eli didn't have both satchels, so couldn't make the full distance to get on that corner, right? So showcasing that. But also I just wanted to comment on Edith 15 and 5, by the way. Remember how I said slow map 1 for them? This is what happens when they're heated up. And okay. Yeah, Fly just going back to 4A, pay the rotate, play the pivot. Because once again, as soon as Swim lose a main space, you notice how there's nobody lurking there anymore? like ever. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
No distraction.
Oh. All right. The Jazzy being tested. Ooh, very nice shot from Sherrod. Solid there inside the ultimate. Push forward. Ooh, oh, the shoulder check right into Melia. They're still going to push. This is audacious right now coming in from the side of Swim. They lose another member for the push, but it's a 3v3. The spike is actually planted a little bit for outside with how your head peeks over so they can stay outside the site.
The prefab trays and suddenly numbers favor fly. Or sorry, favor Swim.
Last player standing.
what?
One enemy remaining.
Okay. Oh, they ducked in the site. Maybe the placement of the spike makes it think different here. Oh, they see it. What was that swing from there? Only needed to see Corrupt for a moment. And that's all. Through the wall.
That's the kind of clutch
So
that after you
clean.
deliver it, you just shake your head and like, did I just do that? Like, it's just like, there was no room to think. That was just instinct and action. And another round that Swim will look at and be like, man, we should have won that, right? Everything went their way. They heard the flush util out on A. They got the quick pivot towards C. Kill contract grabs the side anchor. And even they got ahead of the nightfall, right? And we're winning those engagements. So,
Yeah.
that one's going to hurt for sure. Fly now get numbers. Even if you kept some of the money in check, they'll go from an outlaw to an operator. Okay, there's a
I
vandal
feel
now.
like Swim should have been happy with the kill contract there. And like pushing a little bit more is crazy on the full buy rounds.
Yeah.
Sometimes it really pays off, though. They kind of want to put into Fly's head that they're going to play hyper aggressive, and if you're going to do that, you got to keep pushing after the plants. Let's see if that hyper aggression is tuned a bit in the following rounds as we come now at a 7-3 score line. Swim would really like these last two.
And into this round, Fly, their adaptation was to pick up the operator if they consistently are going C because of the A pressure. Now, the util early investment gone. Swim going to reconduct into A and get that second layer from Ev with the C's. That's going to be the idea here.
All right, reading the push, but they've continued to fall during the fight. Edith jumps out. Nice little trap set up here by Swim.
Down A.
And I like that they weather the storm. They're like, you know what, we've lost numerous rounds here, but we have the idea of how to get through if we do X and X. And just kind of waited out that util. The new Fly quest would still be waiting for the fight.
And again, that's where you mentioned Swim this map compared to the first map. Play very, very grouped up, even down to now how they're navigating this 1v2 post plant versus Jazzykins. And we'll see if the high-low delivers. I mean, this is prime operator collateral angling, but that would be if she's coming from the backside, not this front close angle. So let's see if she can somehow line these up.
Your shoulder first. The step out
Not
from
quite.
Jazzy.
Last
Not
round
quite,
in the
as the
half.
operator is picked up, dropped the spline. And then they will reset for this round. Quite a few ultimates up, even if the buys are going to be low here from Fly Quest.
Thank you.
And Swimmer
I have
really
credits
pushing
if you
for
need
this
them.
7-5 here.
And we talked about how Swim had varying levels of predictability, right? Out of the timeout, they went immediately back to what worked, which was that A hit and Fly knew. Last round, they thought it was going to be the same thing, right? Just start A, end C, because that was what's starting to work again, and that wasn't the case, so the operator didn't find its impact. I kind of wanted them to go for an aggro C fight last round, and kind of what they're trying to emulate here is a revolving door trap if they get too deep, but Swim, like Haven, have slowed it down even more so to try and cap off this half on the best footing that they can.
Oh, good hold by Melia. Not hearing any follow-up after that. They're just going to go ahead and boom bot. I like the choice of utility use.
You also
They
the
move
deep
back
jiggle.
over. Yeah, so many pips, one away. This round could go nuclear here as Swim start getting just a few kills. Get those plants in. Oh, Thea gonna have to make a big decision. Little help from across the map as they go out and do a kill contract. Melia. Beautiful help on Thea trying to get out there. They're still able to get that kill, though, at Rubble.
Times
Oh,
two.
okay,
Boogaloo.
okay. The ISO action. Oh, Melia wins 2 kill contracts in the round and is taken out by Eli as it's just a gift delivered on a silver platter.
Unfortunate consolation prize because instead of trading out the teammate, Jazzy wanted to play for that steel garden.
Yeah.
That's going to force you into Edith, who has the showstopper online.
And it's the other side. So everybody has their weapons. They're ready to go in. Oh, fired and jumped
There's 20
from.
seconds.
Spike is just on the outside. They can go back through blue. They don't know it, but that's going to be pretty quick.
Jazzy knows.
And they're going to
Look
go
at
for
Jazzy.
it.
10 seconds left.
Up top. Is Jazzy going to push it or let the plant go? Now forced to just let the plant go as the deep hit plant goes through. And they are going to have a waterfall push coming around. Bob takes down Edith, though, so those are going to be only 2 members trying to come back in. He had started to run in the timing. There was so much time. And it looks like Swim will be able to grab the 5th round here. Jazzy framed up in this archway and all but done for the round as Corrupt hits the final shots.
A huge stabilization after a crazy 0-5 start, but job's not done yet. And we mentioned this was, from the eye test, compositionally speaking, going to be the more difficult task at hand. And Fly, by the way, 3 for 3 on pistols today, Rippington. So better late than never, I guess, can be the motto for Swim coming into this pistol. Yeah, it would be huge to bounce back right to a 7-7 after this. But I'll have to see. I love the ISOs on top for both sides. That's funny to witness. And Swim Trek continuing their moniker of being the opposites of Fly, or going for an aggro C fight instead of the aggro A fight on the pistol. And I think that's really funny.
They're gonna switch it up. They call an audible at the last moment to see if that aggro C push is coming in. Oh, wow.
They have a revolving door play to counter it, too, if they commit to this cross.
Yeah, I was just going to say this pinch could be really cool once they get that going.
Here it comes, and it looks like Eli's going to be the victim. The response, though, is in position and is primed, though, for Sherrod and for... I have to kind of answer it, but...
Oh!
Limps out. Okay, they're good to go, and they're just going to speed up into the C site.
Got to be careful of how they take this one. As a team, Sherrod's ready to fight it. Double tap just allows them to stand out in the open. Oh my god, the trades are coming in so heavy on this waterfall side. The angle's hard to get back onto for the Swim Trek defense, but they still have 2 alive after the dust settles.
Backstab, low HP, paint job forcing them into venture. It is going to be Swim Trek Blues at first. Pistol to right the ship and continue sailing towards that map 3 of Summits. And you see what their first kind of buy-up cycle looks like from an early round perspective as well. And why am I not surprised that there might be 2 rifles in it? Okay, whoa. I've expressed my thoughts on more than 2 sniper rifles before, and it seems like Swim Trek has heard that plea. Gone back to a more respectable and balanced buy.
Sometimes at this point, when I played, you'd be like, oh, I'm going to get a Marshal this round. You're going to get one? Oh, you got one? And like 3 people realize they've already bought one. It's so funny. Seems like Swim is just going to stick with the 1 and keep going for the push. Have a little fun, too. A little dancing. Oh, get the knife. Get the knife.
Spike down, C.
Close range combat out here at long C. And now Swim can just sit on the spike.
I will say, even with Jazzy being on the Senti role, she's not really been recently in the Senti lurk role, you know? Even that KJ, right, that was left towards literally anybody but her over on Haven. And now we're seeing what's the result of it, right? She has to play out a 1v5 on the eco, and oh, bad timing for Corrupt again. That's how Haven got
Those
closed out.
smokes for Corrupt, I just can't. I can't.
It's okay, they got teammate nearby, we get a 7-7, the weapons that are more expensive get collected, and yeah, tie game. Very roundabout way of getting to a similar standing to what we had at the start, at the end of Haven's first half, where it was a 6-6 Irvington, but here we are nonetheless.
All right. Is it going to be the bonus? Swim need to push forward with this. They will set up the same nade C's. It looks like Fly actually wants to commit, though. Shield out. They go for safety.
Ouch.
Oh, yeah, they committed really hard. Eli thought they had the chance to get the movement. Oh, double tap cleared by the teammates' cooperation of FlyQuest right now. Just so behind each other.
Yeah. That swing just a bit unaccompanied, right? And aside from that double tap, it was very self-sufficient, and
Player standing.
that's kind of what explained every single one of these fights, right? And very night and day from what we saw get swim through those hard times at the first half, and now Corrupt playing a 1v3, tipping right into the opposing Omen and IGL's clutches. So, yeah, that bonus we spoke of Rivington firmly denied by Fly, and I'm getting the feeling that we're gonna go back to like a fight simulator here on Lotus, like the last half was.
Yeah, it looks like it. You look at those pings. Here, assist me in the lobby of their side where they buy guns. The pings keep going a little deeper for Swim. And you see they are set up to make that happen. Looks a lot like the old EDG strat where they open, they'll smoke towards rubble, actually TP out to rubble. But no, they're just going to keep it there.
Look at this. I mean, this is why you play the ISO, right? You just saw.
Yeah.
Edith fully denies that flash, still gets the same timing tempo that would have punished an angle, and here just full sprinting, taking the site anchor off the C site. They're gonna get this post play for free, and it's gonna be Swim playing a 5v5 unless Bob. Okay, the trade will be there, but oh, it won't. Jeez, I didn't realize she got that deep.
Got your trail.
Yeah, I actually thought Bob dodged it. But I guess it was a heel grab there on the kill contract, and Bob says, no. Oh, this is a pinch. And that was
What just
Swim.
happened?
The door opened, and I think everybody was ready to get into position for Swim, not in position.
And I think Fly were just
sorry,
not.
for FlyQuest.
Yeah, they
rather.
weren't quite posted up. I think they were really hoping that Melia would win that kill contract, right? And yeah, Spike goes down, but that is literally it, and we're tied back to 8-8 again. The ultimates are favoring Swim Truck Blue as well. Ev, not far off. Could be used as a stabilizing element with this half buy. But, it was funny, too, because if you'd noticed, Fly, like, veered away from A at the very last second to go towards C. Instead of committing to that A main fight. And this route, it's a very similar setup, kind of. Again, frontal commitment. This feels like the makings of a B split, but it's like, okay, will Swim Truck dismantle half of this exec?
So they're conditioning this A push with the shield. Who gets grabbed? We have a Thea. Ooh, nice find. Trade across the map as well as this was going on, and they come out of the kill contract with of members inside B from FlyQuest. Wait, it's not going to end B, though. They're going to try to end this in break room. Corrupt stops that in its tracks, and the spike is dropped.
Tap, bait out.
Cuddling. Oh, the re-peek, and Edith is very ready. A little extra money on the plant to go down. And what a scrappy round out of the kill contract there.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like Corrupt kind of stabilized, maybe a mistake, you could argue, from Sherrod. We've seen happen a few times where they get a bit ahead of themselves and are like excited to keep fighting as the ISO with their double tap, and then when they're unsupported, just the numbers that Fly have on the other side of that engagement flip the script back, and after that fact, Edith, 1v1 versus Corrupt. Again, it's inside their head, doesn't commit to the C rotate, beautiful tap and finish. So, into the next. Now the showstopper. I mean, yeah, go for the A fight. Here it comes. Oh. And it's just the scare tactic, right? Even if you don't get it, look at how far away Swim Trek repositioned.
Coming back to stairs, they are trying to get back in a spot where they can hit the line that is rubble, and anybody making their way towards that door switch of grass. Wonder when the lurk at C is going to pop off soon. Bob and Jazzy are about to have a good fight. Oh no, just a detection. They actually give each other the space here. But it fly backs up, and they haven't gained much other space on the map.
Yeah, I thought the idea was going to be if Jazzy got the kill to end at C, and which if Jazzy doesn't have the weapon, that's a bit harder to follow through on. He also still won't have that Steel Garden to play around either, so my guess is that they heard Jazzy say, no, Bob's low HP, finish here, and the only concern now is you have really strong pathing, once again, to challenge the flank from Venture. Bob's happy to give the space, and we saw how fluid the retake was last time around. What's different for Fly this time?
30 seconds.
Nothing.
Oh my god. Swim pressing W. Venture comes around the back, and Fly try to push forward a little bit more knowing this is happening. Whoa. That's too tough. Too many angles to look at. And Swim Track come in with another round as we go back and forth here.
not just another round, but another flawless retake of the C site as
Yeah.
well. And that's what's so interesting, right? We mentioned how both these compositions are so aggro style with the ISO raise, and they've definitely taken it different avenues, right? Fly, we need that controlled space early. We can push it forward to spawn if we want, right? Go, go, go. We don't want to play retake as much unless we have to. Swim are happy to give up half of the map and play retake every single time, and are excelling at it. So 9-9 here. Money though reset for Fly means the prospects are a bit grimmer, but never zero when there's a hero rifle and a steel garden in the mix. Swim though, a great call for the front B fight.
Let's see it. Swim Trek choose this map. Give us a good case for it here. Protocol outside B, trained up from them. Melia scene. Focus on the right, make sure they don't tunnel vision into this too much. Beautiful kills from just Venture on the right. The multi-kills from Venture have really been keeping Swim afloat in these rounds as the rest of them close down on the FlyQuest members in their classics to take that 10th round.
And Fly knew this half was going to be a bit bumpier when they took that early timeout last half. It's early, but I do feel like it's Fly stagnating just a little bit. And with the big ultimates, it's kind of ticking all those boxes for what would have been a FlyQuest timeout round, but
yeah,
trusting in maybe what Thea has called, understanding what they need to fix. That's what Coach Joe have to gauge, and I think they're realizing how easy they can get onto the C site because Bob's giving it up. So the hope here is that they take that space without as much Yuta, without as many ultimates, and then use the ultimates to keep that space.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna happen. They're holding everything so far and just using the bodies.
Ooh,
Double
Steel
tap
Contract
is
confirms it
on.
too.
Rolling through.
Face your fear!
Trap has been set. But wait, who's going off of this? Eli gets a kill from behind. They're still trying to push through off of the tethers now from spawn. Bob does actually find one through that. And now it gets messy. Both are trying to meet each other right on top of the platform here. Melia gets one. This is going to be a moment to clutch it up for the squad, but it's going to be 3 members of Swim ready. The round win goes in their favor, and the spike just sitting there and it's lonesome.
What just happened? Yeah,
Exactly.
that's what Coach Joe's asking as well. Who did Eli kill and spawn? Was that Jazzy front B lurking when she was the one with the steel garden? If that's the case, I don't know how I feel about that. Because again, their issue is how fast that Swim can reflood into that C site. And
Yeah.
I mean, Bob, number one, played a lot closer than she normally does and was disrespecting that conditioning. And second, again, I just don't think they needed that kill contract on Waterfall either again. Right? It's proven that even if Melia wins, it doesn't find what they need, and it would have been so impactful in the late round instead. So they just got congested and backside by blinds, by that nightfall, and kind of got themselves jumbled up, and I bet the comms were hectic as well. So 11-9 here, Swim Trek. 0-5 is a crazy comeback arc, and making it seem like we're going to see Summit, but there were some good ecos from FlyQuest over on Haven. I don't expect them to abandon the bandits. They got some sheriffs though in there.
Yeah, still Melia, light armor, Jazzy with that ult still. And there could be a world where that is used on this low buy round if they get a few of their upgrades.
Well set.
And I like front B. You're usually getting somebody at medium distance, which is going to be where their power sits right now in this buy, and you can swarm that one person maybe. See if they can tempt it.
They saw ISO, they saw Rays. Now again, that Sky C. A lot of answers early on, and they have to understand they've done this exact play themselves, that the fast B pivot can exist for Swim Trek.
So it kind of mirrors each other, right? Mm-hmm. The members of Fly were all standing in the same spot when Swim Trek tried this too.
Exactly, but
And
the
they
difference
backed
now
up.
is they're not
They
ending
backed
into
up.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Backing over to the right can be a quick call from Corrupt. A nice delay of smoke, maybe for the exit timing, as the other smoke comes up.
There's that contingency, that wall that we've talked about. Makes the space, breaks the choke, and they still get a little bit more space.
Whoa. Ooh. Venture giving the fight from stairs. I'm thinking it would have been easy, but you can't take FlyQuest lightly here.
I hate this wall.
Eli's gonna have to do work right behind the wall. Oh no!
Spike
Oh
down.
no!
One
The wall
enemy
still allows for the angle.
30 seconds left.
That is so unfortunate for FlyQuest, but if you're a Swim Trek fan, you're saying hell yeah.
Rivington, it's the alarm bot on Haven in a different font. It's that same exact moment.
I had a cipher trip in my mind. Somebody's like, this cipher trip is great, while the guy's just standing there staring at you.
It's just that's usually why it's a bit more committed towards spawn, just the nasty angles that they can take in that regard. And you even see just as you're there studying that main angle. But yeah, that's kind of a killer round. But 3 rounds with this buy up with that timeout and its lessons can still be converted if they get past the hump of these ultimates that Swim Trek Blue have. That's the biggest challenge. And also, but an off on Sky. Wow.
Little layer on the utility there. I wouldn't even say kill contract is a waste. They're just looking to confirm everything.
Look how grouped they are too. Eli, Venture, high, low to handle the melee lurk.
Oh, paranoia hits them all.
The timing, they peel off. Look at Melia. My concern is
All
the
the way
space that's been
through.
traded. Yeah. What do you do here? I'm trying to funnel them back towards the ISO.
We didn't see him. Ev. So sneaky. Just blending in with the environment there. And there is the lurk paying off big time to drop the op. Something they've just been able to get out of Bob's hand every time.
And this was that big swing round, right? Showstopper gone, kill contract gone. They can convert this 4v3. Put themselves in a really good position, and that's why the Nightfall has also come out.
Sherrod. One. Venture and Corrupt here, looking to make their way in. Nice reset from Corrupt, but now all eyes on that waterfall link.
Ooh.
And
that
they
was so low.
separate the elevation. This is a tough shot. Nice. Spike's going to be down quite low already. That's forcing the hand of Corrupt right into the hands of FlyQuest for another round. I think economy's still pretty good here for the side of Swim, so no worries there. But it's still 2-round gap.
Yeah, that was honestly just a really nice responsive and fluid mid-round, which is a very stark departure from what we saw was that jumbled C post plant, right, a few prior, right? Wall gets triggered. Jazzy calms it, and they realize, okay, we've lost our flank space. Let's pivot through B and reframe a little bit deeper into the site, and that's how they got to convert. It gets a little shaky with the trades, the heroics obviously on the Swim side, but all, well, ends well for the time being. Difficulty is how many rounds Swim got. They're gonna have buys till OT, and Fly cannot make a mistake unless they want to play Summit.
Okay. Apparently, Eli only has a W key. Just peeking right into lobby right away. I love it. And that is so much information. It's a very dangerous line, so you can see kind of considering how much they want to be pushed up. Get a little bit more help from Corrupt if they backpedal here.
Yeah, you're expecting Boombot, you're expecting a Prowler around this corner, or you're baiting them to re-swing into you? And it doesn't matter.
Just like you can know, Eli saw that shot. The corner, the positioning, everything before it happened. Very clean. They're going to go ahead and look at that. How safe they play after that. They play your lives. Everything is about your life right now.
That's an interesting corner. The whole thing will betray stay on. The Corrupt gets a free kill and the confirmation that they're ending A. Look at the rotates.
What a crazy place to stick that. It'd be great on. Detecting them on the way in, almost the lineup there, but all of FlyQuest are protecting each other. Very low now as Jazzy looks to get that health back, and it's not going to be enough. Swim Trek close down on Fly and sit them down for Lotus. What a round from them to pull that back. Like you said, from 0-5, and they said, no, you know, I think we got this.
Yeah, I think just some of those individual heroics started shining through just a little bit. I think Eli getting that absolute diff up against Edith is the full kind of circle moment that showcased it there just a little bit. And the fluidity of the retakes, you also saw again, I think most of the time they were buddied up, which is a very, very stark departure from when we saw Venture solo scaling down A long on Haven. Or again, they would leave Bob deep down C long after that's where Sherrod was. And again, it went from solo dependencies on fragging power to joint elevation of each other's abilities, and that's exactly when this team looks dangerous. So a map 1 oddity and then a map 2 lock-in for sure.
For sure. Both teams now find success, and they'll have to do it one more time. Don't go anywhere. We will see you at the summit.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers North America. Riv and Zobi here still. I'm sorry, but we do have another map to go, so that's a plus. It's going to be Summit, and we were hoping to get to the third on this series, and both teams have tested each other. It seemed like SwimTrek woke up a little bit late, which is not normal for them, but we are here, and now it is going to be that third and final map to decide it.
And you can just see how back and forth it was after the 0-5 start, and how they really did end off on similar footings as well. I think it was just a few more of the successful execs from SwimTrek Blue that set them apart, versus we would see these clothesline flawless rounds from SwimTrek up against Fly on Swim Zone defense. And again, you can see the differences to very similar based compositions, and I think Swim fully understood the weaknesses of their composition without a Sentinel and played around them and played those retake plans to near perfection.
I would love to see the true double duelist come back. I feel like it fits compositions better for, I mean, at least Swim and what they want to do here. The ISO play coming in for Sharad, as well as Melia. It was very cool to see. But yeah, we just saw FlyQuest kind of not be able to get anything after those 5 rounds coming through. And it was weird because Swim started to win fights, and then, like you said, realized the Haven default wasn't it. Let's deathball, let's back each other up, and use all this flash utility and fade util we're trying to bring to the table together.
And honestly, I was trying to figure it out. In the last 60 days, like, Jazzy had only played Vice twice, so I think that speaks to why she was having a little bit harder time individual performance wise.
Yeah, they took
maybe the wall placement as well. Yeah, so all in all, again, maybe them also navigating a new composition just a little bit. And I talked about how well the map pool felt fleshed out for this team, but again, that was in theory because they were floating these maps that they hadn't yet played, and Lotus was one of those maps. So again, there was preparation that they had but hadn't tested necessarily. Now they've had that testing done. We're moving now though into a map of Summit, where it's a tried, true, and proven success story for FlyQuest, in which they won 13-5 over Axolotl, which again is Wadada and ex-Puppy Thieves, so 2 main event teams smashed together. And I think that is a pretty dominant scoreline to have with what you were running, which was a Omen, Fade, Cypher, KO, Neon. So I think that checks all of the boxes of a very stable Summit composition. And we have the questions of if the Cypher will still be played with the risks of the cage bugs. But all in all, more of our question marks are now with SwimTrek, right? They're the one with a less fleshed out map pool. They drill what they know. They've had subs in and out. And this is one of those maps that they've yet to test into. And it hasn't even been like a map 3 float either. They floated Ascent and Lotus and Haven at different points. So yeah, don't know what changed, but they're ready to tackle it while it's still the safety of the Swiss stage, I guess, in that ladder format.
I do wonder how they play it, because I thinking of Haven first and how Swim would continue to push a little bit. They got themselves in trouble, and it makes sense that Fly would do well on Summit. A lot of teams love to play retake, and these sites are kind of made for it. They have the choke points to get back in, but you can be in cave, you can kind of be in spawn over towards B and set up to make these retakes happen from multiple points. So I wonder how Swim kind of again aggress that. Do they deathball? Do they keep pushing through? Do they take more space? Sitting inside, I feel like, is just going to put them in a pressure cooker that FlyQuest could figure out how to open up.
Oh, 100%. And I could see them playing very similar to Lotus, and then they just give it the site and play that retake, at least like towards the B space, if they aren't going to have like a firm anchor sentinel like what a Cypher with kill trips would offer. But all those questions and more will be answered as we get to jump into the agent select. And I also want to see, I do feel like on Lotus, we consistently did see Jazzy and Melia both in pretty good lurk positions, if you remember, like up the gut through B. And I feel like mid, if not checked properly, does have that similar level of opportunities. But jumping into it, and whew, this is, same composition for FlyQuest Red. And how do we feel about a double Senti for SwimTrek Blue?
Okay. Double Senti.
Have we seen double Senti yet? Like in the Americas?
Not that I can think of.
Yeah.
I like it, but I feel like somebody has to put util towards mid if you're on the attack side, right? Where is it really going to come into play? Cyphers, you're outside. Maybe the Vice Wall starts getting placed somewhere else or finalized towards your site, and Sharad stays mid to maybe put a bend trap down. But yeah, I don't know. This, to me, means they have to get as many rounds as possible on attack because they're going to be way better on defense, right? So whatever they can source here is going to help that.
Absolutely. And I will say, I'm trying to think, like, I haven't studied the geometry enough on this map, like, to know where the Vice Roses can go through, if that makes sense. But I feel like you can do a really good job of faking pressure from, like, other parts of the map because of how overlapping it is in the negative space. So I'm curious to see how they'll use that to fake some of the rotations. Because flashback to Haven, remember how heavy they were on the rotations and they were always correct? Yeah. I feel like that, and the fact they're also running, right? That KO and that fade, so that double initiator is going to be spicy for sure.
It'll be cool to watch that. You mentioned the Vice Util, because you see that the portion of cave right there that we just flew over, and it's like, if that was the place where you wanted to put the Rose, it would come out through the wall, but it wouldn't effectively flash anybody. So what is the most ideal spot, right? There's so many cuts and turns and little crevices here. So I actually like seeing, we see Brimstone coming out for energy, like just being able to cut timings and stuff. And then anything that can really mess with these lanes. You know, Tejo isn't a big one, but we've seen some teams do that and just be able to really cut off rolling retreats for squads. Here we are, though, FlyQuest versus Swim on Summit for map 3.
Only one spot in the main event available after today's match. The rest will have to fall down. Their first loss of the stage and go again. And we're already seeing how I think the trips were supposed to function in terms of keeping these links under control. If you look at Ben and you look at B-Link. But without breaking that mid wall, somebody can slip right through. Or two. No, I'm just kidding.
A frenzy. A quick kill. And yeah, a slip
They're
through
not going to
happened.
expect the jet.
Not especially
How
since
would
they
you?
broke the door here, because it feels like they said, oh, we don't want to get aggressed on. It's going to be all up to Jazzy to have that sixth sense here and quickly right-clicked and taken down. Thea's just off the timing, deciding, choosing. Oh, and it's perfect. A nice cleanup. They answer back. She tries to close the gap to get that paranoia denied. And a really good in-the-moment play there from FlyQuest.
Now Eli has to struggle to recover the spike unless he gets scooped up by Bob, but hanged out, time delayed.
30 seconds left.
Ooh.
It's going to be up to individuals at this point.
Yeah. Knowing the timings, we can see everybody is looking the right way, figuring out what could have transpired across this minute and 20 seconds. Oh, draws Bob on the wall. Beautiful picture of Bob, by the way, but that's not what kills somebody. Bob comes up with the kills. 5 HP left, and Swim Trek get another pistol.
You saw the moment Eli realized that they were dilly-dallying and had to get back to Bob's side there after they won the initial engagement and got Spike back, and time was getting low. But I just mentioned and hyped up how I thought Fly was the one to exploit those kind of mid gaps and those mid timings, but what a beautiful, like you mentioned, fake out and guys with dropping the wall behind your deposited player. And you can see those pings coming through again of where those tripwires were, and that's where that trap was formed on Bend as well. And we're going to see that consistently a factor, but they go round, none of that for the time being. Just a hefty A stack and solo Cypher B for the retake, so get to see how Swim puncture into it.
Oh, they're going to swing this. Walk right through. Yeah, Venture wants it. Venture, so aggressive. I think Venture sees the kill, and they do not let it go.
Absolutely, and I mean, that leaves 2 players. Classics to their names, and we're gonna close off another round, just like she did the last. And there it is, a flawless round for Swim Trek, back in form. And yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see what I think some of these more main aggro fights look like from Fly. We saw it in the pistol, we saw it attempt there on the eco when they get rifles in hand. But for the time being, they're still figuring out what the call is. It's like group huddle in mid, disperse.
Yeah.
That was really, really funny. And then get your trap wires again on mid positionings, and you go back to this main fight. I mean, I like it. It's not really hard anchoring like you typically see the Cypher invested to when you put like an operator or something else in mid, but it's good for that flexibility that we know they want, where they have now info on both sides of the map.
Door is broken.
I made that mistake twice.
There. Yeah. Still playing this trap side if they favored towards A. but they're expecting this push to come through. So really nice choice by Melia's positioning this time. Gonna get a lot of info here if they do want to finally commit on it.
They're trying to. It seemed like it was gonna be a fake at first, right? Like that's why the dart went top mid while they were taking spike down bend. But now that they've lost that B main control, I'm surprised to see that they're still committing to this and successfully so.
So many little 1v1s crafted by the corners of this map where teams aren't able to trade each other. And you see now Eli pushing forward a little bit more, decides not to. And we wondered if this would be the case, right? Hard to hold the site unless you're just taking people out in transition. But they do decide to get a little bit of a forward pull. Oh, no! Wait! FlyQuest. Another round where they just walk in on each other's timings and catch Swim kind of asleep at the wheel, maybe is the thing.
Push a button. Save the day.
I mean, they're punishing someone who's nearsighted, and I mean, there's a bodyguard on their side holding half-blind crossfire, and yeah, if one whiffs, the entire system comes down. Ev,
Oh, man.
crazy wrist break on that 180, but yeah, salvage after mistake upon mistake, and I started out saying that Swim shouldn't have gotten away with that B split to begin with because that B main fight was won by Fly, so guess then a divine intervention to salvage a otherwise perfectly called round, and not even conditioned trap wires doubled up on mid. I'm liking the idea of Edith and Ev scaling here.
Just getting some jump peeks in.
Ooh.
Don't clear it with Fade.
Who they expect
Saved
Edith
Edith.
tucked?
Yep. Little push on A gives FlyQuest some information here, but they don't want to lean too much off of anything. There's so much space to be gained that Swim can use, and one of those places is Ben for Eli.
Oh, Prowler
the
just
clear.
too late.
Exactly. What timing here as Swim Trek continues to just spread out into the map.
Not lost hope though. Elia, third map, third roll. Hard anchor on the B site this time around. Receiving the
They're
spike.
gonna have to be
transit.
safe crackers to get in here.
They found my wire.
Or just shock
Okay.
everything and see if it
They've cracked the
fries the
safe.
system. Yeah. I want a refund
They
on that
cheated.
one.
They brought tools. All right. Melia answers, and
30
now it's have
seconds
to
left.
come down to those gunfights. Running to the other side, they're still just trying to read the map, play off the ball all the time, and that means Bob has made it to A to call it is safe to plant.
Never seen how fast that mid-timing rotate is either. That's pretty quick, and like you mentioned, the deep deposits now it's down multiple
left.
times, and they're gonna get away with 2 surprises, because yeah, you saw Bob, but do you expect Eli?
Jeez.
They're running circles on this defense. Like, the gaps are crazy. And you know with the double
this
Senti,
is-
they're not gonna have gaps like that next half.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, this is crazy to see the double Sentis doing this now, where you're kind of like, okay, we'll watch for the lurk timings, but they are the lurk timings right now. And then, like you said, they have defense, so yeah, they're gonna be getting a few rounds here if this is how they keep it going for Swim Trek Blue.
And I think Swim had a good idea with Fly had a good idea with getting that deep mid space, but they just missed the time to take any of those engagements head on and bend those numbers that then led to those deep-seated lurks, which opened up with Eli's bend timing and that opening kill. And again, it's a new map. You're still navigating like when is the right time to re-clear, re-drone, re-prowl.
Oh, timings and everything still are being changed out, especially on what you're playing, right? Edith can flip a few of that, the timings on the head just with being able to sprint across. We'll see how they do into round 5. One post-plant success for FlyQuest, and then they're met with another strong swim trek round.
All right.
Setting up line of scrimmage defense, it looks like.
Yeah, and this is going to be a heavy mid fight, it feels like, for the side of Fly, or maybe get behind off of Nightfall. Mentioned that they missed the timing on the fights. This time, they are not going to, but we'll have to come away better for them. Ooh. Thea?
Yeah, a quick peek from Ben there. Thea gets a kill. They trade it out, and they're still going to push towards FlyQuest, knowing there's a few more members tucked in. I don't think they know about Ev. Maybe a gun cost them a little bit of money here.
Has to recover Thea's from Ben before she can backtrack. So
Yeah.
have they missed the timing a little bit on what could have been the flank? Trapwire now up, and I mean they're now navigating the maze successfully without trapwires. They didn't cheat this time, at least. Riv.
Last player standing.
Same outcome though.
They went in the old analog version of doing it. They swim another round. They do not allow Fly to pull it back into their favor here. So that's going to be pretty tough on the economy if it can happen one more time here.
I mean, looking at the ultimates, I think it could happen one more time, Vington. And again, it's those teetering points where you maybe would want a chance to chat with the team for a timeout, but when Fly still have depth and are still flipping through the page and trying new things, it just feels like you can't just yet, right? And that, for example, this time is going to be the Cypher setup on A. Maybe they're tired of the Bob lurks, but it's so funny. We have not seen a direct hit from Swim the entire half. It's all been these mid exploits, and now it's a very, very direct A split.
Oh my gosh. Ships in the night. They're like, wait, there's a tether there. Where have they gone? Trying to chase it down as fast as possible. And Edith is just on the heels the whole time. And the chase has actually not done them any justice. Swim turns around and just sweeps Fly off their feet.
I heard that you give me a corpse while you're fully by that 0 point, but you get the double kill anyways. So the thorns from Bob supporting you, and I mean the fact that Fly gets the timing on the mid-reach clear trap and still isn't enough to completely dismantle the round and Swim get away with 4 is crazy, right? It's like, I don't say it's plot armor, but that's what it feels like, right? When Fly can call such perfect rounds and it still doesn't go their way. And Swim, I mean, again, it's been just start mid, get deposits, and then go towards whatever site feels right, or you get a kill. And this time, that was the ace side off the Hunter's Fury, and I feel like we, how much are you? I feel like we're not seeing the Sova as much, and so it's kind of fun to see it in contention here. And all right, timeout for Fly. And that was that big round that goes awry, but they have some ultimates to battle back. They have some here rifles as well. What is the switch up?
I don't know.
We've seen, now we've seen a bit of everything, right?
Yeah, we actually have. The kind of series has turned on its head from how FlyQuest started second map too. It's almost like a deja vu, but now for Swim here to have an incredible start, and FlyQuest is forced to come up with the answer. I do believe they can do it. I think we're still going to get a pretty even map here on Summit. But I did mention before, too, that Swim is kind of really good if they get a lot of attack side rounds.
Not wrong, not wrong. But I will also say we had, like you mentioned, that this could be a close map. Fly start 5-0, Swim start 5-1. Yeah, they can make it up. And it started for
It's happened. We've seen
Swim with a timeout. Yeah, exactly. And still waiting for that flashback to the ecos we were seeing over on Haven from FlyQuest. But going back to that topic of what haven't we seen, what can Fly still try? And I do like them, instead of approaching the mid fight from top mid, they're realizing if we break wall there, we can stack more players, perhaps into Bend. Because I do think that's where Swim have been exploiting a bit more, but talked about Swim and whether they change things out of opposing timeouts. This round they have.
Yeah.
But they've been spotted out by the 0 point.
Pushing Bend. Paid off on that last one. They're playing outside sight. I think that's something we mentioned for FlyQuest really helped here. So at least if B gets taken, let that util go down, and then you can re-clear to make sure Bob isn't lurking, which is the case. Then they found Bob.
Like it though. Take the thorns, the runaway, bait out another kill, and you still get away with the thorns and no gun handed over. In the meantime, some delay because of reflood, but how much will it hold?
They're gonna all swing to the right. I think it's the right call here. Stick together, try to make it work. Oh, but drop is the deadly spot for Eli to stay and get all of those kills. 6-1 here for Swim as FlyQuest are trying to find an answer a timeout now to hopefully push through into this round with 5 ults ready.
Yeah, I
9
mean,
across the board.
those Eli Tuck timings, just absolutely crazy. But yeah, this is the round that the timeout culminates in. And hey, this is one thing that they haven't done yet. We said we've seen about everything is Edith with the operator on the mid line to punish these timings that Swim have been taking. See if Swim continue to skirt by not fully committing to the mid fight like they haven't done since the timeouts. And all right, that's the punishment we wanted to see.
Aggression. I think that's what they really need to do. A lot. Oh, wait a minute. Hold that thought.
It's an early nightfall, it feels
Okay.
like.
Early nightfall. They get all the info, but it's just kind of the hurry up and wait game now.
Oh, this is the trade-off, right? Because they confirmed so many players. Look at the pathing Melly is now taking. You jumped over the trap wire. This could get dicey in the long term. Will it be too late by the time the B anchors fall? That's the question.
And I like the way the Fly took a more aggressive approach here. I was going to start mentioning what we saw from them on Haven was a front-to-back way that they play the site. It's easier on Haven. On Summit, you're almost forced to play around the site because the opponents can always get around you. Really nice job being aggressive to make things happen on their own terms. And another few kills coming in a pivotal part of the first half to make it happen.
Melly, you forgot there's a trip there? That's so funny. Melly ran into the A main trip, but it doesn't matter anyways. Spy cam for confirmation. That'll guide. Now the player's coming in through bend towards a perfect retake. And the cam still hasn't been destroyed, by the way, Riv. There it goes.
Last player standing. Planted.
It's a lot to ask. Oh, it does. Just on the outside, get a tether.
Oh, not the
And another round
overdrive.
for Fly.
Little post-match celebratory session. You know, need some extra energy, but I haven't really seen. We've seen our fair share of Swim flawlesses, but not as much so the Fly ones. So refreshing to see after a timeout, and they still have some ultimates to work with, but makes you wonder how many of those actually led to the final call to pivots and in trap or trigger, I should say, those trap that Melia had sets. And I think that the change-up's going to be here because they don't know if the trap wire was jumped or if they came through mid, right? Because after Bob fell, nobody picked up the mid space, if we saw. Maybe they'll keep somebody extra in mid, or maybe Bob will go for the later timing. But regardless, any switch-up you make, you're still leading towards Edith again.
Go away.
Read that play. 100%. And they will back up again. Back to safety.
Well, I'm just going to try and pop out probably off of an Arcro's paranoia at this point with the blades. Oh, works with the gun. That works too. They're in the site. They've gotten it. Whoa, we got him to the wall draw.
Back to the relay bolt. The smokes went down way quicker, I think, than Eli was expecting as well.
No charges.
Steel Garden clears it for a safe plant because they haven't fully cleared it themselves. They don't know if somebody could be dipping out of cave right now. So they're just looking now to set up the post plant. A great identify from the theft.
In position for Corrupt. Trying to put some seeds of doubt in that retake's mind. But yeah, I mean, this is delay, and all that Utah just got flushed out without really much follow-up space-wise.
Oh, they trade box side, or they rather run out box side. Very smart to gain a little bit more space and close that gap. Ev with the shot as they both kind of mix in and out in a figure-8 pattern to make sure that is a FlyQuest round. They bring it up to 3-6, and they're making a very good case for getting 3 more here.
Yeah, I mean, that first kind of flashpoint gets flushed out, as mentioned, by the Thorns, but the second one is perfectly followed through upon because that 0 point was unbroken and caught so many players without utility on that SwimTrek side. So, again, it'll just be something that SwimTrek download and realize, okay, gotta be careful of this angle of this knife.
Yeah.
As they're also learning to play the map, right? But I will say the stabilization around this operator and the openers that it's been able to find now twice has been lights out as well for what otherwise has been, right? SwimTrek First Bloods. Map 1 and Map 2 favoring them. And here we go again. Ooh. Ooh.
Gotta go.
Third time's a charm. Gets across safely there. And I know FlyQuest feels it. You can see it on the scoreboard. There was 3 successful retakes. It's just where they have an advantage with the way they're playing. Oh, that's going to sting. Edith is going to make it hurt even more across the map. What a correction. His Ev was going to go for a wider swing there and has to snap.
They're finally keeping a lid on this mid-space control, right?
Yeah.
And the lurk player of Bob. And they're finally limiting the options, it feels like, from a swim truck every step of the way. Line of sight on the jiggle, probably on the corner of that spike, but it's in a safely recoverable position nonetheless. Sherrod, 12 HP, just depending on Venture to rest of his number as advantage back.
And hello, says Edith.
Never pressing off.
Transitioning around the map with those operators. FlyQuest get another round here. And is this going to be another swim track timeout as we come into round number 11?
I don't think it should be just yet. This feels more like a... I don't want to curse us with a tech pause, Rivington, but could be. There was some types in chat we could hear, but yeah, I mean they're winning. Oh, it is. It's a swim timeout, actually. There we go. I mean, they are the ones that just lost 3 in a row, and they themselves know what can be salvaged from a half. 0-5 to a 5-7 deficit, and it's kind of what Fly are on track for, to be honest, if we give them enough credit to get the next round off this timeout through. And that's where I'm guessing could have some ideas to try and challenge this operator for Edith. Or maybe it's saying, okay, guys, let's stop the mid defaults. We're literally giving Edith opportunities to op us out of Oblivion. And I feel like what they just need is a strong way to counter what's been Fly getting B main space for free, if we've noticed the last few rounds as well. But, from the start of the round, not too many switch-ups. Maybe a safer dart is all, but we'll have to see what those pivots look like later, I guess, Riv.
All right. The operator game is alive and well here on Summit. And FlyQuest doing a great job again. Waking up a little bit here to make sure they can give us an even first half. And that mid space is still going to be retaken by Swim. They know it's kind of a path to getting a first kill, getting Bob a shot maybe of a lurk on the extremities, but I like the way Fly is playing totally to receive Swim right now.
I do like Swim, though, this time. Every time they were previously breaking trips, right, they always committed behind it. This is more defaulted to saying, okay, we're breaking the trips, we're cutting noise, do with that what you will. Now they have to keep more players committed. The only concern is because they broke the bend trip, there's more players committed A side, and so is the Nightfall, so they're still not running into a better situation. Oh, what a...
Lie. This is tough. This is tough.
Down A.
Really nice angles here from FlyQuest to actually stay in sight this time, so they switch up the way they're defending. Eli thought they had a little bit more time than usual, and it is just a pinch down now on the rest of the members of Swim. A 5-6, very likely to be your score line after this one, and they look to save the op for sure.
And I was really hoping Jazzy would just keep them contained in A main by staring down the Vice wall, because it would be very fitting for when she was on the Vice and there was a pretty lethal multi-kill off of it. But maybe Guns getting saved. Hard call to make for the time being. They're trying to scalp the operator into the next round, and that they will for the time being. Like you mentioned, 5 to 6. This could be a 6-6 half again.
Very much so. It's slowly going more and more in their favor. Those 4 rounds on the scoreboard, diffuse, into kill, and then your time.
More dominant, yeah.
Yeah, that is just figuring out your opponent on paper right there. Spelled out for us.
Huge credit to the coaching staff, because that's all after the timeout as well.
That is true.
I mean, also we can credit to Edith, I guess, too, because it was literally just the operator coming out after the timeout. It's like we can add layers to the depth of the gameplay and what works. And look at this, she's in the right place, right time again. Look. Also, double trap on the flank, by the way. Vice won't into the Cypher trip's kind of funny. But when you're deathballing into B, I guess it's what you have to go for. But if I get the blades here, this round feels over.
Whoa.
You have Phantom 2.
Critical miss. Eli's in. And this Stinger could be upgraded if they try to make a move, but they're playing patient here, looking for more to get back in on the retake. And they're not going to step in just yet. They hear the Prowlers. They hear everybody from FlyQuest just on the outside, and it's actually giving them some nerves for getting the plant down. Nice job by Venture to get the shots right through that wall.
Got noise, no tap. They actually gets the better of it on the re-clear, unpunished, and now the pre-fire connects, and the only thing that can salvage them would be this Haunted Fury combo, but Ev is braving the lightning and the fury for numbers. 1v2 now for Venture.
Venture multi-kill would be very nice for Swim Trek right now.
Scanning ahead.
A little bit of time to play with this and just trying to draw some fights after peppering the box. Almost has a timing there. And nice from Melia. Be the sentry out in the open. Would have been swung by Ev anyways off contact. And a 6-6 first half is what we get. I think one of the most important pistol rounds. Obviously, it's third map, but the way that these teams have been carrying themselves after the pistol is huge. So who's it going to be?
Who is it going to be? I mean, series still narrowly favoring Fly in the pistol department, so see if that can be that conversion for them. I think that's the way that Fly can stay ahead and set themselves up for success, right? We already mentioned that it's double Senti working against them. They need that little, again, boost of these next two rounds, because they're gonna have to again go through that learning curve of playing up against the double Senti, and how, because they have anchors on each site, look, Swim can just full focus mid space.
And that's where they're actually going to push it right away. Ben has a push as well from Corrupt. The fight ensues, and everybody's kind of out in the open. You see them jump backpedaling here as they realize the initial fight's not what they wanted. We take a breather. And I say FlyQuest worse for the wear on this one.
Oh, not for
Frenzy
long.
in, a Frenzy slide, safe, but not yet. Oh my gosh. Quick with it.
Red,
And it turns
like a
around
book.
like that.
All right, you got one Senti down from A. In process of elimination of an intelligent game plan would be the other Sentis on B. So they figured that out. Are headed back towards A. My concern here, Riv, is that these players are all pretty low HP.
Okay, wait. This is the starting angle, too. This is the starting angle. No, be happy with it. Okay, so... There's so much space, the angles, the timing. Yeah. Love watching Summit still. A nice round by Fly to get pistol.
An opportunity for sure out there. Unfortunately, squandered by timing. But yeah, I mean, the way they were able to dismantle that mid fight one step at a time, and again, it's Edith front and center doing that, is really refreshing to see. Right? It's not the Melia show right now. It's Edith with the operator. It's been Ev actually with some crazy multi-kills. Try and rival that of Venture, the initiator on the other side. And I mean, coming to the next, we just got through a monologue saying, oh, if Senti's on one site, the other one's probably on the other. And what do we have here? Cypher, Vice together, joining forces, and it's where the exit's going, I guess. Ooh, Arc Raid's gonna be huge.
Paranoia's eaten. Yeah, Arc Raid throws for a little delay into the site, and it does affect FlyQuest pretty hard here. Marshall trades running into the smoke. No, mayhem ensues as Ev is just spin-botting the Bulldog in that smoke.
Spike planted.
That's what they do on these ecos, I swear. Like, it's able to shut down the masses, and I'm not over, but Venture trying to look for the best weapon upgrade for the job. Oh, Jazzy will not let them complete their search, I guess. 8-6 here, we mentioned.
Trickery.
Yeah, they needed this pistol in this follow-up. They got it. Curious how much they invested into the next, because it was a bit shaky, right? They only bought the one Phantom and the one Bulldog over. They are going for it fully. They know that if Swim can cement themselves in this half, it is not going to be pretty. And, yeah, I mean, The Arcros timing, like I mentioned on B, was good to prevent them from getting fully into the site off of that paranoia, but
Yeah.
Fly, it's again such a different plan. Fly are just like doing traditional exits into the sites that are working, right, against the Sentis, and just neglecting the mid space altogether.
Just on the outside of that, it seemed. Mini map, it looked like got all of them. Oh my gosh. The peak too coming in on Bend after not really getting that info. They just wanted something. They were starving for it. And Jazzikins takes out someone else trying to get a peek. So 2 down for Swim already in this round.
Good pathing here towards Bend, but because of the pause, the delay to tap the spy cam, 2 players are now here to run interference. Make that one. Make that none. So people talked about
figure out where to go.
Look at how narrow the space is. If Sean takes a single shot, or the spray through that dark cover would be lethal. Bob, though, that's a huge prowler to have missed.
Last player
What?
standing.
Then the pre-fire?
Ooh. Still cleaned up there. Sherrod, another chance. A few more to kill this time, though, and they're just going to swarm after the paranoia. Very, very fluid, pretty flow statey right now here for FlyQuest as they move into the second half of our final map.
I completely agree. It's like we're back on Haven for sure. Uplifting
Yeah.
utility, no gaps for swim track members to exploit, and I think that is the win condition, right? Aside from when swim are either playing alone or grouped up, like we mentioned, was there a big difference between the map 1 loss and the map 2 victory, but time being, that is oh my gosh, that's 8 rounds in a row for FlyQuest Red uninterrupted. And with this fragmented buy for Swim, not expecting that streak to get cut short just yet.
Quick push. I feel like this bend push, though, is to kind of just flex that they want it, but not take it. Oh, no. So the spike is committed here, so that's a take. But it looks like they just needed phase utility. So, yeah, it's really to just prompt the fight and see how much Swim will actually give them.
With players tucked, like, so close to the mains with the Sentis, they aren't really going to fully commit either way. I could see Bob having a heroic moment here, but only if she uncommits from the deep line, and the timing is not going to favor her in that.
No. One is good. But they're going to have
Good,
to
but
do a
isn't
lot of
enough.
work if they want more. Yeah, do some damage.
30 seconds left.
Hopefully chip some of that armor off here. But FlyQuest really aren't going to be giving any respect to this situation as they continue to push through.
There's some fragility with just Ev holding this cave space, but the top frag of the map, so how fragile is it really? Flood smoke, close B-link, but as you prepared, pathing. Trades.
It's so hard to block every angle in these sites. It really is. Somebody's got something. It's going to take time before we see that utility be perfected. All right.
Absolutely, and definitely not gonna happen in this series. Fly. Double digits. Charging up into their ultimates, right? This is a must-win for Swim, and I'm surprised we didn't get the timeout already, to be honest. They lose this, it's gonna be ults, a buy, and 12 for FlyQuest here, Rivington. And you can just tell how confident Fly are when they're going for very directed hits.
Yeah. Ooh. Good bit of info. Already has the dash out, so we'll try to play this one safe. Swim still, even with that, even with seeing a few, they're going to stay in a forward position on that A site, but more so back behind the Vice util at B.
Oh, that is an insane punish onto Venture.
Bring them down.
Now they're going to fake a little A split pressure as well. Bit of flash as well while they tiptoe their way back towards this B space. And my only concern is we are under a minute left, and Corrupt still has the paranoia. There's still the double thorns. There's a lot of delay util here left, Rivington, and they're far out of the realm of that 0-point landing so far. She might just gotten right back into the radius of it.
Face your fear!
Both finds. Oh, they shut the door immediately. It's going to have to be dropped for Bob,
30
pushing
seconds
themselves
left.
into the situation. It's exactly what needed to happen. Very heady play there from her. Still being pressured.
My ultimate's ready.
Loves to play these situations too. And the Steel Garden is going to be up because of all of these kills. Easy
Spike down,
cleanup
B.
now for the rest of Swim here as the site was fully
10 seconds
anchored
left.
by the Vice.
And Valiant's looking to do exit damage. Knows that if she could take down their forces, they wouldn't be able to rebuy. But the core are going to remain to fight another day. And it's exactly as we thought it was going to play out. Delay, delay, delay. And I think Bob superseded those expectations on top of her utility, even with the wall shut in her face, getting that two-piece. And
Yeah.
yeah, that's just difficult. Did you notice that that fragment came through the top window though in drop? So we were joking about util not being on point. They got lineups!
Yes, we see that some Sovas break mid-wind or break the mid door and then shoot their dart over top of it. So for Arch player, where Sova would be playing right now on defense, it's really, really cool. They left that little opening in the door.
Well, this time Eli doesn't get pinged out by the early contact A, but still walks away with the answers needed. But again, I feel like Flyer's starting here every time and then just completely dipping.
All right.
Lie.
So they know there's no push mid this time. As it gets droned out, Eli starts Swim with the kill. But for some reason, this is what activates FlyQuest. They're down a player and they're like, okay, now we think of this play. Let's get under their skin. How can that happen this round?
I do think Ben could be a good contender for it. This is going to be, yeah, how do you avoid getting punished by Corrupt in this paranoia? And I do think that a Neon tripping the trip and then running away would be. Or faking full pressure to B and everyone suddenly rotates. That works too.
You are Flash. Here he goes. Jazzykins.
Yes, we
Really playing the ruse right now. What a displacement on that fragment. Krupp was forced to run out after trying to be present, at least for the B take they thought was going to happen. And now it's all up to
30
charades
seconds
over.
left.
Yeah, recon to be main. They know everyone disengaging, and they know now Shroud's on site because of that cage, and Edith with the overdrive is sent in to deal with it.
What a clean. Still playing the box. Almost the second one, but it's going to be too much of a ring around the Rosie. Hunter's Fury to come through from spawn to delay. 13 seconds on the clock, and it's going to be a force
10
in
seconds
from
left.
Ev to plant at Rocky.
And it talked
Spike planted.
unvulnerable from cave spray down, and suddenly Fly stabilized.
One enemy
ADS pulls out of it, still gets another headshot. Doesn't matter how it's happening. And FlyQuest say, no, last round was a fluke. We want it right back as they get 11 on their side.
And just a very, very well sold fake out play. Again, it's hard when you have something like a null command being committed into a pivots. And yeah, we talked about a 10-6 timeout, 11-7, about the same kind of thing being taken here with a more fragmented buy on that Swim side. Just try and keep Fly off of 12. So you're looking for an active play off of Eli, who, again, has been getting answers in the earlier, but hasn't been getting those first bloods either, Rivington, right? Like, one time chipped down, one time evaded, and honestly, do we want them to go back to a mid-fight? Like, and they can get the tempo on these main starts? That's what I'm thinking, but how do you make it hit?
I would say yes. You rely on your utility, but I feel like there's almost too much of a reliance there. And FlyQuest is using the walls, using the smokes, and just getting in and taking it out. Like, really not being affected by it too much. So, more relying on shooting off of that utility, comboing off of it, instead of just slowing FlyQuest down with it. Yeah, I think SwimQuest need to be more active. The Swim Trek, rather.
We go from the juxtaposition to the combination. Swim quest.
You know what? I'm surprised it was
Collaboration
one
of
of
the
the first
future.
times I did it. I was like, wait, yeah.
It's like it's what the
They're melding
decathlons
together.
for, you know?
Exactly.
The triathlons. But we're right to a certain degree about an aggro fight, but instead of putting it A main, they look like they want to send Eli a bit deeper into B main, which I do like because it gives them early answers. There it is.
And they read it. Playing slow with the cam.
here.
Towards the other side, Eli is seen, or on this side I should say, towards the other side. They break the door and start to get Swim Trek moving out of their initial hold positions.
Timing.
Well, the turns, the timing, the noise.
Planted.
Oh, Sharad choosing which way to look, and Edith takes advantage.
Yeah. I mean, you saw it, right? Sherrod wanted to play off site the anchor because last time I got steamrolled, and this time it's no better outcome.
Still moving in.
Player standing.
Venture takes down one, but there's so much area for your eyes to clear and verify when you get out there. You saw from Venture's point of view, they swing to the right, and everybody was still. It's such a hard area to clear without the util necessary. FlyQuest doing a great job of thinning the numbers so Swim doesn't have that chance in these rounds. And now, is FlyQuest really hungry for this match? Sit on the precipice, that match point of taking down Swim Trek, getting a little bit of revenge and a big confidence builder here in the Swiss stage.
And I feel like we're always cursing expectations, Rivington, when we bring up like, oh, this is how it should be, right? A double duelist should be better on the attack. A double senti should be better on the defense. And the double senti, Swim have gotten one round this half. And
Yeah.
And we haven't really seen too much swap ups either from them. I think that's been the big issue is we talked about this. Fly, adjust better. And right now are just better.
Interesting to get their point of view. And did you feel like the Senti stopped you on defense or allowed you to push through the utility more? If you knew you wouldn't be fighting as much, you know? Because they want to fight a lot themselves, pushing right through to what is mid or top mid arches. They're back around to mid. As yeah, Swimmer just waiting on this grip over towards the right side to see if they can get an early kill.
I do like this. You can just in the trap wire is going to be there until it's broken or until they pass through it. Corrupt going for the reclear could get punished. Oh, so the timing and those internal clocks starting to get synced up a little bit. You did mention though the one timing, one issue for this half has been FlyQuest in the matter of timing, right? But last time we saw Bob anchor this, that was with a steel garden with full thorns, a rifle. Here, she only has a sheriff.
30 seconds left.
And Melia plays the sidestep perfectly to get that outlaw kill.
Look at Melia.
The rotation back over. 2 members of Swim Trek Blue here push through that mid area over to Arches. And they will retake. 4 members now. FlyQuest in sight. A few smokes go down. It's going to be chaos, but it's going to be bullets flying for FlyQuest. They bring it to the 3rd map and take down Swim Trek Blue in the series.
Your reigning champions will have to wait a little bit longer to punch their ticket to the main event because FlyQuest Red is back and ready to attack. I mean, yeah, they look just so thorough. And again, we already prefaced they were the team with more to prove. And I think that's what they came into this series with. And we saw that wake up a little bit from Swim Trek as the series continued. But yeah, I think just the lack of reps on Summit is what ultimately caught up to them, right? Versus we've seen that troubleshooting cycle at least a little bit from Fly with that initial rep of it on versus Axolotl. And Axolotl's another team that's very firepower heavy, so I would translate, I feel like, Swim Trek very well to their play style as well. And I think that, yeah, it was just the well-roundedness is what pays off today in that stable system.
Really big stuff around the board for them. Melia coming out huge in those situations where on Haven, on Lotus, and continuing that from the previous game. So it's incredible to see just kind of her arc right now in this stage play out through that. The rest of the team, the lurks that were coming through. FlyQuest really had moments where they had to kind of figure out what Swim Trek was bringing to the table, what that package was, and called some great audibles to take the victory. We're going to be taking a quick break. We'll come back. We have our second match of the day, and we will have more action for you. Don't go anywhere. It's VALORANT Game Changers North America.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup. And wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm with amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham.
A Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
Welcome back to Game Changers. Rivington and Zoe still here, and one series down, and that is going to be FlyQuest Red taking the win. Coming into today, I think everybody was expecting that swim track win. They were going to come in, play strong, and stay at the top of the list, but that took quite a lot of perseverance from both teams, and in the end, FlyQuest really found those ecos that counted, got them a few more rounds, the pistol rounds that required to keep them ahead in the matches, and overall the defuses for the win.
Yeah, 100%. I think they just, and up until Summit, had a pretty easy time, I think, navigating what was required out in the game plan switch up to stay ahead. And when they did start slipping, right, a 5-1 lead favoring Swim Track, that's when Coach Joe and New Ring Vision Dave just were able to step in and be like, okay, this is what we've observed, this is what we changed, we bring out the operator for Edith, and everything is suddenly okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, this should be the first map that Fly had a advantage in the first kills department as well. And I think that came from the operator from Edith as well.
Yeah, they were quite a ways down in the other ones to make those 4v5 conversions work on some of those rounds. So we see Edith on top as the Neon, but still, there are frags across the board. Everybody was in there to help on different maps. And we'll have Thea to speak to in a little bit here, who just across it had a really amazing Haven game, some great moments, and we'll ask how they felt about the compositions as they went across the maps. Also, just kind of what Swim Trek feels like as maybe a Kryptonite or a team that the confidence of beating them does for the team.
Yeah, I think it just proves that they are mortal as well, and it shows that on a good day, even the series they had versus Shopify Rebellion Gold, SRG could have beaten them as well. And I think it just proves how healthy the competition is between these top threes, even in North America. And I feel like that's becoming the truth in a lot of the Game Changers regions, including EMEA as well. But I'm sorry, I have to go back for a second. You said everyone contributed, and Ev's sitting there at 20-9. So Ev was definitely the one that I think kickstarted that. And like some of those multi-kills also just saved rounds, to be honest. That kept it so one-sided.
All right, let's see how the players start. Let's get Thea in here from FlyQuest right after their victory.
Hello.
Verizon post-match interview. Congratulations. How you doing? How you feeling after the win?
Thank you. Feeling very good. I'm very proud. That's how I'm feeling.
Heck yeah. This one, I think a lot of people expected Swim Trek to come out strong, take control of the maps, and to be more of a fight, but FlyQuest had a plan coming in this time. It looked very fluid from the team. What was the prep to make sure all of that went in line?
Absolutely. It wasn't any like anti, it was just us playing our best and everything that we've been practicing recently. I think every single person played their role so well. Our comms were so good. Joe's timeouts were amazing. His prep was great. Everything was just perfect. I'm just really, really proud. Obviously, Lotus, we could work on, but everything else, super, super proud of.
And speaking of that, Lotus, maybe there was an anti, but was there inspiration with the ISO coming out? We were expecting one, obviously, from Swim Trek Blue, but then we saw the double up with Melia after she almost dropped a 30 bomb on map 1, and despite it being a loss, it looked pretty good for a while. So where was the inspiration, the thought process, and how that composition fits your team and your guys' style?
Honestly, we were just trying out a couple different comps that we thought might work for us, and overall it was just like democracy vote that we liked that comp, and so we've been running it a bit recently, and it's been really fun. We really enjoy it, but yeah, obviously we'll go back and VOD review and fix up like our micro and stuff, but yeah, fun comp.
Vibes comp. I love to hear it. And you've mentioned a lot of like trying a bunch of things out, fleshing a bunch of things out. And I think part of that we've noticed is you guys, alongside Swim Trek, dipping a lot more into co-ed participation and in those tournaments. How much would you say that's contributed to your guys' stability and just fluidity as a team? Even if you're running off the wall compositions over there, as not to reveal that much. I mean, you've been placed off against Swim Trek prior today. Did any of that help out in terms of the series today?
Yeah, I think the more match reps we can get, the better, because, you know, sometimes when you don't like have a lot of match reps, like you get nervous because it's like, you know, there's more on the line and stuff. So the more you play matches, the less nervous you'll be all the time. And it's just like playing the game as a team, and we just got to like remember what to do. And yeah, so I think it's great. I love playing in any tournament that we can.
Heck yeah. Well, all the hard work seems to be paying off with this result. It shows very big. So, going to have a target on your back now, kind of. But as we let you go, anything you want to say to the fans, to the friends, to the viewers out there that just watched you win?
Well, thank you for all the support. Obviously, it is very possible for us to win the next main event. This qualified us there, so I'm just really looking forward to playing the next match. I can't wait for the grand finals on LAN! On LAN! Yes, thank you!
It's going to be absolutely amazing. You got, honestly, on a trajectory to do that. The way you played today was super cool watching you lead and frag out there. Thank you so much for joining us on the show, and congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can see that meant a lot to the
Excitement.
squad. And the way they did it, it checked all the boxes for what seems like what they wanted to see in the win.
100%. And this is a team that you know is going to be super productive with that off time now, as all the other teams are taking a few more weeks, right, to qualify to the main event. Yeah. They're going to get the boot camp in, you know, like they're going to get another media day. Like the vibes are going to be sky high. And I think that's what's proven that, again, this roster sticking together for the entire year is very much on that tangential growth curve. And they're going to be a tough one to beat, I think, when it comes to the rematches. You even heard there, just hitting the VOD reviews and proving what worked and what didn't work. And just building themselves up onto an even higher pedestal, hopefully, that won't get toppled.
And they have that structure, coaches' timeouts and everything being praised there. So, like I said, target on their back. We'll see who can figure out FlyQuest Red. Now, we are going to be taking a quick break, but there's another series coming after this as I punch my microphone. It's going to be Eternal Focus, Amethyst, and Revitalize GC. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Verizon Game Changers North America. We are ready for our second series of the day. Another 3 maps. Who knows? We hope. It's going to be a good one. Eternal Focused Amethyst versus Revitalize GC. Both teams looking to grab their first win here, Zobi, and avoid elimination.
Absolutely. Like you just mentioned, the stakes are just as high as that first matchup, but very, very different circumstances. And I will say this match is also, I feel like, just as hard to predict the outcome of as our first one of the day. Again, this is your 15th versus your 16th seed. And those are some of the other matches that, because we had a bang of a first series, have pretty much already started. I think Cloud9 already took their first map as well. Yeah, I'm excited at least that they get the hurrah. I think actually one of these two teams was even on the main broadcast last week. So can learn a little bit more about these teams. I know I've done my own investigative journalism into their stories and what makes them tick and what makes them different. But honestly, I do think that these teams deserve a lot of love as well, because I remember when I believe it was Eternal Focus, which was previously a high card, made it in. Their story was just so wholesome, with it being so many of those players' first main events, and them just like celebrating on Twitter and everything. So it's important to cover, I think, both ends of the storylines and the spectrum in the Swiss stage for sure.
Absolutely. And other stories too. I believe Himmers and Shopify took their matches that they were just playing. So though they are now 3-1 as they advance. So Valorant all over today. And there's more everywhere around the world too. So much. I mean, Zobi knows. She's casting. They're casting it.
Yeah, that Himmers match, I was like, okay, what? There was a 13-1, but then it still ended up being a 2-1. Like, I think that I need to go watch that back, because that series probably delivered to what we expected was going to be like one of the most hype matches of this Swiss round. But all in all, I do think it's about time to just kind of break down this matchup. So, Riv, what team do you want to start with?
Who do we get first? We'll do Eternal Focus Amethyst. It's a mouthful.
Well, let's do Eternal Focus Amethyst. Say that 5 times fast, yeah.
Simulacra, Animagic, Clappy, Boop, and Swerve, but some subs.
Yeah, I actually want to talk about this big air quotes sub situation.
Big air quotes.
Yeah, by technicality, we do have some subs playing. Not just Crystal, who's an E-sub, but also I've heard, and we'll get a double check since it's not changed here, that Clappy and Swerve are also out, and that it is, in fact, Prism and Boop coming in. But I will say on that topic, those two, alongside Animagic, were actually the ones who earned their spot in the main, in the Swiss stage, right? Right. They realized, like, we're not going to be able to commit as much as we should to make the most of this opportunity to be in Swiss, and they allowed the rest of their team basically to trial for new additions, right? And that's where this rebuild with Simulacra, Clappy, Swerve, and honestly, Clappy and Swerve just had a crazy Radiant Academy, so credit to them. They would have been great today, but it's going to then be an opportunity for them to prove like why they earned that spot in the first place when elimination is on the line. And yeah, I mean, this is a team that is scary for 2 reasons. One, they have no expectations. I think that's something that Prism put herself very well, and will actually get to play today as one of those subs who maintained their spot, because they've already gotten further than they ever thought they would, and so they have no pressure. And number 2, because they're always switching subs in and out, even like not just today, you don't know what composition they're gonna run when, so they are like nearly impossible to prep against.
And they started off with the toughest egg to crack. They played against Swim Trek Blue. I mean, at the time, so you're like, okay, we can focus on what went wrong there, but everything should be a little easier from here on out. So we're going to see if they can get that win today. They have the coaching staff. They have a lot of the things that are organized to set up for growth in the right infrastructure. So that's really awesome to see, because a lot of times the newer teams, they put that all, not all on the players, but the players take that on themselves, and it's good to relieve that stress. But they also are going to be up against Revitalize GC, and they are coming in with SVV, Scaredy, Waster, Rotting, and Thumb.
And some of these names may look a little different. I will say, I believe that Waster is actually also a sub for this roster. And so I'm like analyzing who's missing here. And it is actually Rotting. Yeah, Rotting is missing.
Rotting.
Which to me is interesting because that's also one of the firepower players that accompanies Scaredy and SVV as that core from Ouroboros, which is a familiar name in the Swiss space, right? Completed last stage, did go out 1-4, unfortunately. But they know what it's like to then get a win, at least in this stage. They don't want to be a team that goes out 0-4 because then that feels like backwards progress. But this is a team that's then stuck together after their qualification into the Swiss stage, which is really fun to see. And I like how they brought in a new rookie in Kit, and they brought back somebody who has that firepower to elevate that pre-existing Ouroboros roster core with Thump, who was on a really is an individual stand-up for this team because they were on Ghost Gaming. And I think what I've noticed is even though they've had some losses across the way, number one, they've been really, really close, like 11-13 loss on map 3 versus like an opponent that would have gotten them their first win, and that's Aura Temper, by the way, who just faced SR. And speaking of SR, they also pushed them to like a 10-13 right on a map, right? That's like world champions over there. But yeah, this is a team that is scary because any player can step up on a given day individually, and if they all step up, then good luck.
Yeah, I mean, they look to be comfortable. They have Haven, Lotus, Breeze written down there, or a Temper. They took 13-4 on Haven in the series. They weren't able to finalize, but yeah, let's see what the maps do hold for us here as we get into this matchup. They're ready from the teams. A REV ban of Summit and Split, and EFA bans Haven and Sunset. So we're going to get a bit of a different run of maps here with Lotus still in the middle.
Yeah, this is a fun one for sure. I think as informed as you can be against the randomness of these two teams, an Eternal focus in with this ban of Haven makes sense. Like they're 0-3 on it. It's the one map that, like you mentioned, Revitalize have gotten a win on. They do get their map that they've gotten a win on, though, in terms of Lotus. So, like, there's no excuses that's going to be their best chance, right, with it being that victory. It was a 14-12 over Los Chiles, which are an opponent and a great opponent in themselves. And I think for this series, to me, if it goes the distance, I want to say that Revitalize have a slight edge on Ascent, just because in their qualification run to get to Swiss stage, they were undefeated on, I think it was like a 3-0 across the qualifiers. So definitely something to watch out for as we get towards the end of the night, where again, you might be exhausted from playing the full length of a best of 3 as well. Yeah, we'll be looking to see if either can steal away their opponent's map pick, basically, is the expectations for now.
I like it. Kind of unsure of the firepower in the shooters here, so I'm excited to see because Breeze calls upon that very much so with the range as you get into the sites here. And interested in the compositions. Maybe you see a Harbor in here with the Neon, get themselves straight up through that mid doors.
Whoa!
And you get one Neon with a Harbor for EFGC, and Revitalizes bringing back the Yoru and the Jetty.
Yeah, I feel like this is interesting. For the side of Revitalize GC, they were previously running a Neon, Sova, Viper, Yoru, and Harbor, and that was actually with Waster playing. So they've taken what works for that and then slightly adjusted it, right? So I guess, wait, Winter is rotting. So we don't have Waster. We're good. Let's go. It's the original team. That explains the changes, Rivington. Yeah, we're good. There's no subs on the Revitalized GC. They entered this as a core 5. They are going to end it if they face elimination today, or at least give themselves that best opportunity, like I mentioned, that core, that consistency, that elevation. And that's going to be a little bit difficult for the side of Eternal Focus GC to handle. But I'm excited to see what Crystal brings on the Neon, because they've had a consistent Neon player in Swerve, and they've more evolved around that. Clappy going from Viper to Reyna, right? They'll have Snowy or New York going from a Phoenix to a Viper. So it's crazy now to see them onto the ISO. And I mean, you thought 2 walls was enough? How about an ISO wall?
Yeah, get another one in there. Let's get our second match of the day underway. Round 4 in the Swiss stage, which means elimination is on the line for one of these teams. Revitalize versus Eternal Focus. We are on to Breeze. Let's see who starts off with the long range. We just have the Ghosts. No, Boop will get a Sheriff. You only need Wall when you're a Viper anyways. Up and down. Just hit the shots otherwise. And there is going to be a Sheriff for Winter here, so we are packing power for pretty much everyone. He sub-grabs the Bandit. Raid. We'll see what they can do.
And starting off with pretty hefty mid numbers. With the 2 players outside elbow, it makes it seem like it's going to be a B pathing, but with an early contest from Thump and Winter, who knows? Ooh.
Well, a little harder to enter the site now. Snowy goes down, and it's actually going to be running forward for the shot. Reload in danger. Double tap refresh. Double tap taken down, and so is their opponent. Very nicely done. A lot of movement here coming in the side of Revitalize to make sure they're closing in on these kills their teammates are suffering.
And a good pivot from those players that never left elbow to at least get onto the site, but still to deal with the anchor. Scary tucking away at back site. Oh, and the jump up is perfect.
Don't set.
Didn't take long to source out all the people trying to hide in the site. Squiggly wall.
Adding shield.
And SSV trying to get in. Hammer time. Kuronami.
Alvida.
Always good for one. I mean, it's free. These skins are so good. SSV combined. This could be the advantage they need. Going in. Oh, good. No peek from ladder there for a moment, so they get through safety. Spike's going to go onto a semi-fast tick. There's the Cove timing, and they fake it. But they know it just has to be a very, very calm peek from both sides. Boop does just that. Boop's SSV, and they will grab the pistol. Save that Sheriff.
That was some great stabilization after, I mean, I was kind of confused about the pathing there from Prism and Boop up elbow because I think I saw Kit go from like Nest into that backstab fight, right? Alongside those duelists who were falling around a really good New York exec. And yeah, all in all now coming to the next round. Also a very funny approach coming through. Revitalized, going for the all-in. A main fight. And let's just hope that Boop is ready to, you know, boop.
A little bit more. The Sheriff is still there. So. I missed that one. Going for a repeat. Oh, yeah. No, that's a lot of noise. Be like, hey, guys, turn around. Turn around, please. They try to set up the trap. Oh, no! Oh, it looks like they just got taken out in the process of trying to set up that defense.
At that point, they're like, okay, if there was that stack coming out of A main, we just need to hightail it on to B. SSV, though, again, in a position to disrupt, but paying down. No wallbang to follow.
Yeah.
There we go. About to say, you have Guardians.
Easy setup.
One enemy remaining. Last player
Knock him
standing.
down. Ooh. I was going to say easy setup. They swing the bolt same side. If they had swung different sides, it's a different story. But yeah, keep that one close to the chest. See what it does to the money here. The plant's still there. And they should be able to get a few more online as they stay around these rifles just to keep each other protected for the bonus.
And since Prism's the one that kind of salvaged that round, quick shout out to her. She's a self-proclaimed arena only to Swiss stage because in the qualifiers she played only arena, and this is they're one of their first times competing and making it all the way to a main event. Yeah.
Saw that in the maps and even the map pools as well. They don't have the deepest. That Reyna was in there, and it's like, okay, this becomes comfort. This becomes comfort, so it's great to see them flex away from that and still have more of even an agent pool.
Screams the aggression, you know, they're gonna have though. Yeah. And I think, honestly, I think it is translatable. The Harbor, you can see, even from SSV, likes to play super aggro on their own util, and it's for this reason they can do the damage and get out.
Deciding to back up after one. Very nicely done. No reason to keep peeking the numbers up. This is what makes it scary, and that's going to be a Vandal pickup. Eventually. Wait, protected. Thump's already there. Eyes on. Great distraction for anybody in mid. And they could have a second weapon, but I don't know if they have time to grab it.
Yeah, the speed of recovery and reactivity right now from Eternal, Focus, Amethyst is definitely living up to their name. Very drilled, very reactive, and even now selling a fake out with that high tide going up. The only thing that really disrupts it is because of how close on the angle Scaredy was playing, but even then, you already had SSV rotate over, and now Kit's trying to backpedal, but I don't know if you want to brave a 1v3 on the site to hand numbers even further over.
They do have a wall to retake from the side of Revitalize, but Boop's wall is still up, which gives them that option to go back towards A.
10 seconds left.
Cleared out.
Spike planted.
Nice little chip damage, but not going to follow up too much with the Vandal spray. We'll see how much Kit can get done before the team gets here, just peeking side to side.
Oh, I'm sure they don't pass by the toxic screen, but this is the cycling that we like to see of the walls. Oh, what a
Drone
drone.
in. Whatever happens in the site, I mean, they just have to buy a little time. And a magic out there with the Hunter's Fury, but this has to be one of the best Hunter's Furies we've seen. They can trade each other on, off. That's half. Looking for a straight shot.
They have shocks. As the high tide also doesn't get the opportunity to get it onto the cove, and it's been stuck all the way. Slipping on through, but otherwise, in the round secured, that is pretty disastrous. With all the weapons stolen away, and a credit to all the space they took, and again, that identification and neutralization was impressive, but yeah, revitalized. I mean, on the board, and they get that light shield is gonna be focused heavily by Crystal, and we'll see how much it actually has repercussions of where that round soured.
Towards mid. Let's see how much they condition this and say, yeah, we'll smoke it to see how much you push it. But I think I like revitalization, or revitalize rather, already pushing mid to pick that job up for who is behind the smoke.
Revitalization is when they reach their final form and have like made main events after going 0-3. Now, without that final form, they're just poking and prodding and jiggling on the line, which is dangerous, but this was the player that at least had a shield enough to survive, I guess. Finds the opener, but the quick trade from the Prism Lurk, it's really gonna do them much. Less than a minute left. Silent pivot B side. This is where you wish Scaredy had like a judge, because you know they're gonna contact through, but I'll have to see if they wait for Animagic and his dart to come back before re-engaging. Oh, they're just gonna go for it.
Jump out one side. Oh, even through the double tap. Scaredy playing it smart. They're peeling off a little too much. You get a clear ladder. 4 shots and a lot of confidence here from Scaredy. Oh, and Animagic with the swing.
Oh, does not matter. The 10 HP and the Guardian. Revitalize say that the better weapons do not mean that the round will get secured, and yeah, I mean, that's what we mentioned. The fault of them contacting in is you don't have that backside information. Scaredy gets to tuck, and this is what I mentioned about how any player in Revitalize can step up, and you can already see that by, again, how close they all are in kills to each other versus a very top-heavy 8-0 ratio on the EFA top to bottom side, which, all in all, I mean, see now we're getting to the thick of things. EFA's economy isn't as primed as you think it would be coming in around 5. And instead they're taking pacing into the eco.
Crystal zooms in. Kit's gonna try to take a different approach to the fight. Didn't get anybody on that push into main. I like the thought. But the patience here from EF kind of throws that timing off. We're getting some trades in through the fight. And, I was gonna say that's a pretty good timing for Winter, but Crystal said, I have a better timing. Check this out.
Spike planted.
Look at this front and center. We talked about Prism, that Reina mentality. First line of contact here. Thump and then operator on the other side. Prone to veil their close presence, but Scaredy just contacted through the orb. No care in the world. Oh. Bring around the Rosie.
Last player standing.
Okay, they're clearing well. They're just playing ring around the Rosie here on the pillars. And they had the back pedal the whole time to keep Rev guessing on where they were going to be.
And then suddenly the eco round goes their way, and Rev just got done saying, we can do it with worse weapons. Well, apparently Eternal Focus Amethyst can as well. And they're even going to carry that operator over, and a Magic here going to be looking for openers with it. And I will say that with a Blade Storm for Winter, anything's possible in this round. And this is why I love the scrappy matches, is you just throw expectations out the window. Or if, like, we've just seen already, like, 2 ecos, right? Like,
Revealing area.
it's fun to watch the ideas, the gears turning, and this round is no exception. Winner sent down elbow with the blades. Right, Prism's been lurking here so consistently that they really want to unearth her, but for the time being, no punish either way, and like, Vitalize to figure out how far they should fight forward.
Yeah. And I do respect that EF, even with ops and the bigger guns, they don't want to get just caught with one of these marshals or low buys. And they play the orb game now. So just getting bigger and bigger on the rounds to come, min-maxing what they can for now. And this is going to be kind of the opening into the round. We are at 50 seconds. Looks like it might be around a 30-second hit once they get to the site and feel comfortable here if they don't get a quick kill in mid.
I am worried about like the speed in which these mid players could get into a pinch formation, but that's only if the Yoru survive. Oh, that's the clone. I got tripped up by the minimap. Don't mind me.
It's been a bit.
It's been a bit, yeah.
He's back. Oh, Scaredy does it again. It
Not
was a
again.
Guardian just on the other side. Boop, boop. No way. And the double tap too. It's surely not another one. Finally cleared.
And that's what I mentioned, the timing down elbow into the flank. Is it enough to salvage the round? Not because Crystal is bodyguarding, and so is the Cove. Prism now. Smokes, get some more stabilization.
Double
Can't
refresh.
group up. Oh, look at the reckoning.
Last player standing.
Oh, this timing. It makes the util so awkward for Boop. And Harbor becomes such a nightmare with those changes. Just
Yeah,
walks in.
We're just
Takes
given
her out.
silence to emulate the exactly what Boop was feeling, and we just got done saying how we see a lot of thrifties, and yeah, Winter and the Blade Storms definitely are going to rain down upon the opposition, and because it's been a bit chaotic out the gate, it is going to be a turn of focus. Amethyst with that first time out of the series, and circling back to something that you mentioned, Rivington, was the coaching staff and the support that comes from having an org. Again, when they played in main event, they weren't under an organization. And Prism talked about how nice it was to have that support, you know, of graphics, getting their names out there, having a coaching staff, and just structure to allow for that retrialing process and then allow for that practice structure coming into a main event. Because, again, when you just came into it playing as friends for fun and didn't expect anything to become of it, you need that kind of footstep path to follow through after. And
Absolutely.
exactly
and
what they're
goes
doing.
Layered on coach, assistant coach, analyst. So, you know, there's like that almost a one-on-one for positions that people are getting a little bit of focus towards to help them in the in between practices. So we'll see what comes out of this. Great time to take and all organize these 5 ultimates. Make sure you're using them revolving after the round after round, because that first Hunter's Fury was figured out.
I'm kind of surprised that we don't see like Crystal buying like 2 players and them going for like a more invested buy, but that could also just be
Here.
okay. So they are gonna go for the overdrive play, but with a full shield, and so they're just buying for next. Might even see like a little Crystal attack op again, kind of vibe. But the time being, that fall towards A and see what happens. The split went pretty well, but Kid had a soul read. I guess this was going to be the same kind of run it back eco play that they had last time, and this time now they have more questions than answers, it feels like.
Destroy the Cove right away. Overdrive, fast lane, enter site. They haven't put it up just yet. They're just going to rely on a few of the walls that went out. Oh, okay, they're waiting for the wall. And then the fast lane. They were trying to organize everything. It gave REV a little bit of time to set up, though. They're here to receive. Kill concept goes out. SSV gets taken through, and the double tap rather, will come out of that. And Winter has a lot to recover here as a dimensional drift and see what EFA is working with inside sight.
Ooh, dodge the reckoning. That's huge. Allows them to jump immediately. But the grouping backside is too strong on the EFA side. And front side does not care. Revitalize. Just hold their cool around a chaotic round. And Nye, the momentum shift with the timeout. And we'll recap the lead.
Yo, Thumb, so annoying there. But like, I just want to plant. You're getting slightly orbed by Yoru every time you go for the plant, and you're like, okay,
I thought they were gonna
yeah,
pre-fire
Yoru's
the
here,
harbor
Yoru's
wall.
here. Yeah, you don't know how close they're getting because of the walls. The re-entry, really nice job by Revitalize.
Pure confusion is what these two teams are playing in a state of 100%. And time being, again, the start challenge of the same main space. Huge forward recon from Kit. I like it. It's a little bait and switch. It was going to leave SSB a bit more committed if they wanted, but for now it's backside safe space. And This is interesting. It's like Eternal Focus Amethyst expected them to walk out, to contact out with how defensive they are around this B main presence, and they have with Winter, but they just don't know.
It seemed like the talk for Rev during EF timeout was keep pushing out B if we can slowly. Have Winter out there. It was a push to A main to collapse on last round. Now has a position here that might get a little sticky as EF plays off the ball and they try to run a double strat.
I don't know if they were making footsteps, but Winter seems ready on the aim line, and heard about expectations. They were met, but it's still going to allow for a little bit earlier of rotates, unless... I'm surprised Crystal didn't stay to try and clean up those rotates, to be honest, but can still play mid-control angle. Oh, and dome and op line, okay.
That's the dot crosshair for you.
My dot crosshair doesn't do that, Riv.
Put it on their head. All right, here we go. Just making a bit of noise, making sure nobody's peeking from spawn. And they have everything covered. Now that Hunter's Fury is protected by a bit more inside sight.
Whoa.
Nice push right before the Cosmic Divide goes through, but little Antsy from New York. And the Hunter's Fury is going to be early, so we're going to have to see them run out and try to get up to this Cosmic Divide now. Things are going to be a bit more chaotic. Nice damage through, but you're not going to be able to do much with that bolt. Crystal dives back in. Oh, gets hit. What are these end rounds? Rev has so much to deal with.
And Rev are doing such a good job just baiting out every swing, every jump up, every piece of Sova utility, and then suddenly it's the Stellar sub Crystal just sliding on through, and she's the one that helped sell that A fake as well so brilliantly in the first place that got them that jump onto Winter, that 3 stack, and that trade. So 4 and 4. You can see how in-depth the planning is at every scale, every step of Game Changers North America, which is really cool to see. And all in all, into the next. Eternal Focus Amethyst. Honestly, this is just their default, is to take this A space. Force out the one-way, force out the Sova util, and it's worked out so far. What? Oh, this is the most we've seen Rev commit into the elbow fight.
Oh. Yeah, just at the top of the stairs is almost the worst time to see that. So good timing by EFA. Realize this deep into the round would be Rev looking for something. Still have to source one more insight though. Scaredy has been so good at playing this game to avoid the no way! No shot! This is how it goes down again.
I mean...
They're gonna feel even safer. Okay, I mean, you can only discipline for so long when that many people run by you. But they get the spike to delay for a moment and give the big thing, Rev, time to get back over here. Prism on the reload, that's gonna give them time to walk through. Kill contract comes up. And they did such a nice job of killing him on the way over.
Not a good look.
Especially before the site.
A sacrifice must be made for the knife kill to come true for Eternal Focus Amethyst to get the lead back. And I mean, that was a perfect disruption timing with that kill contract of the little Caterpillar Smokes re-entry that was being attempted from SVV there out of wall. So yeah, that's how you disrupt I guess a harbor pick through and through for sure. But coming into the next, I mean, you can tell how confident Ife are getting. Odin out, Outlaw out, right? SVV. They're the ones that I think are struggling a bit to adapt, right? We've seen EFA, I think, make those changes even with the timeout that was employed pretty early on, but again, same stacks on mid doors, same person holding a main. The only change of this time, right, is the positioning, one could argue, of Winter, and maybe the fact that they're taking mid space, but we've known they like to pressure the spawn side of EFA.
Yeah, it was outside B a bunch before, and they're still staying pretty active. Boop. Down to 24 and change with the regen armor.
That was more than a boop.
That was, yeah. And they're playing up on A, too. No more of this retake stuff.
My question is, who's going to sell the fake and who's the end goal? Because we've seen even when the spike is over here, that not be the end goal. And I wouldn't end A now. I mean, you don't have the toxic screen anymore, but Spike is fully committed here behind Crystal and a Magic, and that Odin have found the opener. Can they keep the space while the rotations come through? Because there are numbers here for Rev.
Okay, Odin going to work. They bring out the real big guns, as it were.
30 seconds left.
And this is going to be big protection from SSV here. Also have the Reckoning.
I mean, invested. It's so close to the round being salvaged, and I mean that Storm Surge was perfection as well to get a little bit further back. So are the shocks. 15 seconds left. You invest the ult. Here it is. The team's behind them.
Oh, straight into the smoke. Yeah, it's so hard to get out of the cove.
Wow.
Okay, nice job, EFA. That cove as well. You see people throw it a little lower. So you walk out with your head just poking out of the barrel of your gun, too. They chose to fight inside it, though. But it's just confidence. 3 in a row there. And you can see every round they're taking Rev off the map.
And just the fact as well that like they realize if we hunker together past the Reckoning, like it doesn't matter if we're nearsighted or not, we'll still aim the same. And that's kind of how that round comes true. They keep it afloat after otherwise was a pretty constructive eco round off of Winter more than anyone with that the sniper. But 6-4 here on Revitalize's map pick. And this is the danger that we mentioned, right? Of it being Revitalize's map pick, and whoever wins their opponent's map pick could be set up for success. And for the time being. And same game plan. If it's working, it's working. I like it that they don't leave one player solo B-side as well, right? Because they've yet to be fully punished on the save fight, because they have you to like the relay bolt to defuse that situation. They don't feel like any of their exits are weaker, or more so, like we mentioned, that Rev are making adjustments to counter it.
Yeah. Continuously moving around where Winter is to be a nuisance. Last few rounds here towards mid. We'll see if that changes again. Gate crash starts to go across the map. And that's going to be a bit more timed now. Doesn't last forever. And they don't get anything towards that mid fight.
The rivalry continues, though, between Boop and Winter. Meantime, though, we talked about this. This is the consistency that they've had, is these fakes and sells, and this time it is in fact Crystal going for the fake and ending with Spike B side. But I'm confused because the utils are so early that once again Scaredy is in opposition to anchor.
So good for one. Scaredy helps. Beautiful flash from Thump. You don't see Yoru much. The tech catches you off guard quite a bit. Oh, swings right in. That's going to probably catch EFA with the pants down, thinking they had a pit to stand in. And oh, the overdrive gets cut short as well. The Prism is the only one to be able to fire back now. The Hunter's Fury up again. They're just riding through these ultimates round after round. But it's got to be the gunfight. They win first, and it is not. Kit with 2 in different angles on that one to pick up the round for Rev.
Have a swivel around the orbs after, in the nick of time, it felt like EFA were going to stabilize for another, and I think it's just like they played the same plan twice, and Rev caught on. And yeah, it feels like Scaredy's always been good for at least one on these side anchors, and feels like we are definitely on track for another 6-6, but when you got 3 rounds in a row, you'll be afforded another bye coming into the next. And excited to see these ults, I think, with the Hunter's Furies on both sides. Scaredy, again, with that retake, probably Cosmic Divide like the last time it was invested. It's going to be, again, all-out stakes, but I do like this. We just saw how very few players, as the rest are rotating over from A, can hold onto this B site, so they can get onto the B site with only 1 casualty. They feel like they can hold on in the post plan. The difference here, though, Stump's never been here. They usually TP out really early. Now, it's going to be 2 anchors.
Save. Dodges 1. Into the fight. I mean, they're trying to dodge the Hunter's Fury on the way in, too, from their own teammate, it seems a little bit.
Who's next?
Winter playing up. Looks for a frag there. Now they are just trying to get back. Swinging on that one is a little bit questionable, as they know where the spike is, and they can kind of chill, but Rev wants to keep them guessing. There's the Hunter's Fury.
That is huge follow-up to the Dimensional Drift after knowing they were confined into main. And look at this, not taking those risks, just waiting like, hey, yeah, come on in. We have a backside smoke to retake that space. We'll let you get the spike plant down if you want, but you're running out of time.
Yeah. If only they knew. And we haven't seen the wall change at all. They have the harbor. They're only using the harbor. They're consistently, you condition with the Viper wall, so.
30 seconds left.
They popped the wall too, just in case there's players A side that would think that means they're ending there. But when you break a clone, it doesn't matter. Good for the 1 trade, but SVV finishes the job. And 6-6 half here. Like we mentioned, coin flip of who could come out of this series on top. And I mean, we kind of laid it out, and it's the truth. EFA were better to adjust when their game plan was going wrong, and REV just stuck to their guns. What worked, and just kind of RNG'd in terms of when EFA would play into their game plan, and they did happen enough for the 6-6. There's 2 sites. Probability is 50% that they hit A or B.
More stats, numbers. Looking at this though, the double duelists now to get themselves in, how do they work it? A little bit faster, you know, jet dashing, you can create more chaos with the Yoru 100% than the Neon and the ISO. It's a bit more upfront in your face. You see what's coming at you with that crew.
Yeah,
and
I want to see
double doors right away.
I want to see repathing from this trio, and there it is immediately. What utility goes through the cove is the next question, and if they can outpace, and if Prism can hold on to pinch play.
Ow.
That's a no.
That's a sting. All right.
3 flood setup.
Already a big 5v5 retake happening on site almost instantly into the round. It basically just started, and both teams are moving very fast to get into position. Thump starts off another kill here on the retake, and a Magic's able to trade though, and you get to see more out of EFA in that kill feed if they're hoping to get this spike defused. Oh, that is exactly what they wanted to see. Incredible last 2 shots from the chamber from Crystal, and they get the defuse on the spike. Already getting those points for ultimate.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that was impressive. It was good just kind of funneling from the initial snake bite as well from Boop, and then as soon as they come in and retake that space, it's just easy work for the Sheriff. So GC Sheriff alive and well for the time being. And yeah, a slow start for Crystal for sure, which for those just joining us is Raid eSub 4, but has quickly warmed up alongside New York in the server. And honestly, I think New York's been sliding under the radar, the impact that they've been having on the ISO, sitting at 12 and 12. But yeah, consistency. And you talked about how they were going to play that double duelist. The walkdown was great. It was just happening to be when Rev was contacting through mid door, so the RNG struggle continues. But EFA, that is both pistols of this map going their way.
Yeah, big to be able to resort that and get the retake, and that's confidence that they're coming back that fast on the rounds. The teamwork, that means the comms are clicking. I think confidence is one of the biggest things that helps you just know your teammate's going to be on that angle. You can trust them to clear. EFA using it as tech pause. We'll see what's going down. We'll get you an update as well as we look to get back into this second series of the day. Thank you so much for joining us for some Valorant Game Changers. And it is, again, an important match. Elimination here on the line for these teams.
All right, and it was, in fact, a quick one. And to just finish off our Glaze Fest, since we were doing that for EFA, Scaredy 16 and 12, by the way, is also the IGL for this team. So, yeah, putting up some pretty crazy numbers. Also going through a role shift, by the way.
Are so wrinkly. Okay.
Yeah, also a role shift, by the way. They're usually a duelist IGL. Usually a duelist IGL. So, I think that explains why they are adept in some of these 1vx situations up against many players at the same time. But speaking of running into many players at the same time, Crystal, you might want to be careful.
Oh. Yeah, that one dinked off the helmet. Low HP now for a few members of PF. They're still going to chase this one. They do. Blood in the water. They hunt it down. A very quick push and loud move from New York, because that's going to be punished as well as they're scrambling to get into position. It seems to be costing them their lives. Oh, nice little pre-fire there on the re-peak, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, Prism salvaged last time's second round by. Not this time. 4 players still strong, funneling the Guardian to the strongest player, and they're even okay to pause, you know, take a little excursion before exhuming B site.
Spike planted.
Nice delay.
Enemy down.
Nice little dink retake on that, or re-peak on that. Here comes the peak from tunnels now. Is there going to be a gun upgrade?
One enemy remaining.
I think they have time. Oh, they don't need it.
One enemy
Luke's gonna
remaining.
swing the corner, but they're not together here, creating another 1v1. The Sheriffs have been going crazy this game, but so has Crystal. Another clutch to get that second round too. Good damage though coming in from Rev.
Yeah. Huge victory found. Just to keep, again, the numbers in their favor. Right? It feels like it's Rev that always has Eternal Focus Amethyst right now out of reach is what it feels like. And they've yet to find that kickstart. And let's just say they don't want to lose this next round. The Odin, the Vandals, they are aware that there was an outlaw on the other side, right? That's why they didn't convert the round. A bit nervous for what that'll mean, but don't have to worry about it when on an eco round. Eternal Focus Amethyst, the 4-stack strong on A main. It's all down to Boop, who also has been a pretty dependable solo player.
No one there. EFA know they've played that quite a bit.
Okay. They're realizing nobody's home. Also a little backstab brewing to try and cut off the rotations. The only concern here is because of how deeply committed into elbow scaredy is. The flank, quite vulnerable. Backpedaling, I think you'll find it out just too late. Still doesn't know.
If EFA moves fast on this, that gate crash. Oh, they used it. And undercut. This is tough.
Oh, they know. Now they do.
May have not have there. Still goes down as the site is getting hit, and that causes a little bit of trouble from every point they're trying to hit this. But look at Scaredy still behind everybody here to waltz in and might have some timing as the fight from ladder goes in the favor of New York. Scaredy on one. Oh, it's going to be a lot of people looking that way, though. This looks pretty impossible. Pretty impossible. But we've seen it happen over and over today, and that's the Red Bull clutch from Scaredy.
I mean, take what you know about Astra players and throw it out the window, because this is a duelist main. Uses the opposition's high tide to fragment and isolate fights one after another. And that wall was meant to block visibility so you could stick the spike to begin with. So Scaredy, it's like they sacrificed the team for the greater good, right? They might have died in main because of the flank presence, but it allowed for the mid timing, allowed for the clutch, and all is right in the Rev Vitalize world. Their vitalized camp.
Yeah.
You lost the Odin, but otherwise the bios is pretty decent. And in the meantime, that's a bit scary when you just had a dimensional drift tell you that was there.
Yeah, and then they were trying to do some blocking, but the play is still kind of falling apart. Thump finally comes out and says, yeah, we need to do some work. Oh, what a retake of this position in main. Very nicely played there.
It's like
just squeezing the defense.
Like sacrifice for the greater good 2.0, right? That's exactly what just happened. Thump's like, you may die, Winter, but I will flash back through. We crunch, we get this round secured.
Remaining.
And they even add an extra layer of security, which is, let's just let Scaredy lurk to try and cut off Crystal while we go B, no, joke A. Because of the kills along the way, they would know that they're ending B, so yeah, let's go back. Wait, okay, we're triple no, okay, we are ending it. What was the gate crash? Just, minimize risk of them crossing through mid, but, there's a world where they accidentally isolate some fights here because Scaredy is first up in spawn, but yeah, I think we might not even go for this Crystal. Operator in hand. There's more they cut off the rotations if she got there before the rest of Revitalized did, but yeah, we're gonna get back to that threshold of 8-8, a tied game. Remember how we had like an earlier timeout than expected from Eternal Focus Amethyst when it was tied, like kind of cycling in the beginning? Do you think we get one here, or do you think they wait for those typical timeout score lines, like a little bit closer to double digits?
They still have the op to work. Maybe here because you have Prism on a pip. Another one. This could be a time to reset and really refocus how to use the ultimates that are about to come online to defend and make sure they're using them with the biggest return on investment they can get.
Well, we will see if they step in, if they want to take a little listen first to what Animagic is cooking up. The new IGL into GC Swiss stage, and actually they had enough resources behind it, right? If you have like a kill contract and like a hero rifle for New York, it's a little bit different to try and start harboring gun upgrades one after another like dominoes, but not the case this time around. So Just gonna see what exactly they could do with Op on one side, 4 Stack on the other, and I mean, one thing to do is decline site choice. Just getting players deposited up mid, and the timing with your scout is extraordinary. Oh, the shot from Crystal's better.
Let me just run over here and shoot my op. Like, what? Prepared for it, but man, making it look so easy. Crystal gets another one. And yeah, we'll be deterred off of this angle, but the question is, watching oppers, how long they hold, even with utility in the face, and that's going to cut off. Oh my god, I was going to say cuts the line off, but the shot is always there.
With how long that crosshair was on, Kit, it felt like a matter of time. And
you heard somebody type, it was probably a nice shot.
yeah.
Thump on another one is Prism Trades.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, they are investing in their contract. That's the upgrade they needed for it. Doesn't matter. SVV's been besting New York a lot this series, but if there's one player you want to depend upon, Scaredy alive, they wait out the reckoning and evade it.
A little safe there, yeah. Or safety created, rather. Cut the wall. Pretty short on the situation. SVV is just wreaking havoc. They join together. The buddy system. The peak. Ooh, the sheriff's couldn't put it past them. Prism close with that one, but SVV coming up strong to take the round and give Rev the lead.
Yeah, and again, it's just them salvaging near eco round wins, right? Because reminder, Eternal Focus Amethyst came into that with just that saved operator. And now, in the next is that full buy. And unfortunately did invest those ultimates to try and clutch out the remainder of that round, but still some chances to stabilize here before Revitalize get into unsalvageable territory of deep double digits. And looking towards now, I think Scaredy orchestrating a really good exec with her own Cosmic Divide, and this split and how committed his main players are. I think there's gonna be a really good opportunity, yeah, for the Jet and the Yoder. Look.
Ooh, oh, okay, okay. Winter's like, Thump, look, I can too. Don't follow me this time. Man, they look like they are having fun on these entries, though, as the double duelist squad for Revitalize. This is going to be a very strong hold with every angle on watch, so it's about what kind of damage you have to do.
And they have spotted out Crystal, who's just trying to get a good, like, judge angle at this point, even if it means exits or really able to launch forward. But mention all these angles held while everyone's supporting each other too. And at this point, they're gonna try. They're gonna give it to. This is a team that's gonna give it the ace to winner, 100%.
Oh, when you get judged out of an ace.
Oh no!
You should have seen your faces.
2 for the cause. Super respect for the team. That's crazy.
Yeah, and this is one of those players that, you know, the longer they play, the scarier they are going to get. And yeah, we mentioned if it was going to be the 8-8 or a typical kind of deficit with double digits, and it is, in fact, the latter. So 4 rounds is their breaking point in a row to try and stem Revitalize's heartbeat. And it'd be a pretty good time for it, right? You lose this next round off of the light shields, weapon forces, and that overdrive combo, and it would be 12 for Revitalize. So all things considered, just trying to think about what probably the plan would look like for an exit around these ultimates. Honestly, I think Eternal Focus Amethyst, they look pretty decent in these retakes. It's more when they over-aggress into mains that I think Revitalize have a pretty good grasp at handling and dealing with that aggressive style. Like, look at the eco run, how close that one was, for crying out loud. So I kind of want them to just give up space, you know, play around orange, because honestly, Revitalize have been going just A-split, A-split, A-main, A-main, A-main. But and then see what they can do against that.
I agree. I think you have just a little bit of pacing change in the slower department. Because they're coming in so well off of the walls that they're creating and the Magic's utility that they're using. I mean, yeah, the retakes are a factor of it. I mean, you even see the defuses there were the first few rounds when they got under the skin of EF, albeit lower buys. It's just the way they were working around each other and working around that util. Maybe more a main control, or at least a little control around the map to make better informed decisions come that time.
I expect that kind of counter, right? Because you mentioned they were consistently going A. And how does Krista get away with that?
I thought for a second they didn't see each other. I was like, yeah, you guys are just hanging out at the beach apparently. But yeah, so it is aggression. Very much aggression here. Taking a little bit of space for info. And, Oh no! I think Boop wanted a little more time with the situation, and that cost them. It was good discipline, but kind of punished there by Thump on a quick turn.
I'm surprised to see Thump and Winter as well. Kind of reel themselves back in.
Yeah.
Bit worried about Winter's timing here, but Thump will be like the bait basically and switch.
Whee!
Yeah,
There's not
just
gonna be time.
slow. No, Spike's already at a point where it's going to be too difficult to get in and defuse with this many bodies, but EFA is going to throw it in, low on cash. Commit.
Remaining.
So was their must
Keep
win.
members of Rev in. No, they don't.
That was a hard round to lose for Eternal Focus Amethyst.
Yeah.
Again, they trap off the overdrive. It doesn't convert. We talked about the trying to turn the heat off. They just turned it up and hard boiled the round, and it was good. But I think again, Revitalize just read into it very, very well, right? And it's good to see Revitalize having signs of a very strong understanding of how their opponent's playing, because we mentioned it was a bit lacking in the first half, right? But yeah, that read just saves their map pick, saves their run right now towards 12, and that streak of 5.
Next.
And finally they listened to what we just said, Rivington. Look at this. This is gonna be a retake. Look at it. But they don't have weapons now. Or good weapons.
It's a good call. The dimensional drift is going to source out a lot, and
Whoa.
that's called. Wait. Trying to play a little tricky there, almost loses their life. Thump down to 5, but the plant is in, and the retake has to hit heavy. This is where we're watching EF play off each other, get those swings together, and move in. They're trying to do it on a multi-pronged attack a little bit here. Space gained by Prism just to get up in their face. Goes down as Crystal picks up an outlaw frag. And Scaredy coming in to keep that late plant aggression.
One enemy remaining.
Crystal evades. The team has done the job for her at this point. And just like that, Revitalize get up to 12. And the Dimensional Drift exec, a match for the broken by retake, and it just set them up really, really well in this post plants. Even the disruption of that Hunter's Fury couldn't really do much from Animagic, unfortunately. Again, the scaling there into the retake was nice. It's just, it's difficult when you were that far at a deficit. And again, with one round away from Revitalize claiming their map pick, I want everyone to be a spick and span in the server, so another tech pods.
Yeah.
But so we have news for you. It'll come your way. And in the meantime, we can continue just breaking down what's probably gonna happen in this next round, right? And honestly, if you're Revitalized, they hinged on RNG in the last half. I would just say if they go A 4 times in a row, not that they're going to, they would probably win one of those A rounds, just because they have the Blaze, the Cosmic Divide, SVV, and that Reckoning is one off, and
Yeah.
it's been their best look.
And they've been seeing exactly where EF wants to play all the time, right? If they're not pushed up, it's still Prism hovering the right side of the site, expecting that Harbor to use a cove or something to anchor or get out. The wall, the high tide before that. So yeah, it's been a little readable here that Rev has been able to get into the site and see the same thing. Fragging well across the map with the double duelist comp. Scaredy pulling up a lot of the flank and extremity control. 23 kills there from the Astra. And some crazy clutch rounds to boot.
And they finally pivoted the ISO to go for like a undercut trap play into A main. And nobody's home, right? They finally tried a course of B side, but because there was no presence whatsoever A main, EFA knows something's up, and on the way, rotating, have taken down their best player. Scaredy down, they now have to commit without their IGL, and Loop's gonna add some additional pressure to this backside hold while the mid funneling, and the flank pressure is mounting.
I really like this with EFA.
Planted.
I mean, you're down to the final hour. Try the aggression strategy. Push the timings and make Rev feel uncomfortable in their own sight. And Kit's gonna actually fire back. Good for a few here in these last moment situations. We saw a clutch from them earlier. And they're all inside that quadrant right now. Nobody actually took the outside of it. Kit tries to jump right through. They're delivering a few of these frags to him. Oh, Thump. Gonna look to play a bit of the gate crash game. Maybe a fake on one and get some good damage down. Just chipping away. Chipping away. 11 HP now. Oh my god. Enough to make you want to pull your hair out in that situation. And Revitalize come in for the 13-8 scoreline to take Breeze.
Wow. And honestly, I think coming into this, we knew that squad as a core 5 had a little bit more firepower with Clappy and with Swears stepping out. And I think that's kind of what they proved with players like Scaredy along the way. And I'm excited to see, I think, if on the map pick of words.
Lotus.
Eternal Focus. I was gonna say, yeah, their pick of
Map
Lotus.
pick of Eternal Focus. Gotcha.
Yeah. If they can turn it around, because it has been again where they found their win, and it's been 2 losses with 2 different compositions for the side of Revitalize. So yeah, all in all, I think we saw signs of life. They had very good adaptations in the first half. So and because it was a closer scoreline, I'm not convinced this is gonna be a firm 2-0 or anything just yet, Rivington.
Okay, we're ready. We could get another 3. Let's see. We are going to take a break. The players are going to chat. You can do what you need to. We'll be right back here after this break for more Valorant Game Changers action. We'll see you then. Welcome back to Game Changers North America. Our first map is completed for our second series of the day. Revitalize and Eternal Focus have gone head-to-head, and Revitalize actually feeling the breeze shots, started feeling second half, and came out of nowhere to find themselves hitting some crazy clutches and a 13-8 scoreline.
Absolutely, and it mimics the First Bloods nearly perfectly as well. And it honestly just felt like there was a warm-up period, right, for the side of Revitalized, and then as soon as Winter got online, as soon as Scaredy was online, it was just kind of a really, really strong showing. And it was a nice departure away from what they typically were running, which was a double duelist together with those two firepower players, into then refunneling Scaredy's energy into a more IGL fitting role like that Smokes player, number one, and number two, then you had the best of both worlds. Instead of it all being like, oh, attack focused double duelist dive, we can like now have a really strong anchor in like what we saw from Scaredy in that first half.
So what do we think for the second one? I feel like Eternal Focus had the right idea and what they wanted to do. I think being antsy was part of it, right? It felt like they really wanted to take the shots, or maybe even get just a little sense of where they were feeling as players, because a lot of swings came out when they didn't need to. There were numbers up. So I think maybe for that factor, Eternal Focus definitely has an easy, low-hanging fruit to kind of crush for this next matchup, because they were there, they were fragging. You can see the score lines. They just weren't able to finalize those rounds.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, the Stellar Stub was definitely stepping in as well, through and through. So big shout out to Crystal. But yeah, EFA, I mean, I think they showcased why they deserved the spot in main event, and I still think they have more to showcase there, because we saw, like, in the beginning of big plays from players like Prism, players like New York, and even in a match, I feel like every player had their moments, but then they, like you mentioned, they just couldn't close it off. And I do think for a map like Lotus, it is easier for those explosive openings to snowball into secured rounds off of those aggro fights, and I think that's something that could favor them a little bit. But it's also then looking back at it, it's the side of Eternal Focus. They were running a Sova, ISO, Raze, Vice, Omen, and it was Prism actually playing last time, but that was with Swerve and Clappy. So the question mark is, okay, do you have Prism on the Vice? Do you have New York go back to the ISO? And then do you have Crystal on the Raze? That's probably what they would go for. And that's again something to account for, is like who was playing when they actually got their first win versus who's playing now. And it's fairly similar aside from, again, Boop coming in. And for the Revitalized side, again, they've gone through so many reps, they've tried out so many things. They have kept their Jet, Fade, and Omen, but they've swapped like from a Neon to a Raze and from a Chamber to a Vice. So kind of from more like aggro, like fragging out individuals to more well-rounded kind of like meta composition. So I'm excited to see what it brings.
And I feel like that just the fluidity of their Yoru and the Jet there for Revitalize, it worked a little bit better in the manner they wanted it. The ISO required a little bit more setup. I feel like that was punished as much as it could be by the side of Revitalize. So that double duelist is definitely still a little bit more favored for me in the traditional sense, but I know you love ISO, and we're going to get him again here on the second map, so it could redeem.
Again, it's just, I like it on Lotus. I think it was okay there on Breeze. It wasn't like, it's not standout. It doesn't match the map as much, and I think it was overkill with the double walls they already had. Many avenues.
You throw that shield out in the site.
You just go around it.
Yeah, you just go around it.
Not the same on Lotus and those at least main chokes for sure, but yeah, I think, I don't know, I'm gonna be kind of sad, I think, not to get a Neon in the server if we do have like the Raze, Jet, ISO, but slowing things down might not necessarily be a bad thing. Or because they have Crystal, who already played Neon there, maybe they would just have her also play a Neon. It's something that only time will tell, but again, this is clearly one that feels like it favors Eternal Focus, but it's just the unpredictability of again, these fresh Swiss teams and what they'll bring to the server.
Well, pressure's on. This could be elimination for them. They are going to start on defense, so we get to kind of instantly see if they are correcting that, peaking numbers up, giving themselves up a little too much in the pursuit of information, when it could be a jump peak or just really the util that they have in their hand, because it was Rev punishing that 13-8 first score line. It would be big for EF here to get this pistol.
And as we mentioned, going into map 3 already, it does feel like Revitalized is somewhat favored there, versus again, because EFA have gone through so many compositions, it's hard to track what their exact performance is on a set. And even when I did, I think it was kind of a coin toss for them as well, from those qualifiers, if I'm remembering right. So yeah, all in all, already now fighting an uphill battle to complete this reverse sweep and avoid elimination from many of their players' first main events. And all in all, Revitalize. excited to see what they have up their sleeve, what they've learned right from the losses, because both of those times was with the full roster versus, hey, last time they played Breeze honestly was with that sub of Waster. So the fact that they were able to win with their core 5 was also fun to see. So yeah, let's see if their lessons have allowed them to have a more adept game plan.
I would love to see if we got to Ascent. There's like a breach in there for EF. I don't see enough breach. I enjoy seeing the breach gameplay, but everybody's like, nope, don't play it. We have a ways to go to get there, though. And Lotus is where we will settle for our next map and a possible revitalized win to end Eternal Focus here on the series on their GC run, or can they keep it alive? That's the question. And we'll see right here as we start off with that pistol round. EF on defense, it's going to be big that they grab a lot of rounds here on the triple site map.
100%. And unlike our last series where it was like one team on the same side the entire series, they're just flip-flopping each map, so keeping it fresh.
Yeah.
Hard to get momentum in that way. And okay, it's exactly as I mean, I'm kind of well, it's not actually just as I predicted because I didn't factor Boop into the equation, but it is in fact New York filling that spot of Swerve on the ISO. Prism actually just becoming like the true embodiment of a flex, not playing the Vice but picking up the Omen that Simulacra usually plays. And all in all, yeah, this is again, it's like similar but still like different flavors of the composition, and I'm actually more impressed. Yeah, the Sova versus Fade. I feel like we've just seen Fade, and I feel like the Sova has departed recently more so from the Lotus picks. Why do you think that's the case? Like, we've heard enough of the narratives between like, oh, Sova or Fade, and this is why. But why do you think Sova's picked less in this meta?
So especially for something like Lotus, it really is easy to just dodge out on a Sova dart. There's no good bounces or hits. There's a top and the bottom to the site, which also makes it harder for Sova at distance to start doing things. That's really the least of the worries. All Sovas don't even need the pings anymore. That was a change so long ago. They've refined their shot. But there's just so much to hide behind, deny, and you get so much more information out of kind of being there. The haunt goes up, somebody shoots it right away instead of really has to hide from it because other utility is going to probably be following with that Fade in the team.
Well, this could be what settles that discussion for at least the time being. Odding as well. Oh, we got the name changed away from Winter. Oh, that's funny. They use both, I've noticed, in the Turning Realm environment, but it's funny to see. Because we have Rotting, and then we have Rotten 1 as well. Not to be confused at all, by the way, guys, but what isn't confusing is the typical A main fight utility. This is another thing with that Fade, right, versus that Sova. You just saw a Shock nade combo instead of a Seize nade combo.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it's pretty easy just to wait out, and it's not going to really find much impact since Revitalize. Slow, methodical starts. They're kind of picking up where they left off, right? Because it was an attack site that was super dominant for them over on Breeze.
A little bit of noise. No fakes here. Everybody in on this play, and they're actually going to meet quite a few members of EFA in sight. Paranoia doesn't really even slow REV as they make it up top, and Winter wants some more space. There it is. Rotting, Winter, what have you. It might look different on each side. And they are going to keep pushing here towards C. 3v3 after that little tussle.
Plenty of time, but 40 seconds left. They just plan for backside, split the site. Understand that they don't really have control over that flank. Lurk smoke for the cross. They set up. Wrap timing.
Who's gonna peek? Oh,
Huge ping.
It's perfect. It's perfect. Rotting gets that timing just as Prism looks away, and they dump a paint shells into the back of sight here. Good damage. Oh no, they're just making Crystal look left and right as they toy with them. A nice round from Rev here as they make it to C site with a full team and use that power to get Pistol.
Yeah, some duelist peekaboo to finish things off, but Eternal Focus Amethyst now. They had a flawless pistol record that's now been decimated. So again, that momentum that we mentioned on the attack side may be carrying over, despite it seeming like it's differing halves. At least they're starting on. It's just starting where you ended. At this point, a Stark Vandal buy up as well for Thump, and otherwise, yeah, they went through the logical steps like that they needed to. Flip side, play the timings, and they set each other up. So now, you're setting each other up. SVV on the lurk with the rifle, keeping that seat pressure, so it forces these anchors to remain in position, and it's gonna put then, as a result, a lot of pressure onto Crystal, who's just solo on this A site.
Pretty loud peaks from Crystal here. Yeah, gonna back up, rope up, retake, and why not? Still have a bit of utility from the rest of the team to come back on the other side of the sites. No lurk. That's a big anchor. Actually, they all drop into sight here for EF to try and set a trap. Oh, lands and delivers. Thump with a 3K. The recoil control on the Vandal is beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good reflow, a good timing, but the one Vandal that gets forced up is the one taking that backside space and looking now to secure an ace. And we see Rev feed one to Winter. Oh, you're not gonna feed one to Thump. What the heck?
Oh.
At least it wasn't like Winter stealing Thump's ace. That would have been just extra BM. Wow.
That would have been 8-0-1 plus the showstopper. Oh
Yeah.
my word, that's funny.
Well, for now, either way, that's a Stark way, a confident way, right, to get up to a 2-0. And I'm gonna focus in with this. Considering they have a buy, I'm surprised that we still have a Stark C stack, right? But there was more of a default hold over on a concrete hold on Breeze defense. This just, I don't know, this looks like they don't have a very, like, concrete plan, which is funny since this is the map that they won. And so I'm a bit interested in how this laissez-faire fluid defense is going to work. This round it might, just because it's going to be an all-out brawl in to be made. Do they not have years? Revolving doors are pretty
What
loud.
a cool one. Love the door open play. Your initial thought is that somebody's close to the door, so you're like, who was that? And you just get laid down by everybody from long range. Okay, the pushing thing. Slow down. Oh no, Zobi. It's now down to a 2v2 after that fight. It looks so good for EF.
Pre-fire from Boop lined up. Not gonna follow through.
Spike planted.
Just waiting instead, patient for Animagic to join. You'll have that recon from the back site. One more Thorn for crowd control, but look at how paired up these revitalized players are.
They know one is to the right. High-low setup. This looks perfect for a clutch. That's one. And the second one comes from SSV as they almost get another ace, but they steal it again. No, I'm just kidding.
That's actually really funny. Yeah, this one at least was a reasonable one, right? Round almost lost, got a clutch, got a trade, and at least they gave Winter the chance to get the transfer connect. The last time there was no opportunity or timing. But yeah, I mean, back-to-back duelist 4Ks means that you have now the ultimate round 4 killer online. Showstopper and Bladestorm combination, and this is, I think, acting as a good antithesis to why you shouldn't pick the ISO. Just because they have all these weapons. But, I mean, ISO can survive a showstopper, so we'll see what happens on this A fight, where finally Revitalize had the confidence just to challenge this A fight head on. Whoa! That's a bandit!
Out of the air. Bandit it down. Did. All right, they keep going towards A. Prowler actually gets a connect on that tether, so it's going to just freak out and keep chasing New York down.
Oh, fancy way to get rid of a gun. They wasted the up drop to get rid of the gun.
That.
I didn't know you could throw one over the wall there, to be honest.
I've never even thought about it. Yeah, super smart stuff.
Oh, double cross on the flank means that SVV has a chance to get some kills that aren't stealing other players. Kidding. And now the Arco is a perfect set it up as well. Eco is nom, just like that. Double swing to secure the third, and yeah, SVV might outfrag the other two just from getting these finishing kills.
It'll be funny if there are 2 frags over the other 2 in the end.
No.
What it comes down to.
I'll have to remember that.
4. Yeah, 4 for Rev. And the operators are gonna start coming out as the FA are looking for a different avenue to start these rounds.
Yeah, and I will say, it doesn't feel like the starting positions from Eternal Focus Amethyst are very typical, if that makes sense, of Lotus. Again, the typical is Senti, Anchor C, maybe a controller on top of it, and maybe one player B, but then you have 2 to 3 aggroing on A main. I think because they're running the Sova, they don't feel like they can confidently win that space,
Spike
and
down
this
A.
round, they can just put an op on it, so it doesn't matter. But we'll see how that works in the future rounds, or for the remainder of this round, right? Prism? TP's a bit early. Had a great angle. Oh,
Hello. And they're wondering, it's good they stunt the initiator utility here, so this all has to be done as a team now from Rev. They call the audible to go through break room.
no one's pivoted yet. They could have been already top side on B, and instead now they're just getting wind of what's happening because of that cloud burst. Even now, I'm confused how Thumb got here so fast.
Headshot.
Boom. That operator already boarded. No, it's not. Just a double tap. Sat down like that. Thumb on a different level here for map 2. And you could say the same thing for SVV, but finally sat down by Prism.
And now Thumb could be on for another 4K if they wanted, but at this point, it feels like it's more survival, containment, looking for some extra old torbs. Go toward the next salvage to buy. You can see Revitalize aren't giving them anything. Gun barrel spotted. Thump. The walls are closing in. Now, honestly, a little ninja defuse possibility coming through. Dark cover out. They're gonna have to hard commit to this. The party isn't connecting, and I don't think that there was enough time, anyways. Like, it was really close.
Still funny to see.
Still funny to see.
Close. Got them both to come in, get their guns, make it a little sketchy, but they have so much money now. I think 5 rounds in a row, you're not worried. EFA is feeling differently about that. They're going to go ahead and call a timeout here and see if they can't get ahead of this.
Yeah. I mean, I like the operator from Crystal being posted up on A. I think that was a nice novelty, like surprise, and gets the first blood. But now you expect Revitalize to be thorough in that util clearance, right? Nice C's, a nice haunt. And with this composition, that's really all you have, I think, to force the respect out. I think the Arcros just gets destroyed too easily, but in the meantime, I feel like we can be doing more with the other trio, with the ISO, Omen, and Sova. I feel like you can combo their util to get some space elsewhere as well. And that's kind of what I want to see, is more direction and intention with this composition, because even if the players have slightly changed, right? We talked about that coaching staff, assistant coach, analyst. There should be a game plan around this composition then pretty set in stone. And when you have the same IGL, at least, you should be able to kind of rally around that, and they should be able to know what to pull from.
All right, we jump out of the timeout. Let's take a look here, focusing on the defensive side setup. And it looks like that rally may come from a push out front.
Oh, look at that! What did we just say? We just said we wanted to see the ISO, Omen, and Sova getting more aggressive and having like a track play together, and they put that on A. I was wondering where the operator would go if they wanted to get aggro with that trio on main, so I do like this B adaptation.
That wall mid's not going to allow the push, but I think it's just the door play as it comes to it for EFA. They're going to have to work fast to get back onto Rev's speed. We'll worry about SVV later.
They're already trying to flip the site, and I think the kill contract needs to be used soon, or they're going to miss the chance.
Wait.
Or make the chance.
All of Rev pushed through.
SVV.
Thinking it was only going to be one person, also with the judge to do that.
Oh.
A little ahead of themselves there. SVV only gets the back of Crystal there.
Last player standing.
I'm surprised it was a nightfall, but at this rate, SVV stored themselves off, and it is going to be that first round out of the timeout for Eternal Focus Amethyst. And I mean, at this point, I don't know if the adaptations of the timeout really are what
Flawless.
and influence this out. Go.
Yeah, it's just that Rev was like, yeah, we totally got this. Let's keep playing with our confidence.
And then just
CFA said, okay, We'll receive all
Yeah,
the
New
details,
York just
thank you.
fragged out, right? Now they have 5 ultimates up against the 3 of Revitalized. I do want them to keep the same setup. I'm kind of sad to see them not. Okay, there we go. Thank you, thank you. Yes, I used to get back over towards the A site. Just to
There.
see if it still holds against the A start from Revitalized. That's the big test, and you can see why, right? You're gonna have a TP, you're gonna have the double dive. It's gonna be hard for all this util to hit, and you really do just have to lean into New York to frag off of their own vulnerability, and I don't even think they did it off rip. They still have it. They've missed the timing. Or not. Look at the trap off the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, that was really nice. They've been expecting to see at least 1 or 2 there, so they're present exactly where the Hunter's Fury is flying as they push out of that attack side.
Whoa.
Now Rev has to commit fully to this one. They are remembered down, and it's going to be that Vice util, so they have to look forward, but also remember the timing of a flank as they get the spike planted. Steel Garden taking that arsenal away.
They aren't affected by it, nor if you're out of the radius like every single player stacked in tree. In the meantime, there was further interference from a rope player. Nightfall double down. Just to pave the way for this reposition. Hopefully they would be deafened. Animagic hears it, but it feels too late. Crystal's gonna be so far away with the showstopper. You don't expect to be able to fight too much. At least that would change the outcome of the round.
Nice util usage. What a shot!
There's
In the face of utility, still gonna have to save. But that's the kind of stuff they're always trying to produce. Hello, how you doing? Up, down,
see you around.
all around. Dang.
Yeah, that's the round you look back on as a potential swing round. And it's actually funny, they tried that exact ISO solo combo if you saw on that one B-side exec over on Breeze, and it just didn't quite connect, and that's what it was intended to do this time around, but again, those players were so spread out that they didn't find that impact. Now, if they did it like off barrier drop, is it risky? Is it an overinvestment? Perhaps, but I think it would have worked brilliantly. Enough to maybe salvage around, prevent the Blades from being that counter to the Steel Guard. But we just mentioned they had 3 out of 5 ultimates vested and now down the drain. In the meantime, Revitalized, they're just ping-ponging. They don't care what site they go to at this point, Riv.
Fairly close, but a critical miss. Oh gosh. Play it safe, back it up. Jumps right into the contract. Cleared again. Thump has been so good on that, but also New York having a bit of trouble in the contracts. A clear as well. Thump comes out, cannot get killed, even standing still.
Last
As
player
Winter,
standing.
that is Rotten, comes through with another kill. It is just falling apart here for EFA.
Another 4K for Thump, by the way. They get pulled
That's
out of the
crazy.
kill contract while satcheling in with the showstopper. They're just out in the open, come out of the kill contract, and still don't get traded by the teammates. Like, that just shouldn't be happening. So up 7-1 here. Ults or not, it does not matter. And yeah, money fully reset aside from Animagic with that hero rifle. And again, this is not a composition that can win ecos fairly easily unless you just get like a showstopper multi-kill. And Crystal really hasn't been in that position, but doesn't mean that there can't be some creative ideas for EFA. Round trap in the works around a revolving door play or an immediate flank, but yeah, a space for free. Vice wall, who is that? And oop, be a huge timing.
Get into sight safely. And they're just going to try to play the retake. This is alerted on Sentinel utility behind them, so they don't have to worry too much. But how do EFA funnel back in? Everybody on Rev is just waiting with open arms.
They're trying to target the offsite players first, right? Ping has come through on wall side saying, here's the Vice, can you recon for me? But now that's revealed that Kit is there as well. It's still going to be the shots favor now, EFA.
Okay. Boop with some great shots. SVV still has to worry about what's going on behind, which just leaves Thump very low in sight. And this is going awry now and really great for the side of EFA. Animagic's there for the defuse and everything pays off. They thought that one out. It's just Dr. Strange style and saw the avenue they could win in.
Second round into the Thrifty, and it came from that pause, right? If you notice, Crystal didn't get it too out ahead of herself, pings out where the player is, the recon comes through, and that frames the refight from all of them. There was a world, a very strong possibility where SVV just completely dismantles that, right? Found the timing onto both Boop and onto Crystal and just whiffs both shots. Now, this is peculiar that there's actually the second timeout coming from Eternal Focus Amethyst. They finally got around and should be celebrating, riding that high into the next.
I think that's what they're doing. If I'm just taking this as I think it is, I like it because this is coach saying that's what we need to do to win. I like what you did. I like what you did. Let's do more of this. It's promoting the positives, and it, without even saying the negatives, they get squished out. So looking ahead to keep that play going here for EF. I mean, that was a low buy round for them, but the way they planned it out and the time they took, the comms they use is exactly what they need moving forward here to stay in this series, to stay in Game Changers.
Well, we'll see if they can provide more of it. On top of that positive reinforcement, can definitely sprinkle in some pointers about countering this next big swing ult round for the side of Revitalized GC. I mean, you've seen how they like playing it. Pretty exec heavy, breathe down your necks, and then pop the second ultimate as a further layer to fuel that deep space fight. And time being, the question now becomes for Revitalize. All right, your A hit's been shut down once, your C hit's been shut down once. Where do you want to go? And I didn't actually expect the answer to be B. I'm not going to lie, it's the ones that you haven't been shut down on, but it's because you haven't tried. And Eternal Focus Amethyst, I mean, they're in the right place, right time, showstopper or not. I mean, that could get stolen away by exactly that. No way Thump still gets the kill.
That's a 20 bomb, by the way, already for Thump. As Animagic quickly shuts it down for the round before it causes any more bleeding. Rotten very close to kills, but gets indecisive with so many targets on the screen. But the rest of Rev is always there, still there for the fights, as Scaredy is working out of the pit right now to claw a few more kills in their favor. And Prism will limp to this fight, whatever site it goes to, and do their best to pull out both of these kills.
Yeah, not gonna take any risks, right? There's a minute left. They can full rotate all the way to A if they please. Exactly what they're going to settle upon for the time being. And it's just gonna be just... I'm more surprised that they aren't farming up Kit's orbs. Or maybe that's exactly what they're doing. Did they get the one outside of C? I don't remember them doing it. I don't think they got the A one either.
Don't remember.
That would have been the nightfall
No, it was
already.
very fast to be.
That would have been the nightfall already. That's unfortunate, but we'll be one off. Hopefully Kit just gets the kill, and that would be the nightfall to kind of cap off an otherwise nearly perfect half. But that's all assuming that Prism doesn't win this round. Great dark cover for the initial.
Span the line.
Hold the line.
Hold the line. Smoke on smoke action. Gonna enter it from two sides here. Jump in a one, and there's the other entry. Textbook retake there with the spike defuse going down. Nice job by Rev to keep it in their favor. And the resets become very painful here for EFA.
Yeah, it's just that copy paste, right, of how to play that 2v1 perfectly, and fortunately EFA just haven't found a way to counter it, so... Few ults convert into the round victory, and otherwise, again, Eternal Focus Amethyst were doing a great job on that B reflood. It was legitimately just Scaredy who TP'd in and finally stemmed the bleeding of what otherwise was Thump isolated by the Vice util, so... Yeah, back to trying to take team fights where they can. Full team pulling up to A main, where this time, if you don't have an up, Revitalize don't care, Crystal, and Scaredy even deep positioning now off from the shadows. One way, players spotted. Go high-low now.
Thump in front of a lot of this util too as it goes down. Two of them, Scaredy and Thump, gonna stay up top on that platform to just keep EFA from having any high ground control. Oh! Thorn shot out and actually turned thinking it was something else. Gets taken down.
Good util.
Now they actually have a little bit of heaven control. Yeah. This is how EFA got back in it before, right? Taking their time, finding the picks. Creeping around. It's not going to work this time. Winter hits the shots from tree as the team is still distracting from sight. 9-2. As they could very well have 10-2 here, but this bye for EFA is pivotal.
Yeah, it's more Revitalized that learned from their mistakes the last time when it got really close, right? They didn't let those offsite players fester. Yep. They group up, they swing them in tandem. And that's after, again, there was some really nice utility, right? You had the top rope handled by the undercut. You had, again, that paranoia come through as well front side. And I just think they didn't scale off of it effectively on the EFA side, unfortunately. So I think that they'd come from the players and tree also just tucked down and swinging. So for now, Revitalize again. Don't hit the same site twice, it feels like, at this rate, Rivington, and Nightfall at a seaside? Why not? Guess that's why not.
Fury just across the side, like this. It's always weird to get a horizontal one across the map because that's a lot of the entries for Lotus. And somebody gets stuck there for a bit. We see Thump took quite a bit of damage. Scaredy gets hit with some of their own. And now they're waiting on the retake.
Oh, SVV's waiting on
Coverage
the
out
retake.
back, spike planted for Mound here, and they even have the paranoia set up just outside.
And the blades. Further
Blades.
fight. They can survive that. It doesn't even cover the full site. That's the issue.
First one down, and EFA hasn't even really made it into the site just yet. They start to walk up the ramp, and now it's just going to be Rev trying to squeeze into these corners even more to make it feel that much worse. Oh, Winter Rotten just strafing back and forth through the stairwell over by the elbow to come up with 2 beautiful blade kills and finalizing a 3rd round in a row at a 10-2 first half.
At this point, Rotting and Thump are just fighting for who gets more 4Ks at this point.
Yeah.
Thump was taken out of the fight by the early Sons of Fury and just like, all right, Rotting, it's your turn, I guess. And yeah, SVV, the paranoia, it was layer upon layer into that double digits half by Revitalize. And yeah, I think they're just an attacker-sided team, is what I've learned after Breeze and now into Lotus, that momentum carrying. And that does mean that for Eternal Focus Amethyst, there is hope for this half. But yeah, it's always a fragile line when a pistol loss like this will put you down a path of doom and despair. And I will say, already just screenshotting it, you can tell that Rev have a firm understanding of how defensively this map should be played with this double duelist, and that's exactly what they're executing A side.
Yep. Cruising forward here. A very nice job with Thump and Rotting. Doing a lot of that damage. Scaredy was huge on Breeze, so it hasn't just been one person for Rev here to bring the kills forward. They rotate back. They're letting EFA make a bit of noise here. Scaredy, a very interesting spot. But still gets one. Even found out and forced to take a fight.
Ooh, SVV challenging the lurk smoke as well. Ensuring no safe passage and clearing bend. And this is where those players that are on B and jiggling on the A line will not pivot just yet. Otherwise, I mean, 4v4. My question is, does Rotting get a kill, number one? And number two, do they fall off?
It's such a good spot. It's such an early detection for the site hit, right? You don't have to wait from stairs or something to say, hey, yeah, they're actually taking this side of the map. You know now, and the rotation
Are the
map
Spike gonna go back?
The Spike will go back. They have to wonder that. Okay, they just thought about it too. You saw SVV say, maybe not full commitment. Let's just lean.
They're getting flashbacks.
And we'll play the retake.
They're getting flashbacks to Breeze where the Neon would dive in, fake, and then they go see. EFA had really well constructed double plays, and the time is there just the nick of it, but numbers are going to figure it out.
This is where they hold the site, though. They don't push forward anymore, right? They just hold the site and help each other.
That's the hope.
One enemy remaining.
Every player's being isolated.
Kit still comes in. What is that? What? We say this for EFA, and then Rev's like, wait for each other. What is that process? Kit goes flying through right-click classic for 2, and the defuse. Just like it's nothing.
Click, clack, that's 11, and it's we're almost halfway to the Nightfall if they even need it by the time this map will be closed up. That's what the fast strike of that pistol victory does, and that's now 2 for 2, I believe. Yeah. 2 pistols here for Rev, 2 on Breeze for Eternal Focus Amethyst, but this was when EF needed one in dire straits. And speaking of dire straits, Rivington with an 11-2 scoreline, of course, is not that surprising, and that's exactly why Outlaw comes out. Honestly, that's why an Ares from SUV is a great buy as well. And I'm more worried about the util and how much it's already going to chip the blocks of these players on this A engage.
All right. How can EFA keep this off of match point? They're going to play it as somewhat of a death ball in 4 at least. Still getting information. I like Boop's positioning on the map. Just a little bit of a movement there by both of them that prevented the kills from coming through.
Good counter.
But good damage.
And chill out. No scaling from contingency. You're forced now backpedal into B, which need to clear this corner. I know they haven't.
Spike down B.
Awesome.
What?
Yeah, just kind of waltzing in for a moment. I think they... Oh my gosh. How does it happen like that for Rev every time? All right. It's up to New York. Spectre versus Spectre. Yeah, this is gaming right here.
Oh.
But it's going to be a fake. A sheriff now for Rotting. Had a fantastic game so far. New York looking to come online a bit here. Had some trouble in the kill contracts and isn't going to take the fight straight up. They want to add a little bit of pressure, add that sweat, get the spike down, and make it something else that Rotting has to think about. That gives time for the upgrade, though, Zobi.
And Util favors Rotting as well. Cloudburst for cross, updraft for repositions. Gold is their oyster, and they're looking for the pearl of a map point. This elimination match.
Trying to clear that distance so they don't get topped out by heaven. Oh, a 4K for New York. A third round for EFA. And they lessen the pressure only slightly.
And this is what we mentioned about New York. Had that muted but impactful presence over on Breeze, and that has continued now. Them quietly fragging, consistently fragging here on Lotus despite the staggering scoreline of a 3-11 deficit. And if they can continue that and amplify it to a standout level of Rotting or Thump, then yeah, they can continue clutching out these rounds. I mean, they just forced up to keep Revitalize off a map of series of elimination point. Now they get a Vandal, a Bulldog, some more snowballing action. Have to be careful against the Sheriffs and the Marshal, but for the time being, they are playing it as cautious as it gets of firing squad and spawn.
Yeah. Peeked out, Thump with the Marshal, looking for some shots. And if you add Rotting and SVV scores together right now, you get Thumps of 24. They're 16 and 8 behind that. Thump's been having a hell of a game. And you can see that backed up here over on the seaside with both of them pushed, and that's a huge frag from New York, and exactly what EFA need to see to start off round 15.
You saw the challenge, the follow-up. Trying to figure out if this was a hard commit, but now it's just probably gonna get in position to deliver, but boop, the hero Vandal. I will ensure that this round stays under wraps.
Dirty. Oh my gosh, the amount that these players are pushing through Util to force a kill and take their opponent off guard is so cool to see. New York calibrating that one, and Boop will do just that to Kit to end this round. A fourth for EFA. They're starting to find a bit of a groove, but Rev is for sure going to try to knock them off the track.
That's where I think the fact that you have the kill contract for New York, number one, and that Boop is one off from the Steel Garden, surpassing New York in the standings, is another. That is going to be huge in shutting down this buy round for Revitalize. And we haven't seen a timeout from Revitalize this entire series, but this is when you probably would have wanted that first one just to try and put this to rest now. And then you say the other one for later towards OT and such, just because this is such a big swing round. But for the time being, it's still too safe to call. There's still a cushy 7-round deficit, and just looking towards those key players to have a pop-off moment. Even now. Free Fire, C-Mound. Players in position to anchor Scaredy, and one that, if uncleared, is quite lethal.
Oh, SVV getting into prime spam position. Sorry, Thump grabbed that. Wait, did they trade? Did they trade? I thought the SVV just had that. So I think they switched it in their positioning so they could rotate the site. Maybe I'm wrong. Just seeing things.
Either way, they're lucky enough you're running into the seaside with that on the other side. And that is the takeaway. And EFA have heard the message loud and clear. In the meantime, Boop's looking for that extremity kill just to get the Steel Garden online. And that's where this Thump and Winter fight on B is going to be everything. Do they see it? They have to.
Tap, tap, tap. They're trying to pepper inside the site. Oh my god, what an extended fight between these two who have been firing on all cylinders. Rotten comes up with the kill. And then they're going to have to back off. An audible now for EFA.
Because that wall from B was not triggered by Boop, they just have the stack on C, and then these players that are A side can just rotate out at whim's notice. And SVV, time to wake up. They're here.
They can call that double tap. They heard it go off. Almost the second one. Animagic's able to duck under the danger and get a kill, but here's that Odin screaming out again onto the other side. SVV, a parkour, and oh, the dance from Crystal. Looking shiny, looking clean, but it's not gonna be the cut they want. Rotten comes up with another one, a 12th round, a match point, and possible elimination for EFA.
Yeah, just again, those in-depth plans from Eternal Focus. Amethyst get ahead of them this time. The time not quite there for the C follow-through after otherwise was a pretty roundabout way to draw Revitalize every which corner of Lotus. Yeah, I think that was a great learning from Revitalize on that defense. We talked about how they don't make changes. This time they at least adapted to the timings and the whimsy, we'll say, of EFA's attack side, but I think they realize if we're just gonna showboat around, let's just full strength exit towards the C-mount space. Still have a buy, still have these ultimates, and I mean, yeah, don't at least get a post plant, then really there would have been a world where they get the next 8. So you have to kick it off, and if they don't clear this corner, I'm just gonna cry for them.
I was just thinking that. I'm like, in Scarity's head, are they gonna do it again? But wait. They're not even playing on the back foot. A push there from Kit to A main from the fade. And that's the fight. Scaredy takes down New York. The kill contract comes at again for a Scaredy. As wait, EFA turns the round on its head. Now to a 2v2.
Spike planted.
The pressure on Prism and Crystal.
They have Nightfall though for Kit and the retake. And that's why I do like this regroup and this fight into Halls, but they use it for Halls directly now that both of them are backside. And the Odin is lethal against this decay.
That's one. That's the second one! The Prowler attached to the tethers. Oh.
Imagine if it was SCV on the other side, this is for the ace.
Yeah, absolutely. That right there was Thumbs Kazoo. It gets blown. The party favors everywhere. And Rev are going to get the defuse after having a lot of fun in this one. To take it in 2, they eliminate EFA and move on through Game Changers.
Yeah, we already prefaced it. That core of Ouroboros knows not want to go out 0-4, knows they can achieve more, knows they can do better, and they have proven that with now their victory here today, and will be looking to do better than their last Swiss stage performance next week. But again, to not understate the accomplishments of Eternal Focus Amethyst, this is a team that was second-guessed during their entire Open Qualifier run, earned their spot, and I'm actually really happy that those that earned that spot originally were able to step back in from the sub spot in terms of Prison and Boop and play out this last round of the Swiss stage.
Yeah, and Revitalize one step closer to the revitalization upgrade. So we'll see if that happens for them as they continue to move on. We are going to take a quick break. We will have a chat with the players, a breakdown of the day, and what to expect for more Game Changers moving forward. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to what is the post show for Game Changers North America. Today, our series over for today, and that one ending with Revitalize finding a win over EFA and a fantastic match too. There might have been a back and forth, but it does seem like they were able to grab control of each map in their own manner.
Yeah, and despite map 2 being one-sided, it was, I think, a respectable showing of those two teams and how far they've come over their short Swiss stage as well. And again, I think that they were already balancing in terms of other commitments and the works, but you can just tell with how strong those post plans looked for Revitalize, like that was the key. And also getting the spike down every single round of their attack half. Like any team that faces them in the future, this is an attack-sided team, guys. Be careful. Like that's the best way to explain it. And it even follows through with what we saw on map 1 of Breeze too. So, yeah, they know their strengths, and I mean, just the fact that they've also reinvented themselves really, really recently with some of these role swaps, such as Thump to a duelist, is kind of crazy to see. It's more in alignment with, I think, them trying to get consistency across their map pool, compositionally speaking.
That's wild, because when you're also doing duelist raise, that I mean, I'll even ask this, that because we're talking to Thump later, or in a minute rather, that has to be, blast packs is something that is actually really hard to learn. Like we've seen VCT players not really been able to structure around it when it was required, but that looked like that's what they've been doing all the time. So really incredible stuff to see from the players.
100%. And yeah, Rivington, I'm just excited because I actually want to talk to these players. Right? We talked about that Ouroboros core, we hyped them up, but what about the new additions of Kit the Rookie and Thumper, who has had a great tenure already between Ghost, Hyperspeed Golden, and now Revenge/Revitalize. Let's bring them in, Riv.
Yeah, let's bring on Thump for the interview. Welcome, congratulations. That was a hell of a series.
Hello, thank you.
Absolutely. My first question, I think I just want to start where you ended. Playing like that, is the team telling you to push more, do more? Are you energized to do more because you were fragging out of your mind there on Lotus?
It was one of those things where, like, map 1, I was kind of in a slump there for a little bit, and that first half was absolutely miserable for me. And I started to feel it towards the end of that map. And then in map 2, I was like, this is a make or break for us. I'm going to just give it my all and do all that I can.
Makes sense. And speaking of giving your all in this late stage turnaround now that Revitalize has to go through, I feel like you guys have gone through a role shuffling. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but like Ascarity is no longer a duelist IGL, right? You're now stepping onto the duelist instead of just the flash fill on more maps. Like you're now on Raze instead of the Fade. And I mean, why these sudden changes and why does it look so good all of a sudden?
I feel like I wasn't able to get like as much value playing Initiator because I've been the most comfortable on Duelist. So I feel like being able to play my primary role and being able to how vocal I am, I was able to capitalize a lot more.
Understandable. And
that's awesome. But go ahead, follow up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and speaking of then other environments that you've worked with prior where you might have been on the Duelist, how do you think the system with Revitalize and just the team environment has differed than, say, from Hyperspeed or from Ghost Gaming, like other organizations that you've been a part from previously, and how does this specific collective enable you further?
I went outside of what I normally do. Winter, which is like my best friend, I have made sure to just put in an egregious amount of time with Winter, and we just synergize so well together, and it works out so much in the server because we kind of understand what we're going to do before we even do it.
Yeah, it was definitely like a 4K battle towards the end. It was really funny to watch and to cast.
With SVV stealing everyone on the aces, that is. So throughout the game, there were EFA calling a few timeouts here and there, but Revitalize did not. How does the team feel? Is the discussion happen during the freeze times? Are you good? Did you feel like you didn't need it?
We kind of realized that they were on the back foot, so we kind of wanted to keep our momentum rolling versus trying to slow ourselves down. We just wanted to keep pushing them on the back foot where they had to play our game.
Awesome. Zoe, do you have anything else?
I don't think so. Just, I guess, like, we already prefaced that this was a team that has higher expectations than what would have been going out 0-4 today. Again, Ouroboros, the core that you're now working with, was 1-4 last stage. You yourself has been part of Ghost. Like, what do you think is this team's goal for either shooting for the stars and making main event from this 0-3 position, or, like, how many wins do you want to get under your belt as a team?
we've had a pretty rough go. So at this point, we're kind of just going into every match level-headed and kind of dumping everything that we have and just pedal to the metal all the way through and just trying to make it.
Pedal to the metal. Exactly what you got to do to complete the revitalization, Riv.
Yeah, that's right. The upgrade, the final form. With that, again, congratulations, but I want to give you the floor, a moment to say thank you to the fans, to anybody, and the support crew for your side.
I just want to thank everyone that supports me. I mean, it's been insane. It's my first year. This has just been an abnormal experience for me, just how much love that everyone's given me since I joined. And like I said earlier, a massive, massive shout out to my duo winner. I don't know. I couldn't do it without them. They have been so consistent with me and helping me and working with me. And we've just built off of each other so much.
Snap, snap,
Well,
snaps.
it seems to be, it seems to be a working formula. Congratulations on the win, and best of luck moving forward, Thumper.
Thank you guys so much.
That was our Verizon post-match interview, and that was pretty much the post-show, Zobi. That's all we have for today. Some awesome matches going through. FlyQuest Red get their revenge on Swim Trek. There were a bunch of other matches, so be sure to check the scoreboards. Valorant Game Changers North America will be back on the 10th, so don't forget to miss more action as the main event starts on that day. Check it out. Don't miss it. We're done for the day. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Good night.